So we can get on with it then. It's Avorion. Hasn't been on the channel for the past 2 days. It's been Resident Evil instead. Unthinkable. The Resident Evil are already 2/3 the way through it. That's going to cause some continuity errors with the YouTube playlist and upload thing, no doubt. So, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. What does matter is the list of things that we are to do to finish off with the Perfect Space Hansa. And if Steam could put on their to-do list fixing the note interface here, I'd be much obliged. We're doing good progress towards what we count as perfection for this run. What really needs some attention here? I might be able to scratch this one off today. It's just a bit of flying around and trying to find these, but I should be more than well set up to do so. The resources are accumulating nicely. We do have a design for the Chevron monolith. The question is securing the center such that we can build it and not just have it shot to shreds by the Wormhole Guardian. Tons of goods to produce. I need to get on that. I don't think that'll be today, because that's a very long, grindy undertaking. But not nearly as long and grindy as doing the full accelerator production line. Oh, crivens, that's... You know, at least this, I just need to build loads of factories. This one, I need to build a specific number of loads of factories. And the number is very high. It's certainly higher than 130. I think it's more than double that. The charting we're almost set up for. The ally and elimination comes after the charting, although we can still ally and eliminate people that we see currently. So what's the plan for today? What indeed is the plan? Gosh, it's hard to get it all on screen here at once, isn't it? Especially when it just doesn't want to actually scroll up. There we go. So, this is vaguely in order of what I actually want to do. First off, upgrade the ships with redesigns. I've been sent a redesign of both the Tactical Assault Pyramid and the Sobek. The Tactical Assault Pyramid, I don't know, Baron, I think, has discovered that he has learnt so much more about ship design after this, and he wants to upgrade the Pyramid. He sent me the new version, so we'll upgrade with that. And there's nothing wrong with the Amaterasu or the Sylvana. Not actually strictly true. I made a slight change to the Sylvana, and that is that I extended this, the hangar, to actually reach up and down at the top. Previously, the hangar stopped at about here, and it was indented here. And after playing around with it, I found that the AI for the fighters have severe difficulty returning to the ship when the hangar is inside the ship like that. And that was causing fighters to get lost. And that means you either have to fly back and get them, which is a pain, or you just lose them. And since each one of these fighters costs 60,000 Avorion, that is rather painful. Damn, they are good and strong. That's kind of crazy, right? Raw DPS value of 1200 each. And what do we have? 12 times 10, 120. That is a whole lot of DPS. Especially compared to the guns, which the ship can also have. So yes, I do like the Sylvana a lot. And I think the carriers, the fighters do a ton of DPS. Not only that, but the fighters are a whole lot better at actually fighting in a battle rather than the AI escorting ships. So yes, hangars, good. The only downside is that you have to wait for them to return to the ship after each encounter. So that can be a bit of a drag, but it's no big deal, really. Just watching the ship for a few bits, and not every jump is a fight anyway. So, what else is to be done? Let's get back to beloved Malcontent. So yes, not Sylvana, but the Sobek and the Tactical Assault Pyramid will get redesigned at a shipyard, probably the first thing we do. We need to equip ourselves with the endgame guns. Last time we couldn't do it because we lacked money. Now we really shouldn't lack money. The factories have been working pretty much non-stop for the past few days. That's why we're sitting on 24 billion with a B for Bravo in the vault. And that means we'll be able to liquidate that into guns very nicely. And we can actually check and see how the factories are doing here. We can sort them by any order really, but I'll just do them in alphabetical order. The very first accelerator factory that we made was showing up as a massive loss for a long time. And that's because I was personally just taking the accelerators and selling them just to get through them better. And as we can see, it still has a problem with throughput. About 40% of the time it's not actually running properly because of a lack of ingredients. And I believe that's because of its positioning. Because it's so far away from the center, it doesn't get a good amount of passive trade, which is important for it. It still makes plenty of money, so I'm not keen on going out of my way to fix that anytime soon. Still makes us a dosh, and that's what matters. But the second accelerator factory, much closer to the center, gets much better custom. I wonder if we can see that. If we go to Alliance and log, and we look for the accelerator factory 2, also pirates trying to interrupt me. Let's just have ourselves on attack all enemies so that they get put down. Not that we need much assistance in putting them down. Get on out of here. Pirouetting around the sky. There go the fighters. They're just rounding on the enemy, doing mondo damage. There's the so-called hardcore pirate with its 102,000 Omicron. Just deleted. Couldn't even get the torpedo hitting the thing in time. So I do love to see it. What was I looking at? Yes, the log. The log. I spent quite a lot of time combing through the game's files to try and figure out both how the economy worked and how... What was the other thing I was looking at? Ah, yes, the operations. I'll be showing off what I found later on when we deal with that. Alright, come on, let's go down to the bottom. Look at this. The Accelerator Factory 1 is selling 61 accelerators at a time. 61 electron, 61 proton. What was the delay between those two, though? See, that was at 10 minutes 41, and this other one was at 11 minutes 05, so it was only 20-something seconds between them. Man, I really don't understand. I was reading a bit of the files, and it looked like there was always at least a 90-second delay between transactions, but, well, that contradicts what I thought I knew, so I guess I don't know anything. But what's of more importance is Factory Accelerator 2, much closer to the center, able to sell 352 accelerators at a time. So the throughput difference is enormous, and it's very welcome, because that means that Accelerator Factory 2 isn't going to be sitting on loads of stuff that it can't get rid of. Although I do wonder about the frequency at which the selling goes on. It doesn't change the fact that the second Accelerator Factory far outperforms the first one. Otherwise, the rest of the mines, even the water mine, continues to make money. Mine 2, Aluminium Mine 2, I've never quite understood why it's not making any passive money. The only money it's making is selling directly to somewhere that consumes it in the area. But I don't think it used to have that problem. Something to investigate in due time. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. We're going to equip our ships with those endgame guns. Going to stand... Ooh, while I'm at that, I should add to that... If I could go up to the top of this freaking screen... Damn it, Steam. Just want to click up at the top here. Okay, maybe I can reach the indent button from here. No, I cannot. Steam's just trying to hurt me today. Right, I'll just widen you and maybe one of these buttons will be the right one. No, because the other button gets in the way. Okay. Well, what I also want to do is design top tier R mining and salvaging turret. Something I was overlooking over at our turret factory is actually making a very good R mining and salvaging turret so that we can put those and standardize our fleets. Speaking of which, standardize the exploration fleet and upgrade the mining fleet to handle non-safe mode. Safe mode has been reducing our yields by about 66%, and I really want to get out of that. I couldn't understand why I couldn't do it in non-safe mode. I figured I had enough guns and things, but I've come to an understanding on that, and we shall hopefully tackle it once we get through this. Process the trash. As is often the case, we've built up a lot of trash. Well, stuff that needs to be trashed. Look at this, constant income of new items. The inventory's up at 2,500, which is quite a lot. Plenty of guns that I'm never going to put to use, and loads of subsystems that need to be melted down, so we'll do our bing bing wahoo not quite minigame on that. And I don't know why Persecutor is so high, but I'll get you finally defeat you, hopefully. To deal with the ore and water mines that aren't running too well. They need to be processed into more goods, and I really need to get on my goods production goal for this run. And then I can sort around for the building knowledges and then defeat some of the bosses. We already took out Boss, or 8055, and the numbers thing, the corrupted AI. Or just stronger AI. There's IHDTX, which I need to find. We need to explore some asteroid fields to find it, and it uses a deadly laser, so I need to use a disposable ship to bait it out a bit. There's an enemy called Big Brother. There's a maintenance ship I can use to take you out that's bought from traders. I need to re-enable the base game invasions to fight the invasion boss. These are the 3 remaining bosses on the list. Actually 4, because there's Stick of Doom. There's a specific combination you need to do to summon it. And then we need to take out the Behemoths, which I'll be enabling quite soon. Alright, with that, let's take it from the top. We need to equip those ships with the redesigns, which means we need to get ourselves over to a shipyard. There are plenty to choose from, so let's just go here. Oh, it looks like the mining operation's already finished. Well, that should make it easier to head over there and re-equip up our ships. Pew. Alright, we only need the shipyard in the area, although now that I think about it, do I also want to change out subsystems? I may, and there's not an equipment dock here, is there? No, the resistance outpost is what looks to be a casino. So perhaps I should look for somewhere that has an equipment dock. Of which there are not many options here, but there are plenty over here. I'm sure one of these had an equipment dock. The resource, the outposts here. I should also consider building one of my own ones, but it's hardly a burden for me to just quick fire my way over here. Look at that, 2 whole minutes. I also set the game to automatically set the swiftness to the fastest speed, so I don't need to keep clicking on it manually. Who in the world gets into this game for manual input? So a couple of changes to make it so that it does immediate delivery on the mining and the scrapping, and immediately jump as fast as it can. Quality of life. There's actually some other quality of life stuff added in. Perhaps we'll get the opportunity to look at it. Oh yeah, of course, when I am looking into the turret stuff. The merchants, whilst those guys are traveling, I always want my merchants, well maybe not always, I don't particularly need it right now, but I want them to continue to acquire me some Rift research data. I wish I could just tell them to get 100,000 and leave them to it, but I don't tolerate odds of being jumped because I don't want to have to save my own ships from an ambush. And I certainly don't want them blowing up and losing all this Rift research data. I have actually spent most of the research data that I grabbed. I had 30,000 of it. And what I did was I camped the Rift research centers and bought up hopefully every single module that I need to get the legendaries. It's not every module that I want because some of them are best in slots. And I want more than just a legendary. I want enough to kit out the whole fleet with, but we'll see. We'll get around to that when we get over to an equipment dock, which I think we just arrived at. So go and grab me another, what's that, 3,000 times 4? 12,000 research data. It's pretty good. And that's what I like about procuring Rift research data over anything else. It scales well. I couldn't think of any faster way to get my hands on Rift research data than just to pay extortionate amounts for it through my merchant operations. Alright, very good. Malcontent. Let's equip up the fleet. Clero is saying small stream lag. Hopefully not. That comment usually doesn't come out of nowhere. Right, quick check on the cargo. I don't think we need or want to pick up any cargo at all right now. The only time I think I'll be picking up cargo now is if I specifically want to get it for building turrets. Because now the amount of money that we make, even through ravaging a sector and stealing all their goods, isn't going to be relevant. The relevant money is now all made through industry, and it will continue to grow in industry. By the way, this is an updated 15-slot version of your ship. You mean the Malcontent? That's okay, I just scale it up if I need it, but I like having the extra space for a big old cargo bay if I want one. I'm pretty satisfied with how Malcontent is right now. And I don't think it's called Malcontent, is it? Let's see what this is. It's called the Disobedience Class Dreadnought 15 Slaughter. Looks the same. When was this last updated? August 2023. Does it really change anything from what I have right now? Well, not too concerned about it. Right, equipment dock. Let's see what we have. Also, let's see what you're selling. The temptation is to just keep buying all the stuff that we see, but maybe I should resist, at least for a little bit. Right, so what do I have in terms of subsystems and what do I want? Let's see. I think I upgraded these a little bit because when I got my hands on a lot of these so-called best in slots, I switched them out a wee bit. But I'm thinking I might even have too many slots here, so let me pull out... what am I thinking? I don't actually want the Aegis. I like the Aegis, but I really want the Bulwark. So get that Bulwark in there, and maybe actually have the Bulwark next to the other shields that I have. On top of that, I wonder if I could pull out one of you and put in another shield generator. Because I do feel the lack of shields on this thing. If I shove you in there and permanently install you, the energy is still acceptable. Alright, alright. I don't like the hyperspace cooldown being as low as 18 though, so I might have to put in another one of these boosters. But do we even have one that still gives me that jump boost? Because these all add time to the hyperspace cooldown. Ah, no, you're alright, you're minus 16. Still feel like there's room for optimization on this. Are we alright on the armed turret slots? I think I could get rid of one, perhaps. What are you? Laser defense. And you? Big guns? Alright, away you go. And then apparently it's still a little too little. What do we do with you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots unavailable, huh? I suppose I don't need the cannon. I like the cannon, but I got other ships that use cannons. Oh, but I really like my cannon. No, you're gonna go, and that should leave plenty enough space for the others. Even leaves me with one additional slot if I felt the need. I'll hold on to that for now. And then this bit looks a little empty, but that's okay. I like the rockets anyway. So then, looking at you, I've got tons of shield, tons of gun. All is okay with you. Has Baron provided updated schematics? Yes, that's what we're doing right now. We're changing out our ships and what they have. Make sure all my guns are assigned and auto, except for the one... I think I missed one there. What isn't auto? You're not auto. There we go. Looking good with you. So let's move along to one of the other ships, and in this case it's going to be Tactical Assault Pyramid. Can you get into range of this on your own? Yes, you can. Okay, so Tactical Assault Pyramid. This is what Baron used in the multiplayer, and indeed when he was playing around himself. It was pretty good. And it's, you know, it's dripping with soul. I like it. It's even not that terrible a design, because the way that you just add another layer for more that you need, it's very modular. However, I had to add armor to the thing because it kept breaking off as it rammed into other ships. And boy, did it love to ram. Not particularly maneuverable either. So let's see what Baron has upgraded it to. We have... No, wrong one. Oh god, where is it now? There you are. The new and improved Tactical Assault Pyramid actually looks something like a pyramid, not just stacks upon stacks. Let's apply you. Very expensive. What is it compared to the old price? Yeah, there we go. The old one's only 3 million and a ragtag of goods. This one uses the best of everything. Thunk. Alright, alright. Let's make sure you're auto-assigned on the crew. And then we'll find out that that's still not enough crew, so I'm going to drag you closer. and then pick up what we need. And what do we need? We need an additional 200 plus crewmen, so let's say 250. So transfer over 250 crew, blonk. You got the Daredevil commander in charge. And let's just, how about we just strip off all the subsystems and then see what we can do with you. We don't need the wormhole diverter. Although I do like to keep a wild card on Baron, that way you can put in either the Votan destroyer or the wormhole interrupter at a moment's notice. Let's just get rid of all of this. Then we can check out the baseline stats and work with it. So he's got 5 million hit points base, which is really handy. Good solid hull as well. So all of my ships get the Votan jumper. And there's no good reason not to give them all the Swox armed turret slots at that as well. And I want them all to have plenty of shielding. He's got enough base game shield. The problem is these shield energy to shield converters. I never have quite enough of them. So I gotta make do with the exotic tier ones. How many do you think you'll be fine with? I want all the ships to have like 200 million shields. There we go, 200 odd million shields is more than enough for you. You are, however, going to be lacking in the energy. So, generated energy, what can we do for you? I could put in the combat generator, or I could give you the Mad Energy Lab generator. I would like quite a lot of guns on Baron here, though. So let's see if we can get away with 1, 2, 3 of you installed permanently. Generated energy plus 61, 74, and 70-something%. And that keeps you in good stead. There we go. I really like the combat generators over the Mad Energy Lab. I used to say that the Mad Energy Lab subsystem was one of my favorites, and I guess it still is. It's just that these are better because you get the energy and you get the turret slots, and getting both together is very important. So where's the energy generator? Yeah, there it is. 200 and 125 on the recharge rate's really good, but we get that with these, plus we get an additional, what's that, 18 turret slots. That's pretty good. What is that big gun? You're gonna have to narrow down that big gun. At this stage in the game, we have a lot of big guns. Okay, I want all of my fleet to have a good jump range booster in addition to that. And unfortunately, the jump booster that also gives the turret slots adds a massive hyperspace cooldown, which is just not acceptable. So I will probably just give them... Should I give them that jump range booster? They also need a they also need a cooldown added. And now I've forgotten what I had on you beforehand, but I'd probably give you that thing for the hyperspace cooldown. 25 seconds is somewhat acceptable. Are we alright on the jump range, though? Just need to check this. If I ordered you to escort me and then I wanted to jump. Yeah, that seems about right. So I think we can make do with just one of the exceptional hyperspace boosters. I wish they were better than exceptional, but that'll do us for now. So that looks okay. It looks pretty damn good, and it gives me 4 free modules, and I want to keep this as a wild card. So I want to remind myself what I put on the other ships. What's on Amaterasu, for example? Well, if I don't need the energy and all that, I can actually just shove Baron full of turrets. And I'm all for that. Alright, Baron, let's go with the turrets. So I want armed turret slots on you. Baron is not a carrier, so I don't need any of the carrier-related ones. Oh, I haven't given him the impenetrable shields, that's right. I forgot all about the bulwark. I have plenty of these nice exotic bulwarks, but I need to keep 5 of them to melt down into a legendary, so we can cross that off the list. And I'll keep this as a wild card. So I'm sorry, Baron. You are going to be getting a regular bulwark. I don't like its position up there. I'm moving it over there. Shields on the bottom. And then I've got 3 slots for additional turrets on you. Yeah, but it's very important to remember the impenetrable shields. Boy, do I love impenetrable shields. So armed turrets, as it happens, we have loads of these. So here's 1, 2, 3, permanent, permanent. Oh, not removed. Permanent, permanent, permanent. And this will be the wild card for you because I want Baron to be able to, well, to do a bunch of different things as and when we need him. He is tactical assault pyramid after all. We need him for all of our different tactics. The old pyramid, there looked to be a giant turret sticking out on top. There were lots of different giant turrets on the top. It would be hard to nail down exactly which one it was, but we come to the important point of actually giving Baron those guns. Baron's tactical assault pyramid has a staggering 51 armed turret slots and 31 defensive slots. I might actually need to expand the edge turret base that it comes with, because it's just, I don't think it's going to be enough. So I'm going to grab all of these edge turret bases here and turn them into Avorion turret turret bases, because currently I think it's Orgonite armored bases there. Edge turret base, bloop. Oh, these are edge turret bases as well on the corner. It's quite nice that it's actually got the sloped edges of the pyramid now, although I don't think I'm going to be alone in missing the big chunky blocky version. Let's get all of these corner bits changed out for... Oh, right, you don't get the old twisty corners, do you? No, you don't, but it doesn't change the fact that I need it to be Avorion to handle the guns. So let's just grab all of that and make it into probably a Avorion blank hull. And oh crikey, what is it? It's what is it actually? What are these bits that I've been getting? Are they corner 3s? Looks like corner 3 to me. Alright, there we go. Now I can place all the guns that I need, and we have all the space for it up at the top. Somehow that boosted the amount of mechanics needed. Probably because it was hull instead of armor. Right, Baron said he wanted a variety of different weapons, but he also insisted that he gets as many party poppers as possible, so that his pyramid can make ridiculous noises. So I think I shoved some of my party poppers over here. And do I have any over here as well? Oh well, I only have 2, so 2's what he's going to get. So add the guns, find the party poppers, at least they're only size 1, so I'll put them right at the top, plonk, and plonk, and then beyond that we'll sort for DPS per slot and give him what's for. So we really like these ruiners, these ginormous rocket launchers, so I'll give him 1 on each side. He's got plenty of turret slots for it after all. Then I'll be able to fire these giant rockets from any side, and that still leaves him with about 29 slots. I'll give him a couple of bolters on each bit. That's another 6 on each side. Kaboom, kaboom, boom, kaboom. I think I actually ended up giving myself more space than I needed, but that's okay. Have everyone contribute to the fight. And then beyond that, I think I will give him a couple of railguns near the top. Blonk, blonk. Oh, doesn't like that, does it? Oh wow, I already made my way through all of his slots. Okay, in that case, never mind those. How about some pulse guns instead? Pulse gun, and no, even that's not enough. What do we have left? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 slots, huh? 5 slots, you say? In that case, I'll give you 1 of these, and that gives me 3, which will allow for a pulse gun, I believe, over here. There we go. Congrats, Baron. There's all your guns at the top. And he's got loads of defensive turret slots, right? 12 defensive turret slots. Do I even have enough of these point defensors? Put these in the corners. And this is expected to be the final form of the pyramid in terms of guns. Alright, alright. I mean, his underside is going to be wide open to attack, but that's okay. Hopefully he just always aims it so that the pyramid here does its work. I think we can also have one here and here on each side. Keep it top and bottom. Don't worry about the size of the turrets. Turrets can shoot through each other, no problem. Oh, that's already us topped up. In that case, I feel a bit daft about the positions I put them on there. I seem to be having great difficulty counting to 12 today. There we go. There we go. All ready for combat. Do you have enough crew for all of that? Amusingly, no. You need even more taken off the main ship. Give us another 100 so we have those to play with. And I think you're already on it, but let's make sure that you're on Escort Me. Next up, Sylvana. Sylvana's been doing excellent job as a carrier. I can't think of anything to change on you, but let's just make sure all of your everything is a-okay regardless. Fighter squadrons, and fighter squadrons, bringing you up to +3, 3, and 3, and the one base for 10. That's good. You've got the impenetrable shields. You have 200 million shields. Jump range, generated energies. I think the only thing I really want out of you is more gun slots, and we should be able to mix and match some of these military carrier systems, assuming that I have enough of them. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, wow, I got a lot more than I thought. And they give how many fighter squadrons? 3 each. Well, that's convenient. Gone, gone, gone. Get, and get. Permanent, permanent, permanent. All your hangars can still function, and that buys you some extra armed turret slots. So that's a good start. You got loads of energy. I could tear out your generated energy for the energy gun. Do I have enough of those for that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Since you focus more on fighters than turrets, I don't think I'll tear them out with that in mind. But I'll certainly upgrade any of these non-armed turret slots, any of these armed turret slots to exotic tier, just to squeeze out a bit more gun on you. You also have the jump range and cooldown booster, which I need. This seems better than okay. Seems not half bad. What do we do gun-wise for you, though? I think it was cannons and rocket launchers for you, right? So I might get rid of these bolters. Hell, I'll just get rid of everything and then work from there. We'll see how many slots we have to work with. I put your defensive stuff here in the center, and I think you have room for more. I'm definitely going to need to make more point defense. And as I recall, these required laser modulator things that I was a little dry on. But there we go, that should keep you fine. And maybe another couple. There we go. As long as whatever's fighting you comes from the top or the sides. But if you get shot from down here, you're very much lacking in defense. But hey, that just tells you to point your ship accordingly. Now we have. Why does it say one armed turret slot's already used up? Ah, here we go. You got a plasma on the front there. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 places of note to throw guns onto, and 57 slots to use. Huh. You know, I bet we could use all those without much bother. I want the cannons on you for sure. These destructor cannons are really, really cool. So, cannon, 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 cannon. And I think I'll put a cannon on the front as well. And then our awesome Rapid Ruiner rocket launcher. Now you are definitely equipped for shooting at range, and that still gives you 7 slots to work with. So I think I'm going to use the center point and fill you with something that works a bit better on short range. Said I had 7, right? So I'm going to give you a couple of the pulse shots, which penetrate shields, and 1 Tesla in the center. So anything that does come close, at least is going to get a bit of violence. Otherwise, you're more than set up. your DPS will probably be the best out of the entire fleet because of all these Teslas that you have. And do you have enough crew for all of this? Maybe. Maybe. I might need more crew slots for you, actually. Okay, you just barely have enough. You have nobody left over. I don't like that. I always like to have a bit of crew that I can dance around with. So let me just give you 10 spare people to doss around. And then let's keep Sylvana on escort duty. And then there's Amaterasu. Again, not that I think we need to change you up more, I just want to make sure you have all the correct armaments. And of course the correct slots. So you also have jump range, the energy, and the armed turret slots. That's all good. You have 293 million shield, courtesy of 5 shield boosters. That's also okay. The bulwark. I think the only thing I need to change up with you is give you better armed turret slots. These things only give 6 armed turret slots. These things give 7, so small increase though it may be, can still be worth our while. There is also the idea of shifting out for the Energizer ones, but I think I'll hold on to those. Might even melt those down into more legendaries than I can. So just more and more and more and more and more armed turret slots for you, bringing you up to 50 slots. And what weapons are you currently boasting? You've got bolters on the side and big old cannons. I actually think we ran out of slots to put more of these on, didn't we? Yeah, so you've actually reached your logical extreme in that regard. But what we don't have for you is good enough defense turrets. Where are the defense turrets? Ah, I see. We're putting defense turrets over here. That's fine. I can happily remove those and put them somewhere a bit more base. And then use this as space to put on more gun. Although I don't have space for a lot more gun, do I? No, far from it. In fact, I've only got 5 extra slots, huh? Okay. Kinda wish I had just 1 more slot so I could put just 1 more bolter on. And maybe I can. If I put a bolter here, and a bolter here, there's a bolter there and a bolter there. I can't put a bolter here, but what if I could? What if I took your armed slot here? I got 2 spare of these. It goes from 7 to 9 plus 2. Another plus 2. I got 2 currently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I'm going to spoil you, Amaterasu, and this is because you're such an awesome design. Legendary, legendary. Then it's bolter, 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 bolter. There we go. And this armor slot at the edge here. You're probably not going to like how this looks. Far be it for me to tear off the look of your design here, but I need an Avorion turret base across here. You're definitely not going to like that. I wonder if I can change the look of it. Where's the old coloring option? Can I grab that and then apply it? No, I think it just gets that that dotted we designed there. Is there a better way that I could put these on? I think it's changing out the guns rather than this stuff. Ah, no, there we go. There we go. But it did change out the gun. Where's that bolter? Trust me, this is important. Where can I make into an Avorion turret base that doesn't ruin the look of this thing? There's already a bit of turret bases there and there. Ah, that wouldn't look too outrageous. If I grab these 2 bits, plop that on. There you go, you barely notice. And that gives me ample space to put on your point defense, which I'm very much running out of. In fact, I've already run out of. That means one thing I need to do is switch over to turret factory cargo. And then create more point defense, and possibly more other things. Yagamoth saying, I see, this is where ships come from that you disassembled in that other game. Yeah, they get brought down to Bangladesh for disassembly from space. Also good to see you, Yagamoth. Trust you are well. Right, point defense. Actually the thing that I struggle the most of in production because of the lack of laser modulators. But this just tells me that I need to go and get a lot more laser modulators. I'll just make as many point defense as I can. And heavens knows if I need any more of these other weapons, but for practically everything else, I have a huge number of resources. Why do I have two of the same design for the point defense? I think I doubled up on making those blueprints. Yeah, everything else looks fine. Like I said, I don't want to hang around here, too risky. Bring me back to Amaterasu. This looks mildly complicated. We're in the end game here, so yeah, the complication level can be a bit high. At the early game, oh, this game is so simple. And there's a lot of freedom involved in this game. That is something that I absolutely adore. Where are those point defenses? They're over in the Alliance Vault, of course, since that's where they were made. So I can transfer all of those over. Bursting by rocket launchers, huh? Yeah, transfer those over, and this Omni Railgun? No, I'm keeping the Omni Railgun over there. Right, point defense. These are the ones that come out like the Berlin Light Show. And we have space for 12 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not the best positions for them, but this ship is more about style than optimal position of the guns. Who plays games optimally anyway? Actually, I have space for 1, 2, 3 of them, huh? 3 is an awkward number to pull away from here, but 1, 2... no one's going to miss one of these. 3, 1, 2, 3. Excellent. The only thing not excellent is that it still has one free armed turret slot. Bah humbug. What's a man to do with one armed turret slot? I will just leave it be. There's no need to stress myself out over just that. It's got all the stats it needs. Does it have all the gunners that it needs? Barely. Very barely. But yes. And again, I would very much like to transfer over just a few spare crew members. And that is you, done and dusted. Just one more to sort out. And then the fleet is ready for anything. And it's a bit of a big one. Because it is Sobek. Sobek's got a really cool design to it, but some shortcomings. One, the weapons are everywhere, so it really fails to focus its fire. And secondly, it really loves to explode on impact with anything. It has no field integrity. It's covered in blocks that just really like to explode, and it has non-functional hangars. We are probably about to fix all of these things. Let's get within range of the equipment dock. Oh gosh, it flies weird now. I thought you were more agile than this. But Sudazima redesigned the Sobek, if I can find it. There's the original Sobek, I think. Probably. 2.5 million trinium, bunch of Avorion and Ogonite. Relatively okay cost, but this is the re-edited version, which appears to have changed massively over to Avorion with its 3 million Avorion cost. It's 60 million credit cost. Good thing we are drowning in money. Let's apply the new design and let's investigate it. For one, those engines are looking a whole lot more devilish, and the hangars are accessible. Unthinkable. Also, the guns stayed in place. I'm rather surprised at that, but I don't want those guns where I left them, so I'm actually going to remove all of the weapons. And I'm actually going to mount all of the railguns in the same place, hoping that the ship can position itself better for fights. Because I get the feeling that the AI doesn't just shoot each of the weapons independently like it does for your own ship. I feel like it tries to position it to fire all guns in one direction, and then since some can't do it, it fails miserably at it. I don't know. Haven't experimented with it enough. Right, one big question. Where are your field integrities? Do you have field integrity? Integrity field generators? Oh yeah, there we go. That covers well, looks like it covers all of the ship actually, between all the different parts. You got it there, you got it there, you got it there. What you can do actually is you can just look at the entire ship. You can select field integrity. Energy container, there we go, field integrity. And if it's lit up in blue, it's already got field integrity. So there we go, the ship should no longer explode into a hot mess on collision, which I'm excited at the prospect for, because there were, prior to this, a lot of explosions. You have no cargo hold, which is good. I don't intend for you to have a cargo hold. Cool tiny little hangar at the top. I wonder if it's going to work. Anyway, this ship needs quite a bit of redesign compared to its last version. So what are we going to do about that? Well, first of all, we were told this ship is to have nothing but railguns. I don't think I have enough railguns for nothing but railguns. They're only size 2, meaning you can have 22 of them. Well then, back we go to make some more. So we go back to turret factory, switch to you, and we'll see if we can make another 20 or 30 of those turrets. I might be lacking Gauss rails for it. Interact, build turrets, inventory blueprints. Here's our massive anti-everything railgun. Should be able to make loads of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, if that's not enough of those, then I don't know what would be. Let's get back to Sobek. Are those big turrets decorative? We don't have much in the way of decorative turrets around here. They all fire big guns. And once again, let's take it out of the Alliance Vault. They got put in the Alliance Vault because that turret block, which is just inventory block, has... this could be a little awkward. Has... No, I see it, I see it. I was using from the Alliance Vault items and equipment to do this, and that ship was an Alliance ship, so it all went into the vault. 1, 2... Hold on, can I position this better so I can look at this being built better? Hopefully. There we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Ship has just become a giant railgun. As long as anything is vaguely in front of it, those guns with their 30-kilometer range should look at it and delete it. In addition to that, we have room for point defense, as is often the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... I'm out of that. I didn't check your slots, actually. Actually, this is quite important because I want you to change out to become a hangar with fighters, and I didn't actually properly do that. You've got loads of shields, so I think I can get rid of one of your shield generators. Actually, I'll just strip away a lot of what you have and see what we're left with. Okay, 18 million shield. I don't want to sacrifice another shield converter, so I'm going to spoil you, and I'm going to give you one of my good ones. One of my very good ones. Where are they? Energy to shield converter. That brings you up. I'm going to get another one actually. There we go, 22 million. Ah, come on, I like this new Sobek. Let's just spoil it completely. Give it all of these. 288 million shields, impenetrable of course. And now, by doing that, I stripped away all of your armed turret slots, which I'm sure you're not happy with. Which is why we're going to shift you out with armed carrying. And I should have everything I need for these. If I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I can sacrifice 5 of them for melting down, then I should be able to go 1, 2, 3, install, 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 permanently. And I actually don't know how many turret slots you end up with that, but let's just give you some regular armed turret slots on top of that. How are you doing on energy? You got way too much energy. I'm going to strip out this, and that should allow me to put in generated energy 1, 2, 3, 4. Still looking good on energy, and that gives you extra turret slots. They're arbitrary, but they still work out just fine. In fact, that upped your amount of armed turret slots significantly. Now you have 60. That has given you an additional lots of railguns to be had. Wow, okay, this is a bit more railgun than I was expecting, but I did build in accordance for this. So, another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, and you still have room for one more. 2 more even. Alright, I'll put them up here. Bonk, bonk. Okay. Okay. That gives you a pretty terrifying 66,000 Omicron, and we're not done with you yet. Make sure that the workforce is auto-assigned. It's not going to be enough, and you're also going to need pilots where we're going. So, first thing I want you to do is get yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hangars. You can support them all. And we're going to transfer over... Oh, we've got some alien ships, but they won't hurt us if we don't hurt them. Can I drag these one at a time? Too far away. Wow, you need to get really close with these to exchange items. I think it's 200 meters without any teleportation shenanigans. Transfer over you. Actually, can I just shift click or alt click? No, it's click and drag. Clicking this transfers the entire squad, which is not what I want to do. I'm going to drag over a few in each, maybe 4 from each. Sorry, they'll all fight the same, but I'm thinking more about optimizing the creation of these. This is yet another functional UI or UX in this game. Functional, but not pleasant. Story of this game's UX right there. The assault pyramid is being pushed away by the equipment dock for taking up its space for too long. Alright, there we go. So now Sudazima will resume the creation of the fighters to replace the ones that just got pushed out. Doesn't take you too long, 50 minutes each, and we got them running 5 in parallel. And over here on Sobek, why are these saying no? I'll need to look into that. But here on Sobek, I can melt down 1 of each to turn into a blueprint. Essentially costing me 60,000 Avorion for each of them, but hey, we have Avorion for days. We have 52 million Avorion. That's a good amount. Let's enable these for production. I hope you put production boosters on this ship. I didn't check, did I? Also, the shipyard just got destroyed in the sector, didn't it? I rather think it did. Whoops. Are those ships still here? Yeah, they are, but the destroyer should take care of them. Yeah, I forgot I wasn't alone in this place. The teleporter got wrecked. Okay, yeah, I kind of wanted that shipyard to be here, but if it's not here, at least we've already done our alterations. So, I don't think we actually have any production blocks, but we'll have to check. I don't see see any. Oh, no, there we go, assembly blocks. It does have some, not a whole lot of them. It's not a huge deal. It would boost up the production time for the fighters, but it falls off pretty quick. I don't think we need it. What we do need, however, are a few more crew members. Where is Malcontent? There's Malcontent. Please transfer over, I don't know, give us like 200 crew. And we also need pilots here. How many pilots? I don't know, how many can you spare? Give us all 100 of those pilots. Probably I'm actually going to need 120 pilots. Do you have more pilots? Absolutely not. And even with autosign, I still need more crew over here. Give me another 100 crew. Give me another 200 crew. And would you look at that? We actually have an academy here. It says we only need 30 pilots. I'm convinced we're going to need more. I'm going to shove 60 into the queue for training. Oh, you even got cloning bay on this. Very nice. All right, very, very good. Let's make sure that you still have the order to escort me. They're all on escort duty. Everyone is kitted out. Excellent. And I'm looking forward to having even more fighters come in and, well, fight. If needed, there's a little bit of framework left. I don't think it's needed. Sure, an hour per fighter seems a bit grim, but we have 5 of them running in parallel, and especially as we idle, these are just going to be made and made and made. Plus, Sudazima will be making them as well. Sudazima's loaded in production blocks, and even that only brings it down to, yeah, 47 minutes. So yes, even more fighters ready to rock and roll. But with that, we have upgraded the ships with redesigns, and please, Steam, I want to... Ah, screw it, I'll just put it in bold. What's the shortcut for strike through? This UI is so broken and busted. There we go. Can I click on to do without it going down? Good. What's this strike through? Okay, maybe there isn't. Anyway, done. Complete equipping the main squad with endgame guns. Done. Design a top tier R mining salvaging turret. Yes. Alright, I will do that just now. Just in case things go down over here, I'm going to warp Malcontent and crew over to where we're going to be doing that. It's right over here. Very short journey. Good. There's going to be a lot of redesigning and standardizing ships at the start here before we get on to checking off more of the perfect Hansa checklist and then slaughtering some bosses. But hey, nobody tuned in here for excitement, I'm sure. You get there already? You absolutely did. Alright, Malcontent. Switch to you. The reason I want you over here is because you never know when things go grim. You get a bunch of alien fleet warping in and blowing up the sector. Well, I don't want this sector blown up. So I'm going to have you autopilot attack all enemies. I believe I claimed that when you defeat the Wormhole Guardian, all of the Zotan are hostile to you forever. But I have not actually seen that happen. The Zotan warp in and they're still neutral, and I don't know why. It might be because I've got that thing that deletes the invasion event, and it restores so-called vanilla behavior, but I thought that happened in vanilla as well. Anyway, clearly something not working all that well. Or I've been mistaken all this time. Now, what I want to do is go and make an extremely good salvaging and mining laser so that I can standardize my mining fleet with it. So we're going to be doing the good old gacha rolling at the turret factory. So I want your best breaks stone. The troubling thing is I have no idea what a really good stat for this is. I mean, look at this thing. It's got, what is it? It's a 5 slaughter. Nothing wrong with being 5 slots big. Just means I need fewer of you. Oh, but they use laser modulators, which is the one item I'm struggling to get enough of. What about the brakes alloy? Laser modulators again, huh? Okay, okay. No damage to shields, plus 50% damage. Damage, efficiency. Looks like there's a damage and efficiency thing, so maybe we can roll and get both. And what about the stones? Actually, you know what? I can just put in brakes and see both of them, can't I? Plus 20,000 damage to stone, man. That's pretty badass. Let's just roll and see how it changes up. Ah, you get the extra damage booster. Right, so I guess I want the damage booster and the efficiency booster. And then probably just call it a day. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's even got a range booster. Oh, hell, look at these. They've both got efficiency, range, and damage boosting, and they both look great. Well, then that's fantastic, isn't it? I want these, but I need laser modulators for them. Harumph. Normally I just go and break down entire sectors for that, but I'm feeling a little generous today. So what I'm instead going to do is I'm going to find myself a laser modulator factory and buy them. The question is, who makes laser modulators? Do you think it's a laser compressor factory or a laser head factory? Laser head, laser, where's the lasers? Laser heads. Well, you know what? I do have a list of goods that I can just check here, don't I? Check for modulators. They are actually made specifically in the laser modulator factory. So if I check laser mod, I find that there are very few laser modulator factories, but there is one over here in the Trinium zone. Laser modulator factory, medium size. I can deal with that. So we're going to head over there. 3-minute job. Yeah, no problem. Hey, can I take the turret factory with me? Apparently not. Okay, get me over there. And just in case there ends up being an attack here, I'm going to warp to another sector. I think I shall warp to... Ooh, where is that... where's that factory that isn't working for me? Mine Aluminium 2. Fleet, Mine Aluminium 2. So let's switch to you. Something funny is going on with this factory, and I don't know what. It used to work, I know that much. But now it is completely full of stock, and it's not selling it passively, it's only selling it actively to, I think this trading post buys aluminium. Yeah, it does, and I keep filling it up, which means we have all these aluminium goods and we're not selling them. I don't think we charge an arm and a leg. I even dropped the base price in the hopes that people would come and buy it. We do have sell and sell. So something's going on here. I have a way of checking for something in particular. Is there actually demand here? I'm going to make sure that the Alliance Vault has a trade subsystem. Why do I have... Oh, that's Salesman's best friend ones. Go and take a few of these. Nice thing about a factory is that you can permanently install and remove without needing an equipment dock. Very nice quality of life there. If I go to trading overview and I check for aluminium, the demand here is incredibly low. Wait, no, it's incredibly high. Look at that. Demand is up for aluminium, 94%. So the price is sky high, but for some reason nobody wants to buy it. I can't explain why. But we're not getting the passively sold stuff here. No idea. If anybody knows why this could be happening, I'd love to hear it, but me, I have no idea. We produce the goods, we've got the goods. I don't know, I'm going to dump 5,000 cargo just in case it's causing some issues with that somehow. There's no good reason that I can think of that we're not able to sell this cargo. Buy goods, sell goods. I don't need to request either. Can enable and re-enable. These are maxed out, although they don't really do anything. Yeah, I don't know why. This is just not passively selling anymore. No clue. Anyway, back to malcontent. Still makes money, but paltry money. And it should be so good because the demand for aluminium is so high over there. Time to make your own laser modulator factory. Oh, if I wanted to make all the stuff for making all the guns... Well, we're going to have to eventually. The plan is, of course, to produce every good. But I'm not going to set up the supply chain for every good. Then we really would be here for the 500 hours, I think. But I do want to do it for the accelerators, because I love accelerators. They make crazy money. Ooh, high pressure tubes. There we go, laser modulator factory M, come to me. Looks like no one's coming to pick it up. Maybe the merchants won't come to this sector for some reason. I don't know why, though. Even if it were a hazard zone, the hazard would have passed long ago. Hazard zones only last for about 2.5 hours real time. Cool looking factory, I like that green glow. Right. No need to open any docking bay doors, we can dock from a long distance, and I want... Oh, that's a terrible number of laser modulators. I'll take them all, but holy moly, I need more than that. Well, if people can't provide me with laser modulators, the correct thing to do is go and secure my laser modulators. Question is, where are they used in? I think laser modulators are only used in turrets. So I guess what we need to do is go and find ourselves a turret factory and turret supply factory in hostile land. Look at all these volunteers over here and over here. It's time to equip the piggy bank and make sure that we have our... Oh yeah, there we go. Commodore Smuggler. Perfect. I need a lot of these laser modulators. And I just spent a lot of mine on defense turrets. But we need more than a good defense around here. Take all of these blocks, put them in, combine them together. And then just no good reason not to maximize this. All the way out to the front. All the way out to the back, at least until we hit that gun. And then these guys merge together to give me 205,000 cargo hold, 206,000 cargo hold, and then just as big as we get them. Bigger, bigger. Alright, merge all that together. And now we've got 368,000 cargo hold for all the stolen goods that I'll be picking up. And didn't I just earlier say, oh that's it, we're done with just stealing items? Well no, we're back. That's an insufficient number of modulators. So, let's find those turret factories. The closer to the core, the more goods they're going to have. So let's just go and... Oh my, look at all that stuff. Yeah, we're taking it over. Come all of us. We'll be there in 2 ticks. With these big guns we've got equipped, they are just going to be in a very poor situation. You forgot to set cell to active again. I did. I'll trust you over me. Besides, we've got 2 minutes to kill. Alliance, Fleet, Aluminium Mine 2. Switch to Aluminium Mine 2. How is it already full of aluminium? Guess we just make it that quickly. Oh yeah, there we go. Request traders buying its goods when it's full. Well, one can hope that it works, but it doesn't appear to. That would be why no merchants are going... Yeah, but it has been enabled for a very long time. All these turret suppliers. They look neutral from this view, but this is because this is the Alliance view. Alliance has different standings with other groups compared to our individual standing. Where's this? Oh, this is for designing that. And it's going to be needed for standardizing the mining fleet. So I'm going to need... how many laser modulators did it say? I think it said about 12 each. I don't need a ton of these. Maybe like 3 or 4 per ship. And I'm going to have about, let's just say, 20 or 30 ships. So that's about 30 or 40 needed per ship. 40. Yeah, if I get about 1,500 laser modulators, I should be fine. And we can just unbrand them. One of these days I'm going to build my own smuggler depot so that I can unbrand them personally. I might even... I might migrate over to, say, 1.0 for all of my nefarious goings-on, or maybe 1.1. I don't want to set up my... Well, it depends whatever is a good-looking sector. Good-looking to me is no asteroids and a very clear view. I don't like systems that are really foggy. This place is nice and clear. There's a few clouds here and there, but it's got asteroids. I will hunt around for an ideal central place to set up what will be my just Main industrial zone, but not the production industry, just shipyard, repair dock, smuggler deck, things like that. Anyway, a warm welcome. I believe you have goods for me. Actually, servos are always welcome, so we'll take that as well. And just immediately warping in and drinking all the goods, and Sylvanas fighters are heading out, and Sobek's fighters are heading out. Let's get to work, shall we? This place just got turned into a hazard zone, soon it won't be a zone at all. Not that I'm here for the servos, but, you know, it looked at me funny, so it has to go. The shields go, and then once the shields are gone, the bolters just remove the hull. Very fond of bolters. I gotta say, I thought I'd be falling in love with pulse guns in this run, but no, the pulse guns just do not manage to get the DPS that I'm looking for. There we go, little fighters come in just to claim a bit of glory on this thing as well, but kaboom. Once you're gone, well, the most important thing is get those turret factories. Ah, I'm looking right at it. Oh, I could have sworn I turned on all these goods pickup things. It's okay though, on come the goods. 4,000 stolen servos. That's still good though, because servos are in high demand. Need a lot of servos for a lot of the custom guns, and I want to be able to make lots of custom guns. There's the turret factory. My Tesla coils nibble away at the shields. I wish I had more Tesla coils, but there are only so many gun slots that I have, and I'm not willing to sacrifice my rocket launchers. Oh, lordy, that poor thing. Okay, anybody seeing the laser modulators? Only 22? Oh, I am disappointed. Is there anything left in this place already? There's a fighter factory, sure. Turret factory supplier. Right, they'll be the ones holding out on me, no doubt. Let's get over there. Let's not accidentally fly into the gate, though. Not looking to pay any dues. Stopping power is a little harsh right now because of my giant fat underbelly. But this is why I don't just up the malcontents design the ship that I'm using here. Just to be a maxed out 15 slaughter, I like the ability to put on a big old cargo bay for instances like this. Now what I could also do, if I wanted loads of laser modulators, it's not like I have to do it this way. What I could do is send a ship. You're a bad example of a ship, you're a much better example of a ship. I could tell them to procure, and then I tell them to get me laser modulators, but obviously there's none in that area. All my merchants are busy. But I could tell, yeah, one of my captains to go and do it, and then they could get me a very large number of them. But that would take time, and I want the laser modulators now, so we're going and just taking them by force. I should feel bad about doing this. You know, if this happened to my factories and my production stuff, I'd feel bad about it. That's more like it. 360 laser modulators. I certainly don't need the wire from the wire manufacturer, but look, the thing's almost dead. I might as well put it out of its misery. And the trading post, for all we know, that trading post is a laser modulator trading post. Better not leave that up in the air. They'll never talk to me, so they're not going to tell me what they stock. I'm actually going to have you set to attack target rather than fight the other things around here. We just bat the asteroids out of our way. How are the rest of the ships doing anyway? They're just on escort mode, they're not on actively kill everything in the area mode, but hey, there we go! Tactical assault pyramid is pirouetting through the air. Sobek sends out the fighters. Battleship's just back there observing the rubbish, going a little bit starboard. Using the word starboard as if I know what it means. I'm not a navally orientated individual. See ship, delete ship. I didn't pay attention to what we got out of the trading post, so for all we know we just killed it for nothing. But I will take out the fighter factory before moving on. Can you make ramming ships in this game? Yes. Ramming's not very viable, but it can be done. You could just make a very large armoured front plate for a ship, pack it full of engines, and just top speed ram your way through enemies. Fidget is a rare example of a boss that ramming is good against, because Fidget teleports whenever you shoot him. So he can be very annoying to, well, to shoot to death. But of course if you just ram him, he won't... Oh god, I gotta see this from Baron's point of view. I think we only caught the tail end of it, but it's good to see the tactical assault pyramid using its party poppers. Good stuff. Alright, again, didn't pay much attention to what was coming my way. Get rid of these wee ships. Now, one big annoyance with using fighters is that you need the fighters to redock before you go away. Otherwise the fighters persist in the area, they show up as lost fighters, and then eventually they just dematerialize. So I need to wait for them to redock. And unfortunately fighters don't have the greatest of speeds. So they end up just flying around trying to enter, failing to enter. Let's see if I can watch them get into Sobek. And also if combat re-engages, they're going to fly out again. So you gotta wait on this. Which I do wish they didn't have this, just abstract this away so you didn't have to wait on them constantly. But I have no idea how I could modify that at all. Because even when they get here, you gotta wait for them to fly into the hangars, although admittedly they are flying in quite efficiently. And then you can check here on Sobek, the hangar looks nice and full. And how about on Sylvana? Sylvana's looking good, they're all back. And then, do I want to take out another turret factory? How many laser modulators did I liberate today? Malcontent, grab, check inventory. Only 382, although we've got some legitimately gained laser modulators as well. But, you know, that's just not enough. Let's go and take out some more. They should add a fighter teleport module like in Star Sector, just teleport all of your fighters back to your hangar. In my testing, fighters weren't lost when I jumped early. In my testing, they absolutely did. They would show up on the map as lost fighters. But I think that's for escort ships, because with non-escort ships, your ship will wait until the fighters have docked before jumping out. Escorts don't seem to wait around. There's a military outpost as well here. That has rather a lot of things to destroy, but the turret factory takes priority. Those are some good tanky fighters as well. I like the fact that they actually hold their own. Oh, but now we've got enemy fighters. And our defense laser beams will try and destroy them, but fighters are actually very good at dodging. However, they can't dodge forever, and eventually our lasers are going to take them out. Very small and hard to see, aren't they? Can I click on one? Yeah, I had one and then I dropped it. There we go, there's one. Church of Aket's hostile fighter there. They've actually got shield, that's cool. And we just blasted its shield off. It's got that little bit of hull, so yeah, very painful for even point defense to take care of. But that's okay, that's a good sign that our own fighters are going to be fighting that way, if not better. And if they die, they will automatically be replaced. The pilots can be cloned, and the ships themselves get remade, admittedly at a very high price each, but hey, I'll buy it for a high price. Ah, wasn't escort for me, says Sudazima. Fighters are wild. They enter only one preferred hangar. They enter all at the same time, not caring about collisions, but they're launched per hangar, so more hangars launches them faster. You can see I put out small hangar blocks in the belly of the Soviet. Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't know that it worked that way. I just assumed that was to get them back in faster, but getting them out faster is a good idea too. Although, for a protracted fight where we need all the fighters that we can get for the extra DPS, I don't think it's going to be a huge matter how quickly they come out. Oh man. Hello, Baron. So we know the tactical assault pyramid is here. Keeps blowing its party popper. Yeah, I said the turret factory was the priority, and I didn't actually deal with the turret factory. It's okay, repair dock can go down. Testament to how much firing I'm doing, my weapons are all overheating. These weapons are meant to be very good at firing for a long time without overheating, but faction ships in the area are meant to be the strongest around. And that's what we're dealing with here. No such thing as a free lunch after all. This is all well and good, but I actually want to see how Amaterasu's doing. I love seeing Amaterasu giving off a broadside. Need to find a target first, though. When they're only on escort duty, they're not that great at... Oof, they're not that great at fighting, I would dare to say. All the while Baron just comes around. The party popper weapons are pretty garbage. They are quite pretty. What are you up to? Anyway, malcontent. Where was that fighter factory? Has it already been... the turret factory. Hasn't quite been reduced to cinders yet. I can't even see it. Ah, there it is. Compared to the ships, the fighters are so much better at fighting because they just beeline for the enemy and shoot. They don't need to consider positioning quite as much as the ships do. Ammunition, targeting systems, guns, Tesla coils, but no, what I'm looking for are laser modulators. And this should have some. I see laser compressors, servos, pressure tubes, 203 laser modulators. Good, good. Alright, now my question is, are those fighters going to get back in time? No, poor cruiser. So what I'm going to do is jump away and see if we end up with any lost fighters. 2 turret factories and a whole bunch of fuel. This isn't very renewable farming for my turret stuff, though. Once these turret factories are gone, they're gone. Despite having read the script that says the AI does rebuild, I have never seen the AI rebuild. So where do we come from? Was it here? Yeah, no lost fighters though, but we did give them a reasonable amount of time to come back. Yeah, after a certain while it's not a big deal because they will be remade. It's just, if we lost, say, 100 fighters, it's a long time to replace them all because we pump out about maybe 5 or 10 per hour. And it took me a while to notice that I kept losing fighters, so I must have lost a lot of them in the wake. Come on, Amaterasu. Fire it off. I love seeing the cannons go. I wonder if the problem is the AI likes to move directly towards its target, and going straight ahead like that doesn't afford it the ability to shoot its guns. How about that it tilts down? Come on, fire! Just when I'm watching it doesn't want to fire. Alright, I'm going to give you a different order. I'm going to tell you to attack all enemies. They usually are a lot better at... There we go! Actually makes its shots when it's told explicitly to... Oh yes. Oh yes. The damage on these cannons is intense. Look at these damn things. When they land, they do 4 hits of 47,000 damage on the hull. With antimatter as well, so it does extra bonus damage. I love to see it. Alright, that's all well and good. Amaterasu, before I forget, you are meant to escort me, so get with the escorting. Although the cannons don't do quite the same damage as the missile launchers, they fire much faster. Sometimes your missile launchers can just keep firing at a target that is long dead. Alive when they make the shot, but 10 seconds later when it arrives, 30 kilometers down the line, nothing left even to hit. Speaking of nothing left, that turret supplier must be ours. Laser modulators. Yeah, even then, it's 5, 6, 7, 800 of them. It's not quite all the ones that I want, but if I'm a little bit miserly on how many I create, it should be okay. Just trying to kill everything here. Now, we don't need, like, the small fuel factory. Although fuel is needed for these rocket launchers, and I may want to make more of them down the line, so it might not be the worst thing in the world to be taking them out. A large group of alien ships. Okay, okay. They immediately get aggroed because we're already firing, and they get aggroed by any sorts of energy bursts like that. Zotan destroyers, and some of these actually have immunity to antimatter. But that's why we have a variety of weapons. They're not all antimatter guns here. Physical on the rockets, antimatter on the bolters, plasma on the Teslas, and surprisingly antimatter on the railguns. The pulse guns will get through that, but no pulse guns here. And it's fragmental on the wait, fragment lasers? Okay, sure. Well, I guess you can fragment light. That's the whole thing about it, but... Oh, Baron's doing it. Gonna party pop that station to death. Brilliant design. Fluorine, nitrogen, ugh, toxic waste. I need to be sure to just sell that instead of unbranding it. Actually, when we do go to unbrand, we're going to be able to look at a very nice quality of life change. Courtesy of Von Dougal's, the brilliant mind behind the mods that we saw for The Long Dark. Alright, so looking over here, you're still waiting to get your little fighters back. Yeah, they're trying to follow you. Get in here. I appreciate the work done on this, but mechanically, just let me take the fighters back. Or teleport them in, something to that effect. Right, well, with all that going on, I think we can rather happily head back over here. But since that's a warp command, I absolutely want those fighters to be back. The last one's going there. Where is Sylvana? Sylvana's over there. The fighters all appear to be in. Dang right. With additional being made, of course. Let's go and get that stuff ready for the mining fleet. We can unbrand it over here. It's not a problem. And we can just leave our little drone behind to survey the wreckage and think about what we've done. We came here only because we wanted our mining fleet better equipped. You know, I'm eventually going to stop punching these poor AIs, but as long as they continue to have the things I want, why would I not just go over and take it? I can only think of one faction that's fleet could destroy mine, and that's the convoy that heads towards the center. I'm actually tempted to fight them, but man are they powerful. There's a lot of them. They got about 500,000 Omicron each, millions of shield and hull. And that definitely puts them above my own fleet. I'd be fine if it were 2 or 3 of them, but there's about a dozen of them in the convoy. So what does this say? We're going to design these turrets, probably make plenty so that I can standardize the mining fleet. I think I'll do the mining fleet before the exploration fleet. Because they're not operational right now, and I absolutely want them to be operational. How many are we going to have? How many miners are waiting around here? Miner, Avorion, I got 9. The escorts are going to be changed to regular miners, so if I've got 9 there, I think I'll upgrade it to about 12, because I should have 3 additional mining captains at the ready. And even if I had more, I would like to use them for my trinium mining operation. The iron and titanium mining operation will probably continue until I have enough iron and titanium to just ignore, well, to never need it again, because iron and titanium are no longer used in my fleet. But the goal says I need to get 100 million of it, so 100 million I shall get. It's 1 second per hangar, 2 minutes for 120 fighters on one block. Apparently having 2 openings doesn't matter like the Sylvana has. 1 second per hangar. Oh, that must be to go out, not to go back in. We're certainly not waiting 2 minutes for Sylvana to get her fighters back. Okay, first things first, where's the smuggler yard? Oh, the smuggler yard is probably very dead, right? Well, that's okay. I have a cunning idea here, don't I? Shipyard, I would like you to build me a ship. I need it to be a station founder ship. I don't really care what it is, so just make me this wee thing. And you are going to be... what do I call you? Smuggler... what are they called? They're smuggler something or other. Smuggler Station 01. Probably only need 1, but get me that. So with the lack of a smuggler station around here, I'll just make my own. I'm going to bring it over to where the turret factory is, so this will be my one-stop shop for unbranding goods. I believe you already have a smuggler on board. Good, that means I can just dump goods onto you. But hold that thought. And this is something I really like in this game, and you don't have to do it whatsoever to beat the game or enjoy it. Being able to found your own stations that have these kinds of utilities. So this weird little ship that I would never want or need. What the heck is that? It's a huge cargo hauler. Okay. Anyway, I want to get close-ish to the turret factory, which is there, but also kind of close to you. So let's see if I can go over in this direction and establish myself. Oh, there we go. And within 4 kilometers of you, ideally. 3.5 is fine. So then we go Dodunk, Thunder Station, and you will be the Smuggler Market. Crunch. And let's of course turn you into a proper factory. I feel like I could make you out of better stuff by now. What about an Augenite version? Uses a lot of Augenite, but you know what I have? A lot of Augenite. And that gives you 18 million hull, which is much better. Alright, sweet. Now I'm in good range with you. Did I get enough crew to man this place? Absolutely not. But the nice thing about funding a station is that you get your own crew to hire. So I'm just going to gobble up all of them, put them to work. Wow, that still wasn't enough. Well, that's okay. That's what malcontent is there for. Actually, could I hire your crew as well, or is it going to say womp womp? Yeah, it's going to say womp womp. Okay, malcontent, get over here. So you might think, why build my own smuggler market for this? There are plenty of smuggler markets in the area. Well, something that the game I don't think tells you anywhere is that you make tax off of money that changes hands like that. How much shields are on you? 122,000 shields. That's not great, but I'm not going to invest more. You've got plenty enough hull for this. No, not hire crew. Let us transfer some crew. I'll give you another 50 crew for the heck of it. And I want to make sure that you're actually putting those crew in the right place. Why? Why does it do this sometimes? I have to take control of you for that auto-assign to work. Some weird way things work in this game. Let's also make sure that the smuggler market here goes over to the Alliance. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Actually, not yet. Not yet. I'll do my business with it first. So if I unbrand... And this is good, see? We now have turret goods colored in, so I know exactly what to unbrand. Previously, I wasn't sure what. I mean, do we use ammunition or L? No, it's only M and S. So I can unbrand those and sell off the rest. Brilliant. So let's get them unbranded, shall we? Unbrand, unbrand, unbrand. Is there a reason not to just unbrand everything that I want to give over? I'm unsure because there might not be enough space for it all, but what the hell. Do it all. Generators, fuel, gold, lenses, pressure tubes, compressors, modulators, lead, Tesla coils, nanobots, rockets, servos, steel tubes. Oh, steel tubes are good. I was low on those, I'm quite sure. Transformators, okay, there we go. Stolen wires and zinc. And then the rest of the stuff we can just sell off. And, courtesy of this glorious wee mod, it autofills it. Ah, man, so good. And look at that, transaction tax. So normally you only get 1/4 of the value of things by selling them, but you'll get 20% additional in transaction tax. That is sweet, and that is a good reason to have your own one. So how much are we making in transaction tax? 15,000, 1,000, well, I don't know, guess I can just count the amount of money that I make here. There we go, so I made 13 million there, and an additional 20% in transaction tax. I just wanted to keep this as my own so I could see the transaction tax there. However, what will really be happening is that our smuggler station 01 gets put over to the Alliance. Hopefully that doesn't, you know, make even bigger enemy of the Syndicate, because the Syndicate wasn't my best friend for taking over their area. But I think we're cool now. All right, very good. And then all these goods that I got, and I am sure that they are, well, surely okay. I can go over to Turret Factory 1 cargo slot, and then I just bung in all this cargo, except for my research data. And there's not enough space in you for all that. Interesting. Can I expand your space through subsystems? Well, yes and no. I don't want to get rid of the shielding on you, but I do have a spare slot there to further increase your capacity. So Alliance Vault, hit cargo. What's my biggest proportional cargo thing? That's you. And then let's put that in to get you an additional 35% in the cargo space. And that's still not quite enough, which does lead me to wonder which of these are unnecessary or do we have too much of. I want my Rift research data back, by the way. Well, I know you need those servos. There must be something here that there's too much of or is insignificant. How about you cough me back 5,000 of those wires and 5,000 of those energy cells. Also, we got a problem. Aliens. Let's not make this a hazard sector, okay? You guys get out of here. Sorry, those seeking rockets should do a number on this battleship. And then there were none. This is why hanging around in this kind of area is not my favorite thing to do. Right, I definitely want you to have all those servos, by the way. Servos are really good. What else do you have too much of that I could definitely take away from you? The aluminium, take the energy inverters, the high pressure tubes, and then you go whomp, not enough space. It's hard to get a good idea of which of these items you need in which quantity, but surely you don't need 21,000 copper and electromagnets. Give me back 5,000 of each of those. I'll give them a new home. Ammunition S, energy cells, wires, 10,000 crystals. Apparently 48,000 steel, huh? Surely nobody needs that much steel. Could also, it's not unthinkable to just expand the overall size of you. Make you quite a bit bigger. That'll give you more cargo hold as well. And then when I go back to, oh, that also leaves you shy on crew, doesn't it? You need an additional 100 and something crew. Well, that's exactly what Malcontent sends in the clones for. In fact, I'm a little low on crew. Can we make myself another 800 crew members, please? And let's transfer him over, say, 200. And then you should actually be able to take all this cargo, right? Sod what you say you need or want. And then when I'm in you, hey, looking good. Alright, and in that case, I go back to my turret place, and we build those turrets. Factory blueprints which break things, and I want the R demolisher and the R excavator. I'm going to... Oh, right. I can actually boost you, can't I? DPS is good. Salvage efficiency is good. Range is probably insignificant, but you know, why not make it the best it can be? So that's the R demolisher for salvaging. And then I want the R excavator for mining, and again, why settle for anything less than the best? Gosh, that is good though, 97.5%. Alright, sweet, we take that, and then we make both of them into blueprints, and then that way we can always make them on our inventory blueprints. Favorite the both of them. And I need the miners more than the salvagers right now, so what if I make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. Can I do another 12 with relative impunity? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then with the salvaging laser, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 18. Alright, that'll do. I want to save some laser modulators just in case. Another thought is I need or want some intense DPS weapons standardized. And what I actually ended up doing was I fished for a coaxial to do that. So if I just go pure DPS, not even per slot, there is... I made two versions, but this one. A bursting coaxial biorocket launcher with 50,000 DPS. It costs a lot, but that's a huge amount of Omicron to put on ships that won't even care about it because they will be flying away on missions. So if I make a bunch of these, I can standardize the DPS. So I think I'm going to make a whole bunch. I've got 22 billion to work with. Dropping a few billion on these should surely be worth it. So what if I make 12 and 10? Let's see if we can make 30 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tells me I'm low on my targeting cards, but that's okay-ish. And now we should have good gear for standardization. Give me all of those. Definitely give me the mining lasers. I need to get rid of these nasty blueprints that I made in case I couldn't find better, and I absolutely found better. Otherwise, this all looks okay. This looks okay. If it all looks okay, then let's get to work. Let's go over to this smuggler hideout, which isn't busted and broken. Got 13 rift research data. That was all that was left of 30,000 that I spent on getting subsystems. Hold that thought. The ESA schedule has just gone and covered my screen. There we go. I really thought I'd be watching a lot more ESA speedrunning this past week or so, but it's just been pretty intolerable for viewing. The cringe of the in-between segments I can handle, but the sheer amount of advertisements, no. Especially mid-run advertisements. Who, in God's name, signs off on that kind of decision? Right, so I want to standardize my mining fleet. I think I standardized them before, but now I want to super re-standardize them. Part of that problem might be the lack of equipment dock here, because I don't think your subsystems are right up to snuff, are they? It's a bit of a ragtag of subsystems. I do not like it, especially when it's +2/+2. I think I might want a little bit more than that. Yeah, which tells me I need an equipment dock here. I need an equipment dock somewhere. I don't particularly want to put it here. The syndicate won't be happy with that. What I could do actually is Malcontent could jump over to somewhere that does have an equipment dock with you guys. Apparently there's one over there, but I think it got destroyed. There's definitely one over here, so let's... oh, it can be done in a single jump. Okay then, let's go over here. So if I take the usual entourage and I take all of the miners, that means I can equip the miners safely. Alright, there we go. It's only a 2-minute jump. Pew! There are also the explorers to concern myself with. They're already in a relatively safe place. Ooh, there are also the merchants free, so I can check and see at what rate they can acquire laser modulators, which seem to be about the only troublesome thing to get a hand on. So if I wanted you to procure me some laser modulators, you would tell me there are no laser modulators. And what if I told you push yourself? Laser modulators can be bought at an unpleasant price, but let's say I wanted 1,000 of them. Huh, not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Give me 1,000 laser modulators, please. Normally I have these merchants grabbing me Rift research data. I don't mind the extra cost, because right now money is not really much of an issue. If I feel like a billion space ducats isn't enough, I need only go into the Alliance and say, please Alliance, give me an additional 5 billion space ducats, and then they're mine. Right, so this has been my explorer ship for quite a long time, and they have admittedly explored quite a lot, with good speed as well. But how can I be satisfied with that? I want it to be able to go out there and scout the galaxy risk-free and relatively quickly. So... Gonna go to the equipment dock and just tell all of my explorers to go and dock over there, because they seem awfully scattered about this region. As long as they're within a reasonable region of this, they should be able to switch out their goodies. And there's a shipyard here as well, so I can redesign the ships as need be. And I will need. So there we go, they're all heading their way through there. Malcontent has reached destination. We do Malcontent first. We do Malcontent first, give these guys a time to head over there. So with any luck, this will be the final upgrading I do of all these automated fleets. Well, with these ones at least, the Trinium Zone and the Titanium Zone ones can probably be done at my leisure. So, equipment dock. Get all the miners in range of the equipment dock. 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and escort 1 and escort 2. I'm going to take over one of the escort ones, because I was misguided on something. So with the escorts, I stacked them full of huge numbers of guns, thinking that would drive down the risk of being jumped in the attack. But then I eventually went through the script and tested it out myself a bit, and that's not the case. It does care about the total amount of hull and shield and gun on the fleet, but that's not everything that is taken into account. Let's see if I can bring this up over here. We got notepad window. We got notepad window. After all the stuff that it does for attack probability, It actually goes down and then checks all of the escorts and says for each individual escort, if it's strong enough not to be in danger, whatever nebulous factor being in danger for dangerous sectors are, then it will multiply the probability by 0.75, and that's going to multiply with itself time and time again. So if I make sure that every member of the mining fleet is strong enough to be considered not in danger, then we should be able to stack this multiplier enough that will drag down the chance of an attack to 1%. 0 seems unattainable, but 1% is practically 0. So that's what I'm going to be going for, making every member of the fleet tough enough. Of course, I'm also going to make sure that they are given proper names for this. No more escort stuff, it's just minor Avorion 08 for you. And yeah, we're going to get rid of these disparate weapons. And you also, let's make sure that you are... I need to take your yield before I rename you, for some odd reason. Give it to me, give it to me. Anyone else for more yield? Stumbled upon an old salvage, give it to me. Spare money for me, give it to me. And then you're going to be Avorion 09, I think it is. Right, so I like this overall design, I just need to make it more and better. So. The Oganite armor is good. The weapons have pretty much all got to go. And let's see if we can work on a standard here. Even the R-Delver's got to go. And I think I'll just tear off all the subsystems and see what we can work with. So actually, I think I'm not going to need much in the way of armed subsystems, because all they need are 5 turret slots, and then they should be able to go on a rampage with what I give them. Why do you have armed turret slots? Oh, you're a Commodore, aren't you? Yeah, nice as it is that you are a Commodore, I'm going to switch you out for a miner. So when it comes to well, actually, let's work on the ship first. The problem, or a problem with the ship, is that it is only... Well, I'd say it's only an 11 slotter, but the question is, do I even need 15 slots on something like this? There's a strong argument that says I really don't. Because all I would end up giving you anyway is an armed subsystem slot. And look at these, look, this one gives +7 already. I suppose what I would like on you are considerably better shields. And I guess you'll need power as well, huh? What if I just give you the regular old endgame miner covered in Oganite? So it's got all the... It's got all the standard stuff. And then what if I were to size you up? 2 million Oganite to size you up by 200%. Quite the cost in everything, but now you've got 10 million hull. And probably an enormous demand for crew. Yeah, look at that. But you're certainly not going to be picked on like this, I reckon. And now you absolutely are. 15, huh? Expensive, but an expense I only need to pay once, and you're not going to get destroyed quickly with 11 million hull. On top of that, let's see if we can look for some framework. I don't mind paying large amounts here anyway, because it's a one-off cost. If I turn all of this into Avorion tier shield generation, suddenly you've got 5 million shields, which is very nice. You're going to need the power to back that up. Let's give you even more shields. There we go, it's another huge amount of Avorion down the drain, but 8 million shields, 11 million hull. Definitely hungry for workforce. I want you to be up at 6 squads, which means I need to give you essentially a 2 and a 3 booster on miners. But if I give you that, and then I give you the Hydra version, the one that gives 2 and 3. Then you're up pretty good there. Plenty of cargo space for sure. How about energy production? Energy production is a little bit sad, but that's okay. I can just grab this thing and replace it with a generator. And now your generation is still a little bit sad. I'll make this into a generator as well. Maybe both of these. Yeah, maybe all three. Go on. We're going big budget here after all. And now it's got the power. It's got the hangar space. It'll eventually have the crew. It's got way too many crew quarters, but that's its own problem. And I suspect I'd be able to be alright with this thing if I gave it only one of my giant guns. So if I just smack... Ew, those are Orgonite turret bases. No, 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 no. Need to make these Orgonite turret bases into Avorion ones. Actually, I reckon there's a lot of that stuff, so if I just go and go Orgonite turret base, and then I select all, and then I go Avorion turret base and replace all, dunk, there we go. Now I should be able to put on my big gun. So this big gun, it's only one gun, and it adds 50,000 Omicron. It's not very usable, it's just a... Granted, it is guided, but it's just a rocket launcher sitting out the side. Rather than having to drag all these different guns over to get Omicron, this one gun is 50,000. So I think you should be alright with this. And then on top of that, I want one of my breaks stones things. And hey, look at there, it's right there. Long range R excavator. If I put on 2 of you, don't... Oh, right, of course you need unarmed as well, don't you? Bring back the turret subsystems. Go to unarmed. 5, 6, 7, huh? I've only got 14 of these. Got a lot more of these. 4, 5, 6, 6, and 6. And these things use up 5, huh? I don't know if 2 will be enough. Kind of want 1 more. Can I put on 3? Don't see a good reason that I can't put on 3. I'll test with you 2 first, anyway. Point is, I think this might be the makeup for the final version of my mining ship. It's huge, powerful. It's got the DPS. My only concern is that shields might be insufficient at 8 million. But I really don't want to put on shield boosters because those start getting wildly expensive. I don't have enough of them. But that kind of base shielding should be enough. If I were to go out here and tell Miner Avorion... Which one are you anyway? You're Miner Avorion 9. You don't have the crew for this. You're going to complain not enough crew. How many crew do you need? A lot. A hell of a lot. Huh. That's okay though, because I can switch that out quite easily in fact. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this design. Endgame miner. Pah, I was clearly wrong. Save current design. And delete end. Well... How about we call you post-game miner? You're never going to afford something like this, even on endgame. It's post-game stuff. So if I want to equip a fleet of 12 of these, we're looking at, well, a lot of Avorion, half of my Avorion. But we have half of my Avorion, so that's okay. Besides, this is an investment in getting more Avorion. So what I will do is I'll go to each of my ships here, working from top down. So if we go to number 8... And again, we apply post-game miner, clunk, and then we grab the systems and we just rip them off and then put on what we think we need. This is something I really wish you could save a selection for. And I already forgot what I gave you. I think I gave you the armed turret. Why did I only give you this arm turret? I mean, that's all you need, isn't it? That arm turret, and then 1, 2, 3 unarmed turrets, and then the Hydra. 1 blue, 1 yellow. Alright, see if I can remember all that. And then we give you, of course, big gun out the side. And then I believe it was 3 of these. 1, 2, 3 of you. Although did I try with 2? What did I give number 9? Number 9's only got 2. Alright, then I'll try with 2, but I will investigate with 3. Because I don't know what the ideal value is going to be. Still remove you. It's fine, they're going to be taking damage because of this, but that's okay. That's what the maintenance order is for. Number 7 as well. Post-game miner. Is there a reason not to build everything with Avorion in the end? Avorion isn't the best for everything. It's not the best armor. In fact, it can't even do armor. So if I just want pure hull hit points, Orgonite armor is the best. It's also not the lightest thing, so if you care about something just being light, then Trinium is better because it's the lightest thing. That said, this hangar is made of Orgonite and it shouldn't be made of Orgonite, it should be made of Trinium. But I don't care about these things being light either, I just care about them getting hull hit points. So when it comes down to it, the best things are Trinium, Orgonite and Avorion. If you have unlimited amounts of those 3, there is no reason to want any of the other things, unless you're trying to cheapen out. Like Now-Nite for cheap shielding, Trinium for just light, non-functional things like a cargo bay, Iron if you hate yourself. I never found a good use for Xenion. I mean, I suppose it's good if Xenion's the best thing you have for powering stuff, like shields, but I just never found it worth the while. I like Trinium for being lighter. Right, anyway, we were trying with 1, 2 of you. Oh, I didn't pull off all of my subsystems, did I? Blunk, blunk, blunk. There we go. So we said Hydra and Hydra. And then for the turrets, we wanted armed and 3 unarmed. Letting ourselves be ready for the future. And then this giant 50,000 Omicron thing. I won't be testing these guys out for a wee while because I need to get them restocked with crew for 1. And that's 7, so over to 6. And again, just into post-game miner. Bonk. The size increase there. This is a ship that means business. It's also more than I need, I think, but I am really keen on being able to do non-safe mode mining operations. Been hamstrung by safe mode for far too long. Armed, and then Hydra, 1 blue, 1 yellow, because that's the way that I get access to 6 of these. And I do want it to be 6. I think I've been forgetting to add us up to 6. 7, get you up to 6. 8, get you up to 6. 9, I believe, is already at 6. Yep. And then 5, thunk. And once again, post-game miner, thunk. Change out the subsystems. Hydra blue, Hydra yellow. And then turret systems, armed, unarmed, unarmed, unarmed. Hangar up to 6. And then on to 4. Tell you, I'm looking forward to not needing to do this again. It's so expensive. Rip them all out. To be fair, I set these guys up many in-game hours ago, and they have been plugging away getting me Avorion plentifully. I have no complaints about the way that they've been performing so far. But this is about greed. Safe mode is safe, but I want more. Okay, that looks good. Up you to 6 of these squads. I think I'll try and go for as many exceptional ones of these as I can. And then, if that's 4 done, we can do 3. 3 once again goes for post-game miner. Why did it just explode? Well, let's not worry about it. Maybe it was removing some of their goods. Oh, I think I forgot to put guns on some of the earlier ones as well. Should keep that in mind. Chunk, chunk. Hey, you had the legendary thing in there, meaning you didn't need pilots. Well, I'm telling you, you do need pilots. The turrets, subsystem, armed, and bring you up to 6 of these. Ew. Those are regular commoners. Should I get rid of the commoners and replace them with better? Nah. I think you exploded a bit because you came into contact there. I'm sure you'll be fine though. I am certain that I forgot to give 4 and possibly 5 their weapons. There you go, and there you go. 5. I sure don't see weapons on you. What about 6? How could I forget such an important step? No point having mining operations if they can't go mining. I actually did forget this for some of my ships earlier, not giving them their actual tools to do the job. Surely 7 has it. Yeah, 7 looks kitted out. Alright, down to 3. 3 becomes huge. 3 gets their big gun and their 2 mining lasers. Gets set up for 6 squads, and again, hey, you also had a legendary. Oh, I haven't been given the mining subsystems, have I? I think I only need the leader one to have a mining subsystem. Not sure if we checked that or not, but I think only the main one matters, so maybe I can give a legendary mining subsystem to the main one. Although I can also test. We have the ability to test this. Hydra first. 1 blue, 1 yellow. You might wonder why not go for a red one. It doesn't actually give me any more fighter slots than the yellow one, so why pay the extra? It speeds up production and it uses less power, but neither of those are concerns for this mining fleet. The legendary one, of course, gives more, but I don't want to waste any legendaries here. Armed, and then 3 unarmed. Glad I've kept these around. They've ended up being quite useful in the end. You got your weapons, you got all that. Excellent. In that case, we go over to number 1, and then you also become huge. Crunch. And then mining laser, giant coaxial rocket launcher on the side. 6 squads, and another legendary AI thing for no need for pilots. I'm going to be working with number 1 here, so I do actually want you to have the mining system as well. Hydra first. Hydra... Oh, almost put in the wrong Hydra. Give you the Hydra, and then give you the turrets. Armed, unarmed, unarmed, unarmed. Big gun, big drills, but no problems. Good, good. Now, we're not done quite yet. Malcontent. I need you to go and locate numbers 8 and 9 and make sure that they have mining captains. No need for the other guys anymore. The commandos, the Commodores, that's them. I give Commodore to number 1, it might boost their abilities. Avorion's best for power and stuff, yeah. It's not best for engines though. Trinium is still better for engines. Avorion gives more power, but the weight issue makes Trinium better. At least that's my opinion. Alright, so you've got this this Commodore captain. I want you to have a mining captain. Here's an explorer guy. Switch them out and give me back that high-level Commodore. And then I need to do the same for number 9. Transfer over a mining captain. That's just a high-level Commodore. Mining Zotan Hunter, there you go. The Zotan Hunter thing is a bit irrelevant. Give him back though. And then let's find number 1. I don't actually know if it matters if the Commodore is on the main ship or in any ship. I'm pretty sure it just checks all ships, is there a Commodore, and if there is, then whoop-de-doo. Am I actually looking at the ship? Yes, I am. You have an Explorer one. I like the way he stacks all the lower risks of being ambushed together. I think I might just keep him there. Seems fine by me. Although, I did say I wanted the Commodore there. Might switch around. Let's see. If I check fleet, and I check for my minor fleets, I hope we don't get attacked at this moment while I'm doing all this. Scavenger, regular. Wow, there's no Commodore minor here. Then there's no work left for me to do. Alright, they all seem pretty well kitted out, and now what they need to do is go on their jobs to fill themselves up with all the goods that they need. However, I said I wanted 12 of them, not 9. So I'm going to make... How many miners do I have left here anyway? I got 2 more miners here. Alright, and I'll make 2 and bring it up to 11. And since there's a shipyard here, this shouldn't be too much of a problem. I just exit out into drone. I get some distance so I don't immediately crash into my own ship. That would be humiliating. And I go miner, Avorion, 10, thunk. And then much like the previous ones, I just make him into the post-game miner. Kind of impressive how you can just spit out a drone and make a ship perhaps bigger than your own ship, just like that. And again, I give them armed, and Hydra, yellow and blue. Shove that giant 50,000 Omicron miner on the side. And then get these brakes stone things on. It'd be terrible if I've been accidentally giving them our scavengers rather than our mining things. But I made 18 of them and I still have 18 of them, so it's a good sign that I've been doing the right thing. Let's make sure that we also have a... Where is he now? That's what we're looking for. Get ourselves a minor captain in charge. He's not reckless. Good. I have heard this idea that reckless is actually better than I was giving it credit for, because you can nullify the reckless away with enough other traits, and the speed boost it gives is totally worth it. And maybe, I haven't run the numbers, but I did kill off all of my reckless captains except for 1, so I don't think I want to go back on that. Minor Avorion 11. This is the final one. Clunk. And then we go Hydra. Yeah, this isn't too far off setting up all of my fleets that I did in Patrician. I was worried that this might not have as much overlap thematically with the Perfect Hansa as I thought, but it's certainly evoking a lot of Perfect Hansa feelings, especially in the repetition. Right, 1, 2, 3 of you. And then, where's Malcontent? Transfer me over the final miner. Wait, I've got another miner on this Explorer. I could actually make a 12th one. I'll go for 12. 12 is a fairly more rounded number, I would say. So if I put you in charge, and then I just pop out and make another one. Asteroid fall damage on the windshield. We'll fix that for you. Thanks for that. Avorion Miner 12. Boom. And boom. And in go the subsystems. Armed, on. I think I forgot to put the guns on the previous one. I've forgotten to put the fighter slots in all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clunk and clunk. There's no guns on 11. That's what I was thinking. Right, over to 11. Chunk. Big gun on the side. Excavator on the front. Clunk, clunk. Also make sure that you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. And 10. 10's got their guns, but I'm sure they don't have their squads. I need to captain up the last one, which is 12. I also need to change its name because I called it Avorion Minor instead of Minor Avorion. Minor Avorion 12, thunk. Hangars look good. Captain. Feels weird putting an explorer in charge of a mining operation, but they are dual classing. Okay, right. Before they fly off, they need to do maintenance. I want you to be on required crew, and of course I want you to have the best raw mining lasers that you can. Get off and do that. Number 2 as well, maintenance. Raw mining laser of exceptional quality with required crew. Dunk. You as well, required crew. Raw mining lasers, better quality. I actually don't know if quality makes much of a difference. I have been told that it does, but I haven't run the numbers, and I always like to do my own homework regarding that. I think there's a difference between getting 100% simultaneous mining. What is this? Oh, it'll be fine. You're not going to be overpopulated. What if they are? I think there's a difference between 100% rating on the simultaneous mining and the actual output that it gives. But in the end, it's not important. The point of doing this is so that I make sure I have plenty of resources for our goal. It's not that these need to be set up to a perfect degree, because there is no perfect degree. You could scale up the number of ships to any amount. You've got to draw an arbitrary line somewhere in this sandbox. But that's okay, we set our arbitrary lines in the sand early on. So we don't need to weasel our way around it, we just got to get it done. Raw mining, exceptional, exceptional. Off you go. It's going to take different amounts of time for these guys. I got no problem just waiting for all of them. Then again, the last ones to do are going to take the longest, aren't they? Yeah, because they got a lot to get. Raw mining, raw mining. Raw mining, raw mining, raw mining, raw mining. Exceptional, 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 exceptional. It's over an hour on you. And you're going to be much the same. I wish I could just remember these. Raw, 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 raw. What a UI. Okay, looking good. And you're going to do it a whole lot faster than the other guy. And then number 12, our final one. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Raw, raw, raw is war. Exceptional, no, not rare, exceptional. And if you thought this was fun, we get to do this again for our scavengers. There we go. Alright, whew. That was a lot of work. But in an hour it should pay off. Now, how many scavengers do I have out there? Fleet. Scrap of Avorion, 1, 2, 3, and 4. How many more can I make? Pirates are attacking. Oh, not on my watch. Autopilot. Kill those enemies whilst I consider my options here. Finish the goods. Yoink. Humble, connected, stealthy, cunning. Scavenger Daredevil. Yeah, we got Scavenger Commodore there, though. And a regular scavenger. And how many more scavengers do I have to add to the pile? Scavenger Daredevil, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. 3 additional scavengers to bring us up to 7 of them, huh? I can get behind that. Once we eliminate these accursed pirates. Autopilot deciding to run so far away from the the pirates there that the guns can't lock on. Very good. Actually, no, I think the issue was we were just looking at it with the underside. That's okay, our point defense lasers are pretty good. You received a refund because the fighter production of Sobek changed. What? Where are you, Sobek? Okay. Haven't seen that before, don't know what caused it. I don't think it was because some of them got destroyed. No, surely not. Those fighters are made of sterner stuff. Did you add miners in the previous ship? What do you mean by previous ship? It has been added to Sobek, and Sylvana already had them. Ooh, I thought Sylvana had taken damage there, but now I've got a lovely Windows update covering up the hull there. Bloody Windows. Right, okay, since we've already done it once, we'll do it again. Scrap Avorion, please cease what you're doing. I will meet you over here. We will meet you over here. Pew! I'm going to pick them up and bring them over here and just do the same thing again. And then I will have my, what was it, 7 scrappers set up. Truth be told, I'd rather have more scrappers because the scrappers get me subsystems, but they also get me junk guns. But I also liquidate down my junk guns, so there's swings and roundabouts. Where is that? Oh gosh, how am I so far away from the equipment dock? Another thing I need to do is liquidate down a lot of my scrappy guns and that. Also, we can say this is done. We have indeed designed our top tier R mining and salvaging turrets. I am not doing the exploration fleet yet. Exploration fleet comes after the mining fleet, and we're doing that right now. That'll be completely done in about an hour. We've been at this for 2.5 hours already, good stuff. Then the exploration fleet gets it, and that's going to be most of my ships optimized. Trinium and titanium still need some attention. Whether or not I do them, we'll see, we'll see. The thing is, I'd need a lot more of them, wouldn't I? I might actually move the iron and titanium guys over to the trinium guys, because then they'll be able to back up each other a bit better. And at this point, do I really need a dedicated iron titanium crew? I don't think I do. In fact, I might prepare for myself for that right now. If I go and grab my miner titanium 01, trinium 01's you, just checking to see if any of them are Commodores as well, but no. Right, so titanium 1 and 2, cease your babble. Give me those goodies that you find. Asteroid with stuff in it. Couldn't complete the operation. You completed enough of it though. Sitting around on some ores. Get that done, and then we find our titanium miners, and we tell them that's no longer their job. They're coming up to Trinium Valley. Where do my trinium miners work? Over here. Makes sense. Get the 2 of you over there on the double. 38 minutes. Well, I'm sure I'll have that time to spare. Get over there. Whilst we're at it, merchant guy, please continue to procure me many bits of Rift research data. Give me another 3,000 of them. Pew. And malcontent, I want you to pick up those guys and bring them back here to this equipment dock, right? Yeah, that's where we're doing it. Just grab everybody. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Oh, they got a scrap escort one as well. I should check if you have a Commodore or not. Well, you will have a Commodore. Do you have a scrapper Commodore? That's the real question. Just bring them back to safety. If I do the doodling over here, then we could be at danger of being under attack. Okay. I hope those messages about guns and miners are outdated. It's alright though, in an hour we'll see once they're done with their maintenance. Maintenance is very low risk, so I don't think any of them are going to be attacked during that time. You can kind of see the ships bounce around within the maintenance area as well, which is kind of cool. Should only take a minute for malcontent to get over there. And then once we're done with our scrappers, it's time for the explorers. I want them sorted out such that each of them can jump 20 squares or more. which means I'm going to need some hyperdrive blocks, and that's probably going to necessitate some rather large ships as well. Surely we can handle that. Alright, switch over to... Actually, I don't need to switch over to you. You're already here. Give me your money. Oh, they got loads of scrap. One problem with the scrap guys is they accumulate a bunch of garbage. Although, look at that, Rift research data. That they'll either have to just eject or be told to sell. I'm not keen on telling them to sell, but ejection is also quite manual. Right. Equipment dock. And again, get the scrappers docked over there so I can switch out their goodies nice and easily. So the special guys, Escort 01. I'm going to take command of you. And you're no longer Escort 01, you are simply Scrap Avorion 04. Is it 4 or 5? I think it's 5. Scrap Avorion 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And your kind of captain is hopefully a scrapper. You're not, you're a regular Commodore. Oh well, just have to make do with that. Means I can only add 2 more scrappers, which still puts me up to 7, which was the plan, but 8 is a much rounder number. But unless there's magically a scrapper inside this area, which there is not, there almost is. There's a miner, explorer, and there's no bulletin board for it either. I'm not going to jump around looking for a scrapper though. Jake's miners come for rocks like a biblical plague. They come for the rocks because they know the last black ass is in there. While we're at it, I will need malcontent over here as well, please. Equipment dock, malcontent, get docking. So we'll take it from the bottom to the top then. Scrap Avorion 01. We're going to change you out to the post-game miner. Clunk. I am really going to be running low on Avorion after all this, but that's okay. It's part of the plan. I want my R demolishers, clunk and clunk, and I want my unnecessarily large coaxial rocket launcher there too. And let's change out these subsystems. I think they're just going to be the same as the miners. Can't see a reason why they wouldn't be. So I want the blue Hydra, yellow Hydra, and the turrets to include... it wasn't red ones, was it? No. We're running on a budget of only exceptional. 1 armed, 1, 2, 3 unarmed. 1, 2, 3 unarmed. Okay, looks good. And then, of course, up you to 6 squadrons. And then number 2, the same treatment. Become huge. Boy, this really shows how much of a budget I was on that I'm using these common shield boosters, and the fact that I was using flat shield boosting at all. It's nice to expand your influence over a game as you build up the power. It's also a nice bit of balancing that in this game, no matter how much money you have, you cannot buy your way into subsystems. At least not with money alone. You can, admittedly, buy subsystems, but there's a limited quantity of them, and you're going to need to have more than just money. You've got to have the ability to jump to many of the equipment docks to get it. However, the convoy equipment docks are so good. 20% off everything, 30% off their special deal. 2 of them in the sector, they refresh like other shops, and they're of significantly better quality. You can find legendaries in there. I did find legendaries in there. So I remember initially poo-pooing the convoy stuff, thinking, oh, why are these guys even here? Well, that at least is one good reason for them. I would like to fight them at some point as well. I might put that on my to-do list for the entire run. Okay, that's number 2 done. Number 3, become huge. Put on some weight. And let's switch out these subsystems. Boy, I'm getting fast at this now. It's nice with this giant coaxial. It might cost me an arm and a leg, but at least it gives me Omicron for only 1 subsystem. And also, if it's not enough on its own, I could give a second one to each of them, admittedly at the cost of 100 million credits, but if I find that 50,000 Omicron is not enough, then I slap it on, And then we see if 100,000 is enough, which it definitely better be. Because I don't want to need 150. Right, you and you. Spending money does still hurt, you know. Hurts my soul. Armed, on. And then excavator, excavate. Well, it's demolisher, isn't it? Because you break down scrap metal. In goes that, and we up our hangar numbers to 6. And that is 3 done. Onwards to 4. Once again, become huge. Come a long way from running these dinky wee things. And even then, we used to run something even weirder and dinkier. That's not where the rocket launcher goes. It goes uselessly onto the side. And then our demolisher, 1, 2. I'm going to start to feel like I wish I'd made more demolishers. But yeah, what I'm getting at about the limitation on getting subsystems is it means that getting to the point where you can just slap everything legendary onto all of your ships, that's ultra super late post-game stuff. And not something that is too concerning because we've got a setup that doesn't even need the legendaries. Have I successfully Avorioned? Yes, but I'm not done successfully Avorioning. I've got goals to hit and setting up a proper huge mining fleet, because previously it wasn't proper or huger enough, is all part of that. You're not done either? Alright, let's switch you out. I think these are chain guns. Yeah, bolter fighters, right. Delete. There we go, it's more like it. Because this was our escort. And escort's got guns practically bigger than itself. Look at that artillery cannon, but it's only 2000 Omicron. It's not enough. Become huge. And there, we just spent a huge amount of our Avorion. So I'm very glad we've been mining it as diligently as we have. Get all that set on. We gave it its fleet. We gave it its new name. Need to switch out that Commodore. Need to remember to switch out that Commodore. Away go all of these. Wow, some weird setup. Why did I give you that? I like my Swox legendary drops, even though they're very easy to farm. Not going to give them out willy-nilly like that. Take your Hydras. Take your turrets for armed, unarmed, unarmed, unarmed. A benefit for you guys over the regular miners is that these, our demolishers, do add to the Omicron. In fact, without the rocket launcher, you already have 15,000 Omicron with just those two things alone. But, clunk, you get this big thing anyway. Why does it still say you have so many armed turret slots available? Armed, unarmed, unarmed, unarmed. Ah, of course, the Commodore bonus. Okay, in that case, all I need to do is get back to Malcontent, find scrap Avorion 6er, transfer you over Scavenger Commodore. I wish you were in charge, but I can't really work it that way. Because the Scrapper Commodore here is only level 1, and that's insufficient. Give me back that high level Commodore. You need to be high level to do longer operations, that's what I'm getting at. Okay, so I should have the wherewithal to make 2 more of these, and I shall. Bit of a distance, and then this is Scrap Avorion 06. Thunk, and thunk. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subsystems. Armed, un. And then Hydra. Blue, yellow, and then the guns. Big unnecessary side launcher, and then demolisher. And on top of that, we also need to grab you a Commodore Scavenger. Well, that's also handy, but didn't I just give over a Commodore Scavenger? I'm gonna have to check that. I might have messed something up. I didn't think I had an additional Commodore Scavenger. You there, number 5. Commodore Scavenger, huh. Neat. I wouldn't mind those guys being in charge once they level up, but that's a consideration for the future. Scrap Avorion 7. Okay, good. Thought I had lost my count there, but it'll be 7 in total, surely. And once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fighter squads. And Hydra blue, Hydra yellow for 6 in total. And then turrets. Unarmed, unarmed, unarmed times 3. And this is a demolisher times 2. And the ridiculously overpowered but very unusable coaxial rocket launcher mounted on the side. And then Malcontent, transfer over that final scrapper. Am I sure I have no other scrappers? Feels like something I would have gotten more of, but I guess I'm wrong. Alright, and now they can be put on maintenance. So, scrap Avorion 01, get your required crew, and get yourself some exceptional raw salvaging lasers. Gotta be very careful to get raw salvaging and not accidentally get raw mining. The miners would be useless for them. 35 minutes, 10 million, all looks good. Get to it. Miner 2. Avorion scrap, rather 2. Raw salvage, raw salvage, raw salvage. I'm also checking these just to make sure I'm seeing raw S and not raw M. Apparently only 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, if you think you're that good. Number 3, required crew, raw S, raw S, raw S, S, S. Up you go to the 12. Raw salvaging, exceptional, good, good, good. Don't know why you take so long. The difference between them is large. Right, scrap Avorion 04. Get up here, get your raw salvage, your exceptional. Raw 5, maintenance. Well, you've got it all to do because you used to just have, what was it, a bolter fighter in order to aid with the escorting, but that's no longer what I'm so interested in. The idea is that each of these miners are going to be so strong that they can contribute to the defense rather nicely. Also, no good if I don't set these to 12. Did I forget to set these to 12 on one of the previous ships? A little worried about that now. Too late for that. I should really move these things over to 12 as the first thing I do. Salvage, 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 salvage. Exceptional, 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 and exceptional. And one more. Up to 12, up to 12, up to 12, 12, 12, and 12. Salvage, 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 salvage. Exceptional across the board. There we go. And then where are they resting up? They're resting up back here, which is exactly where I want them. So I can switch back to Malcontent and think, job well done. We spent a ton of money and resources and everything on a fleet that hopefully works out, but may well not. So, do we do the exploration fleet next? We are on something of a roll, but I'd like to sort out some of my junk while I'm here. So. I am going to go to Trashman, and I'm going to say, don't trash my systems yet, but trash my turrets. If it's not an exceptional Avorion, an epic Orgonite, or... oh right, that's the other one. If it's rarer or worse Avorion, exceptional or worse Orgonite, exotic or worse Xenion, or even legendaries of lesser qualities, just trash it all. I don't even care. Now, how many goods is that? 4,050 items marked as trash. Let's do a bit of a sanity check. Oh god, there's a lot of this stuff that apparently I haven't checked already, but if I just sort it by rarity, there's some nice looking stuff that I'm trashing here, but don't be fooled by nice looking. We can make better than this. We'll make some good money on this, but there's very little else to do with these guns now that I can even design guns to be put onto escort ships. So as long as my subsystems didn't accidentally get trashed in that, or my legendary guns. Well, these legendary guns are fine. But look at that, some legendary iron thing. Also, we didn't find any more party poppers, did we? No. Party, no. And my subsystems didn't get trashed. Good, because it would be very tragic to lose some of my subsystems at this point. Then I go, hello equipment dock, please buy my trash to clean up my inventory. This will be a lot. We gained 587 million credits from trash. Not bad. Not necessary either, we have many billions, but the important thing is that it cleared up my inventory by another about 2,000 units. Can't wait to get rid of my my subsystems as well, but we can wait on that. I need to go and find those explorers, huh? At least the explorers won't need the Hydra subsystems. So let's get over there and deal with that as well. The miners are finishing up their maintenance, at least the quick ones are, but that's okay. Leave them to their own devices. Currently all fighter squats are correct. Good to know. It'd be tragic if they weren't, do you imagine? Whilst they're doing that, my merchants can continue to procure me the items that I want. I don't think I'll need this Rift research data, but there could come a time when I just really want to fish out some kind of legendary, so I melt down a lot of exotics that I can buy and turn it into that. And to make that happen, I need the initial Rift research data, and this is far and away the best way to get it that I know of. It is expensive though. I mean, how much is one of these things? You pay 11,000 for something that has a base value of 5,000. It's pretty brutal. But we have the money, so it's no big deal. Now, the explorers. So these guys need a redesign. Should be able to just strap them on with a giant sight. Whoa! Oh god! Just piling up on top of each other like that. Okay. What a mess. But I did tell them to come over to this equipment dock, didn't I? Perhaps what I need to do is tell them to get back to that equipment dock. Because I do need them close to strip out their existing subsystems, because I'm certain a lot of them have subsystems that I don't want them to have. Or just flat out have too many of them. Shouldn't be any reckless explorers here. Even if Explorer does work out to be better overall, I don't want them to have too much of a different speed of getting the work done. Alright, there we go, you're close enough. So, what do we do with you? I need a redesign here. Or rather, I'm just going to take this without the big bulky thing on the bottom and work from there. So, if I go to my... I don't think I even want to look at these things. I just go to the workshop ship design and grab the base version of it, the Blue Tiger. Can up it to being good for 10 slots. And I'm just going to generally up it in general. In fact, could I make you out of Orgonite? I could make a lot of you out of Orgonite. I want the extra hull power. And I'm okay to spend about 1 million Orgonite on each of these guys. I'm less good about spending millions of Avorion on each of these guys, though. But that 2 million hull is already a very nice boost. Could we modify you up a bit more? Maybe make you 20% bigger? Alright, 4 million hull, 2 million shields is already looking quite good. Do you generate enough power and stuff? Oh, and then some. Okay, in that case, I want to view your frameworks. And I do want some more shielding on you. So, will I make you out of Avorion? Do I have the Avorion to spend on that? Probably. That brings you up to 5 million shields with... That's basically 10 million effective health, which should be fine. You're Pretty slow with all that Avorion armor, but that's Ogonite armor, but that's okay. What I need is a better subspace reach on you. I'm going to strip off all your... Oh, right, that's right. You have boosters on you, so it might not be a fair comparison. Let's strip all of this off. Okay, so now you've only got 1,000,000 hit points of shield, but I still reckon that might be okay. Generated energy still looks okay as well. You've got a spare explorer on you, and he's reckless. Can I just send him into space? Get out of here. I don't keep reckless people. Okay, I tell you what, you have a cargo hold, and there's absolutely no need for a cargo hold on you guys, so find the cargo bay, and replace the cargo bay with probably a trinium hyperspace core. Avorion would be nice, but I don't have that kind of Avorion to spare on you. I'm going to make it out of trinium, I reckon. Maybe I can make it out of xeneon, since I never use xeneon for anything. Brings it down to 11.9 sectors. What about you? 11.4 sectors. I think I could live with that. Maybe. Depends on how many jump boosters I have in my subsystems. If I just look for jump... I have jump range +9 and I have 10 of them. As it happens, I have 10 explorers. Jump range +9 onto this works out perfectly. That's good. Do I also have a cooldown? Do I have 10 of the cooldown things? I got 22 and 22. A hyperspace cooldown of 90 is a little scary. It's kind of too high. I certainly don't have enough of Swox's jumps for that. Look at that. Wish I did though. That really brings down the cooldown. The cooldown isn't a huge deal, is it? I'll put in 1 for them probably. So if I can get 22 and 22, just 1 more of them. Jump range, recharge. Crumbs, I'm 1 short. And I do want them standardized. Is there a research depot around here? I could shove in the blue ones to research myself 1 more of them. Yeah, I think that's how I'd do it. So they'll end up getting 1 of these and 1 of these to give them a juicy 23 reach. They have enough energy, that's enough shields to handle pretty much anything that they're going to come across. And then I actually need them to have an armed turret slot. Hey, I got plenty of these ones. And then I can just slam on one of the big guns here. Of course I don't have the space for it. This is Ogonite armor, but I could take these 2 Ogonite bits and then do my usual of the side-loaded Avorion turret base. Donk. That's no big deal. And now I just slam on this. And very simply, we have what I hope will be an explorer that's never going to run into trouble. With 50,000 Omicron and 5 million effective health, I don't see any problems you could possibly have. Is there anything else I'd want to give you here while the going is good? It does bother me that the hyperspace cooldown is so high for you. But boy, I have not got nearly as many of these things as I would have liked. Jump range, recharge energy, jump range, recharge energy. The hyperspace cooldown ones seem rather finicky to get. 50,000 Omicron with only 5 turret slots? Yeah, I designed this coaxial specifically for just pure Omicron. 50,000 DPS for 5 slots. It's not a very usable weapon because it's a coaxial, but when you have it abstracted like this, it doesn't matter. Also, if you pilot the ship yourself, it's very usable. Just lock onto a target and fire. It's going to keep firing this for massive DPS. What? Yeah, this was made in a turret factory, a Tech 52 turret factory. Monstrously expensive. This version costs 100 million, but there's another version which has better range, I think, which comes in at 300 million. But since that doesn't matter for the operations, I've just slammed that in and called it a day. Unethical levels of damage. Well, we're not here for the ethics board. I am bothered by not having one more of those jump things, so I want to make one more of these that gives the hyperspace cooldown minus 22%. But otherwise, this is what I want. So I am going to go over to here, and I will save you, and we're going to rename you Post-Game Explorer. Alright, and now they're all going to become you. And of course they're also going to have to go maintenance to get their required crew, but otherwise they should be fine. The question was, do we have one of the places to do research? And we don't. It's okay-ish. Just make sure we get this done fine and dandy. So we go Post-Game Explorer, we look at the costs, and we think that's actually acceptably fine. And then all we need to do is slam on this giant turret on the side and then sort out the subsystems, of which you really don't need that many. Oh, maybe I'll get lucky and find that one of them already had one of the yellow jump subspaces things that I wanted. So what did I want again? I wanted jump range +9, yay. And I wanted hyperspace cooldown minus 22%, donk. Then it's only about a minute on the cooldown, which is acceptable. And then we need, of course, the turret subsystem. Yes, my favorite turrets. It doesn't even need a yellow one. I think a blue one would be fine. It would give 4 plus the base, but you know, why bother with that? I'll give them these. It's not like I'm short on armed subsystem slots. Got 52 of the yellow ones. There we go. You've already got your big gun. So there we go. And then we go to number 3. And we do much and such the same. Transform, dunk, big gun, and sort out the subsystems. Don't even need the energy ones. Nice, I like this kind of standardizing. We did a lot of standardizing over in Patrician. When we gotten everything up to Carvels, as I recall. Was Carvels? Carvels and Hulks. That's all you use at the end game. Except for the river places, and then I think I just still stick to using Crayers. What was I doing again? Jump. So jump range +9, get, and jump cooldown minus 22%, get. Alright, looking fine. And that was 3, so we go to 4, and we do the same. Crunch. Off go all of these, every last one. Jump range +9, and cooldown 22%. And the turrets. It's going to be very sad if this ends up not being good enough for what I want to do, but oh, no, not that. Those red ones, 17, those can be melted down into legendaries, which I may well want. You get the yellow one. And the big gun, of course. And number 5, just making sure they're all within range of the subsystem puller offer. Otherwise I'd be destroying these by pulling them off, but if you're within about 3 kilometers of an equipment dock, you can pull off permanently installed things. Guess they're not as permanent as advertised. The ship is damaged, repair it first. I haven't seen that damaged. There you go. Crunch. Big gun. Not enough turrets? Well, we can easily solve that. It's weird that it prevents you putting on guns because of not enough turrets, because you could... For example, I could give it the turret slot, put that on, pull the turret slot off, and there's no complaint about it still being there. Sure, it won't work, but it'll be there. Odd priorities. Right, jump range +9 and cooldown minus 22%. And now you're ready for action 2. And then there's number 6. Gotta remember that number 10 won't be done, because I don't have the jump cooldown thing for it. Big gun, and off they all go. It's okay though, I can still send it on maintenance and I will be able to make its jump booster. I'm fairly confident that with enough rolls of these blue and greens I could get a yellow that actually does jump reduction. Jump range +9, jump cooldown -22, and turret slots plus whatever. And big gun. Oh, it already had the big gun. Funny that. That was 6. We'll go over to 7. We'll give it a similar treatment. Big explorer thing, big gun, and... Is that a cooldown? It is not a cooldown, it's a range. But that's a good sign that maybe one of the other ones does have the range booster. Armed and... Jumpy jumps. Jump range +9, cooldown -22. And now you're done as well. And then from 7 we go 8. Take your final form. Take that. If I am overspending on these and they're not truly efficient, that's not a problem, because it's a one-off cost. I don't care about scraping back 100,000 Orgonite off of each of these, because in the end the Orgonite is infinite, as are all of these once we set up our proper operations. On top of that, eventually, when I have the entire universe charted, the explorers will have no point in existence. There's nothing else for them to explore. That isn't strictly true, but for the purposes run it'll be true. The game does spawn more sectors, more unexplored yellow blip sectors. I don't know how or when or why it does it, but it does do it. I'm satisfied with just exploring the whole galaxy once though, not combing over it multiple more times. Again, it's jump range but not cooldown. I don't think I'm going to find the cooldown at this range. Jump range plus... wrong one. There's the cooldown. There's the range. And there's the turret. It's actually good that it spawns more yellow blips, because what if you need more asteroids or more pirates to destroy, things like that. But I wonder if at some point it just completely fills the galaxy with blips. Like every single sector having stuff in it. Save game file would be immensely huge. Amusing, and perhaps something to explore in the future. But I reckon if the game was truly that full of everything, it probably wouldn't load anymore. Yeah, I don't think we're finding our final cooldown. What a shame. Off you all go, and then it's one armed and a couple of jumpers. Jump range +9, and our final hyperspace cooldown 22. A quick check to see there's not another hyperspace cooldowner, and there is not. What a downer. But that's okay. And then finally, number 10, you're in the saddest position of all, because you don't get the cooldowner. Having a quick desperate check in case maybe it did, but no, it doesn't. It's okay though, I can live with that. Get you your jump range booster +9, and get you your turret slots. Haven't even made a dent in my number of armed turret slot additions, which is lovely. It's good to be rich. And money doesn't buy happiness, but it certainly buys you the things that make you happy. Okay. Nice. Now, maintenance. Fortunately, all they need are required crew, so I can just go get required crew, 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 get required crew. What if I told them to get maximum crew? Yeah, it might have been an idea, but get required crew, get required crew, get required crew, get required crew. Blunk. And now I'm left wondering why I even sent Malcontent over here. However, I am looking for a research place over here. Not a Rift research place, specifically. Just a regular research station, and there's one right over there. So Malcontent, make your way over. In this part, surely there's some super rich Zotan somewhere who can afford to waste all those ships. That would be the Zotan wormhole creator. And I might just see if I can have a long-pitched battle with him just to keep... Oh, God, the moment I left, pirates arrived. That's okay, cruisers here will be able to take him out. Next time you'll pay our generous fee for protection. Well, it doesn't really matter to me if this place becomes a hazard zone, but when I get closer to the core, I get more concerned about things getting destroyed. Because I want to have the services like equipment docks and shipyards. Again, I can build my own ones. Yeah, it sucks to be that guy. How about this other so-called hardcore bandit? Significantly less hardcore after being molested by the Orgonite regions. In his Now Night regions. Looks like he's sporting Now Night gear, so yeah, that guy's just dead to rights. Getting bullied by fighters as well. Grim existence for you. Yeah, take that. Didn't seem to drop anything of value, but of course I didn't fight any of them, did I? Malcontent. Well, let's go and do some bing bing wahoo. Welcome, Starry Z. It's not often we get raided around here. What was it you were playing? Right, research center. Time to very diligently not liquidate all the stuff that we really want. But at this point, we don't need to really care about favoriting certain subsystems. There's no time when I can really think I would ever use anything uncommon or below. And even rare stuff, But there's some initial stuff that I need to do first, so let's hope we don't get attacked whilst we're dealing with all this. And that is to specifically grab a few legendary subsystems that I don't have. And we're going to do that manually. Because one of our goals on the Perfect Hansa checklist is a legendary version of all unique subsystems, of which we have, about half. So what do we have? We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 story ones, although there's a 10th one with Botan's interrupter that I haven't made yet. I need to get around to that. Otherwise, we have got the hacking, the Sphinx, a couple of the polarizers. I haven't decided if I'll get all 4 or just settle for 1, because they're all similarly useless. It's just that they provide weakness against different things. Do I consider it perfect to be weak against all possible attack types? Maybe. We'll see where we go with that. Super speed, super object detection, super transporting with docking, which is not a very good legendary. This is, however, the subsystem. That's good. I'm glad I even have 2 of them. The flat shielder, which is not good. I wanted the multiplier shield, and I ended up with 2 of the flats. Scanning range. Ionizing. Sadly, you can't stack these to become immune against certain attacks. That would be sweet. The AI can, but you cannot. Deep scanning range. Waste of time. Mining subsystem. I'm going to give this out, so I will want another one of them. Combat turret. The pathetic loot collection range. The limited adventure companion. The booster type, and this is the kind that gives hyperspace cooldown, and this is the kind that gives jump range. I don't know if I count those as 2 different ones. I don't remember how exactly I did my counting. I think I just counted them as 1, because in the end it's still a hyperspace booster thing. The 7-headed Hydra. Very nice, but very unnecessary. Acceleration, power, civil turrets, flat cargo bay. Again, do we consider that uniquely different from percentage-based cargo bay? I don't know. We'll see where we get. Point is, the thing that I really want to make sure is that I get the 13 legendary best in slaughters from the rifts. And now I have, hopefully, according to my notes here, I did buy 5 of each to guarantee that we get them. So first off is 5 of the deep scan sweeper. Where's my highlighter? This kind of thing calls for some highlighting. Orange highlighter. Works, so good enough. It's good because it's been on a desk for years. So this is the deep scanner. Where's the scanner thing here? Deep scan. We're going to make that legendary. Boom. And tick that one off. Or maybe just highlight through it. Yeah, got you. The guarding assembly controller. I put in 5 so that I'm guaranteed to get it. So this one combines impenetrable shields with the ability to have more, a more fighter squadron, but a very good production speed up. Thunk. 9-minute production speed up with 2 fighter squadrons. Pretty badass if you want to crank out tons of fighters whilst also having shields. Personally, I can't see the use for it, but guarding assembly... Where is that even on my list here? Guarding assembly controller. probably this thing called assembly controller. So, okay, forget that. This marker had one draw in it, and it's done. What else do I have in here? I got light blue. For God's sake, Paradox, get better markers so I can steal better stuff from you. Alright, next up is the Dismantler class, something I couldn't imagine ever wanting or needing. You get more fighters, sure. You get flat cargo hold. That can't be right. Are they all flat? Pathetic. But you also get some turret slots. This is the kind of thing that you would put on a very specific mining operation. But now I've got that, the legendary version. What was it called again? The Carrier Controller. Carrier Controller get. The Bulwark. I am not happy at putting in 5 of these because I really like this Bulwark, but I really like it even more when it's legendary. There we go. It gives flat shields, which I'm not very happy about, but what it does is it gives impenetrable shields if your shields are above 25%. That's a lot of impenetration. I like it a lot. Tempted to use that on the Malcontent, but I think I'll just have it around as a trophy. Next up is the Delver Carrier Controller. Am I reading this one right? I think I already did you. Yeah, pretty sure I did you. Why did I get so many of these? I'm sure there was rhyme to my reason. I think I'll just melt them all down. I can't see any use of having these things. Unarmed slots, fighter controls. If I got 5 of them, just make another legendary. They take up too much space. Here's another thing. You might notice that all the subsystems I have here stack nicely. There's 15 of these, 19 of these, 5 of these. With these things from the rifts, they almost never stack. And I don't have access to these to mod them, which is very sad. Sadly, the devs decided that we're not allowed to have modding access to the rift stuff. Anyway, the Combat Aegis. I like you a lot. I'm interested in making a pair of legendaries here because it combines turret slots with impenetrable shields. The threshold is much higher, so you have a lot less impenetrable shield. However, it goes from 4, 5, 6 armed turret slots to 4, 5, 6, 7. Honestly, I was hoping for more. But the Combat Aegis is still very cool. Cool enough for me to make another legendary of it. How about we fish for legendaries by feeding in 3? And then let's just feed in 4. That didn't go, but oh well. Right, the Hyperspace Combat Booster. Exceptionally cool. Problem is that it usually doesn't give Hyperspace cooldown. It usually gives the Hyperspace cool up, which makes you take a lot longer between your jumps. I'm going to feed in all of the ones that increase the time taken, which is practically all of them. And then I get my legendary one that does do a percentage reduction. That was a perfect outcome for you, and just what I wanted. And also something that I can get rid of. So combat, high speed. Remember, there are 13 of these to do, and we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by my count. I was playing Avorion, says Starry, very good. Avorion doesn't get many streams going on, which is a bit sad. It was nice to hold a big event about it, at least. Okay, I got 3 more of you. I am going to take a chance. 60% chance to get a legendary. Don't know the odds of getting the good kind out of you. Oh, but now I really don't want to melt you down with your hyperspace. Ah, screw it, let's go for it. Okay, so we got the other kind. The kind that gives a very long jump range, but a 2.5 minute cooldown. It's ridiculous. If you put this thing in and make a jump, you have to wait real time 2.5 minutes till you can jump again. Why is that in the game? I actually modded it out. I thought it was so ridiculous, but unfortunately I can't mod these systems because... Right, next up is the Interceptor one. Interceptor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 of you for some reason. I don't see much use in this. It certainly makes you a whole lot faster and gives you loot pickup, but... yeah, maybe one of them would be kind of cool if you want a really nimble ship, right? So if I put this thing in, velocity goes up 47% and acceleration goes up 66%. That's pretty good considering it still comes with 7 armed turret slots. That's as good as an exotic dedicated armed turret slot. But I can't see myself using it. We just have it, so it's ticked off the list. What else do we have here? Ah, the even better version of the trading thing. I got 5 so that we guarantee we get a legendary out of it. It is as good, I think. Where's the range? 25 economy scan range. Is that the same as this? You. Yeah, so it's as good as the regular trading subsystem, but comes with the bonus of cargo hold, docking distance, picking up fighters but not getting more fighters. It's just a better version of it altogether. That's why the stuff is best in slot stuff, because it combines subsystems into one. Not necessarily the best of both combined, but in that case, yes. So there's Trader ticked off. We're really going to bump up our number of legendaries from doing this. The Rift Gear power crept some vanilla systems way too hard, says Acalis. That is true, but these are also monstrously hard to get. You need to be unfathomably rich, or do a ton of Rift stuff. Although you could also just go and blow up Rift research centers, but those are finite. Okay, next up is the Energizing Reviving Protector. So if you like the flat shields that regenerate when they hit 0, these things are amazing. On Insane mode, I prefer Impenetrable Shields. But if you're playing on Expert or Veteran or lower, these are just amazing. Even if you run out of shields, 2 of these things mean you get 100% of your shield back, and it recharges every 5 minutes. So if you're in a protracted fight, you can be invincible. Even if the enemy clear your shields, you get all your shields back. 5 minutes later, you get them all back again. Amazing. But it's one more legendary, and I can't see myself using this. Enemies hate this trick. Flat shielding, shield, even the rate at which you get your shields back. Very cool. And energy, of course, so you wouldn't need the the mad research thing if you stack these. Anyway, Energizer ticked off. Now we have the Hyperspace Jumper plus Energy. Man, I got a lot of these. I think I was hoping to get one that didn't give the plus time hyperspace cool up. So I'm going to take the ones that do give the flat hyperspace time extension. Look at that one. 2 minutes of waiting time. Why would I just want to sit around and do nothing? I'm going to get all these, make my legendary one, and sadly it's still a flat cooldown up thing, but I don't think I'd be using you anyway. Hyperspace, Energizer, where are you? There it is. And I'm going to grab the other ones, and I'm going to feed them in 3 at a time in the hopes that I get a better one, especially the ones that give the flat time boost. Okay, that was an awful outcome, the worst I could have hoped for. That was also bad. We get one more shot. Hey, we got it! Hyperspace cooldown minus 20%, combined with plus 6 jump range, and gives energy. This I could actually consider using. Anyway, great find out of that. And we have a backup for an additional legendary. We also have the Combat Carrier. Also a ship is calling for our help in this sector, and without even looking at it, we just throw rockets in that general direction. And I'm sure they'll help us. I'm sure they'll thank us for our help. Yeah, it's good that you were there. We gladly accept help in combat. They pay us 500,000 credits. And I think they just gave us that chain gun as well as 7,000 relations. See, it's good to have long-range weapons. It means you don't even have to think. And that's great, because I'm not a big fan of that. The Combat Carrier is something I'm a fan of, and this is something I would like to give to some of our other ships in the fleet, but again, the Rift stuff is hard to get in bulk. So, you get turret slots, but you also get fighter squadrons, 3 of them. Very nice. I think I will plug these in 3 at a time. Ooh, no, bad idea, because what if it fails? Ugh, I'm loath to have 2 left over. Plus 4 and 3, 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 4 and 3. Is there any difference between them? There's the auto turret slots, I guess. More auto turret slots, more better. So throw in the ones that only have 3 turret slots. That's you. And you. Oh, there's also a difference in defensive turret slots, huh? 2 and 4. You get 2 and you get 5 on the auto turret slots. That's nice. 2 and 4, 2 and 4, 2 and 5. Alright, in you go. Get our legendary. Holy moly, look at that. 8 turret slots for armed, 2 on defensive, and 4 fighter squadrons. This is a very good subsystem. Where's that under? Carrier class. Very good. And I think the last one It's a combat generator. Why do I not have dismantler carrier on my list? Maybe I already did that. Hopefully this comes to 13. If I missed something, then... Yeah, this is dismantler, so I guess I've done dismantler. Boy, I hope someone's keeping better count than me. Right, the combat generator. These are really good because you can keep arbitrary turret slots whilst also gaining energy, so you can replace the Mad Energy Lab legendary with it. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, so I'm going to feed them in 3 at a time and hope that I just get loads of legendaries. Well, there's 1, so I know I don't need to desperately put in 5 for another. Put in another 3, another legendary. Well, come on, I'll throw in the last 4 and get another legendary, because we're lucky. Ah, we failed in the last one. What a shame. Okay, hopefully that was 13 of them. I guess I should count. Make sure I got them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a duplicate. 7, duplicate. 8, 9, 10, 11, duplicate. 12, 13, duplicate. Every single one of the 13 unique subsystems from the rifts is now ours. Whether or not I use them, I don't know. I might just keep them around so they're always there in the inventory for perfection. After all, our ships are good enough that they don't need them, and they already use some of them already, so head to that. However, are there other legendaries that I want to or need to make? I already have the legendary Sphinx, so I don't need to make you. Do I have Chameleon? I don't have a legendary Chameleon. Let's change that. I'd never dream of using the Chameleon, so I have no problem just using 5 of them to make it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why does this show up under Cam? C-H-A-M? Cam? Become the ultimate hide-and-seek champ is why it's showing up for Cham. I put Sham in for Chameleon. Oh, there we go. That's that subsystem done. We do have this polarizer. Just going to shove those in. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't know, take 4. I didn't get legendary, but that's okay. I'm not sure I even need that one. Do I have the object detector? I already have the object detector. No need to worry about that. Do I have... I know I've got the salesman. I know I've got the docker. I don't have non-flat shielding, and I don't think this turns into the energy to shield thing, but I do really want one. Am I willing to put in 5 to get 1, or would I rather risk 3 for 1? I'm going to risk 3 for 1. I failed, but I can try it a second time. I didn't fail in the second one. There we go. That's really meaty. 213% extra shields for a hefty amount of generated energy. I can live with that. I want another excavation class legendary, please, because I'm going to be using one of them. Do I have the ionizer? I do. It's going to be tricky to find the ones I don't have as we get later into the run. Do I have the, what are you called? Internal defenses. Internal... This is fine, this is passing time whilst my ships go and do their maintenance anyway. Alright, I'm going to get this internal defender. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would never use this thing, the AI never boards, so that's just one thing checked off. I have to pen and paper list these things. I wanted to get cargo bay relative hold. And that was another flat one. Hey, there we go. We got cargo bay relative. Excellent. Isn't gacha fun? Do I have deep scan? I do already have legendary deep scan. Cool. Boy, we're running low on the ideas of the ones that I don't have at this point. I'm pretty sure I have legendary energy generation. Yes, I do. We already know we have velocity. I don't think I have stabilizing mainframe. Those are quite rare to pick up. Stabilizing mainframe, huh? Very rare compared to just about everything else I have. Even if I melted down these, I'd only end up with 2 of those, huh? Well, maybe. Let's try our luck, shall we? Gonna melt these things down as best I can. If I fail, well, shame on me. Grab these, grab you 3, grab you 4, grab you through, not you. Grab you 3, made it. And yeah, this won't be enough, even if I didn't fail. Yeah, I still only have 2. Okay, so I'm gonna need to hopefully find another one of those. How can I find your Google Drive? I'd like to grab the mods that you've put there. I've put 2 mods on there, and I have it on the Discord, but I'll just post it in chat for you. Stream-related risks, links. Where is it now? This looks like the right one. Yeah, here you go. I keep a whole load of information and stuff from various games that I've streamed right there. And I'm sure you have the wherewithal to navigate over to the Avorion folder and grab the 2 mods. There's an app data roaming Avorion folder, just extract them into there, and they should work fine. And it works for me and it works for others, so if you have problems, well, I'm sure we'll be able to help. Right, anything else that I am obviously missing here? Nothing comes to mind. Do I actually have the battery legendary? I'd be surprised if I didn't. You usually drown in these things, but I don't. Alright, just give me that. I'd never use it anyway. Energy capacity and recharge rate. Very nice. I'd still rather have the Volty one. That's just straight up better. But I think that's it for reasonable legendaries to get out of this. In fact, we should do a legendary count. Okay, so I have 9 of these story ones, with a 10th one I'm sure I'll get eventually. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 duplicate, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, dupe, 22, 23, dupe, 24, 25, 26, 27, dupe-ish, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Apparently I am 49 out of 55. I'm missing 1 story one, I'm missing the stabilizing mainframe, and I'll have to figure out... Oh! And it's the stabilizing mainframe, it's the story one, and the 4 Behemoth drops. That's all I'm missing for the legendaries. So one of the rarest subsystems, a story subsystem, and the Behemoths. Excellent. Okay, good. And then I can make a note of that. Need stabilizing mainframe. What was the other one? Botan hyperspace destroyer and north, south, east, west Behemoths. Nice. Cool. I thought I'd really have to struggle pen and papering that one. Okay. Very good. Very, very good. Now, the other thing I have to do is go to my good friend the Trash Man and tell him to trash every rare system? Or every uncommon system? I don't know, are there any rare systems that I will be very unhappy at trashing? Even the bulwarks, I have a lot of them, but, oh, well, I do like my bulwarks, especially on... I might keep all my rare ones. Ugh, I don't know though, there's a lot of trash in there. I don't want to go through the effort of favoriting these either. That's a lot to favorite. Maybe we'll trash them, right? Bulwarks come and bulwarks go. Okay. Trash man, please trash every rare subsystem I have. 3,390. Well, let's do a sanity check on that. As long as we're not trashing our exceptionals and better. Good, good. Last thing I want to do is trash my legendaries. And now we go here and... oh boy. So this is going to play out about 1,000 times. So I'm going to mute the stream and go and like take a water break. You might well benefit from doing the same. But we go research and we tell it to auto-research trash items of the same subsystem type, and we just let it be. I'll be back. Now, if this game did not have the auto-research, I'd probably just trash and sell all of these subsystems. They do take up inventory space, although they take up a lot more inventory space if I hadn't modded them to stack the way they do. A stroke of brilliance on my behalf, I must say. It's going to leave me wondering if I want to melt down my rares as well. I might set some of the rares as trash, and that way I can melt down the ones that I do want to be exceptional or better. Turret subsystems for one. You melt them down quite a bit. It takes something like 12 uncommons to make just one exceptional. There are averages to be done there. There's no way I pay in 5 every time. You get better payout if you do it 3 at a time. That might not sound very intuitive, but when you put in 3 of them, there's a 60% chance that it upgrades. If you put in 5, there's a 100% chance. The key point is that it spits something out regardless if you succeed or not. So you end up getting more to feed into the Gatch machine if you do it 3 at a time. Game knows that, that's why it optimizes 3. Feels weird calling something I have an industrial amount of uncommon. Jangs, how many is it? Let me think. 1. Feels like it's doing about 5 per second, and we have 3,000 to do. So it's processing 15 every second. 200 seconds then? That doesn't feel right. Feels like we've been looking at this for longer than that. If the research station did cost, then I'd probably still use it, because in the end it would be only money. You would have to scale something crazy for me to not want to do this. Wait, it is trashing my rares. Oh, that's right, I decided to trash my rares anyway, didn't I? Hope there's nothing I'm going to regret trashing in there. Nah, look at all these exotic things we have. There's no way we'd ever go disgracing our fleet by filling them up with rare items when they could have exotic or better, exceptional or better. Well, while it does that, I can consider what's going to be happening after this. So we did upgrade the mining fleet, although we need to test that out. Same goes for the exploration fleet. Oh, that's right, I need to make damn sure that I get myself the jumper as well. I forgot about that. That's the whole reason I came here and I didn't do it. I need it's the hyperspace cooldown jumper I think I needed for it. But with those two, these two will be done. And this is already being done, so that can be struck through. I can take my luck at Persecutor, but I also need to go and get the goods that I need to do Botan and get his legendary item. Which means I need 5 times what he needs for his quest, but that's just a little bit of a shopping trip, should be no big deal. Then I can actually do some other stuff that involves playing the game for a change. I do want to make these industries not suffer the way they do right now. Maybe I can do the aluminium one as well. Still don't know what's up with that aluminium mine that isn't paying anything. I can float around and find building knowledge, keen to do that. And then take on some bosses. Is it plausible to have a campaign in this game where one corners a market by forcibly eliminating the competition? Yes! So, this game has supply and demand and local prices. So, you actually get a heat map if you install the... can't I do that? I don't want to do it. There are heat maps, so you could see that, for example, around here, maybe copper is very low value for whatever reason, but maybe over here it's high value, and it lacks copper mines, so you can set up there and do your work. But then it goes all the way. Let's say we wanted to corner the books market. Put in books, and you might find that, you know, I'd love to exploit bookmaking around here, but there's a book factory here and a book factory there. You could go and burn those book factories down, or even take them over and make them your own, and then everybody's getting your books from around here. You could hunt down every book factory around, burn them all, and then corner that market. Don't know why you'd specifically do books. It'd be better to do something like body armor. Body armor is worth good money, and it has good demand in the military outposts, which are all over the place. But then you might go, ugh, look at all this competition. Burn them all down, and then you'll have to make friendly with the alliances that you burnt them down in. But then set up your own, and everybody comes to you for body armor, and you'll make oodles of money. But there are many ways to go about making oodles of money. Personally, I went for accelerators, and it's very hard to argue with the kind of money that my accelerators are making. Between the two of them, they're making me almost 400 million credits every real game hour, and over the course of their lives, they've made me 20-something billion, which goes into the Alliance Vault, which I dip into for my needs, and what I've needed are some incredibly expensive large weapons, but that's all worked out. Right, before I go, absolutely must make sure that I get myself that jumper. I should also make sure that of all these goods, I make sure that everything is... mark everything as trash, and then unmark everything as trash. And then check for my subsystems. That marking thing just stops them from appearing as new items. Right, was there anything I really wanted to... Holy moly, look at some of these things that I have so many of. I like it. Even extra bulwarks, which is nice. I need jump, cooldown, and I have it. I have it right there. Minus 22%, and I got 3 of them. And I have 11 jump range boosters. This is good. This is very good. I might want even more of them later on when I have to do a whole lot more exploring, but I'll take it for now. Then I don't need to research anything else, do I? My hyperspace cooldown is already as low as it goes. I would like a bit more energy. How much energy does this thing give in its legendary form? Generated energy, 25%. Generated energy... Wait, that's not the full story. 49 and 25 is... 50, 60, 75. That's worse than you. Am I failing to count? Generated energy 49% plus 25% is 74%. That's worse than these. How can this be? What's so legendary about you? You do give one more arbitrary turret slot, sure, but And that's why I don't like systems having varying amounts of goods. You can end up with lower tier systems that are better than the higher tier ones, which is exactly what's happened here. Except for the turret slot, but I wanted a bit more energy to play around with. I could use it to replace one of these things. How did the jumper turret thing turn out? It turned out for minus 15% cooldown, which again is worse than what we have on one of these. It is truly maddening at times. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, one more than 6. I'm not that tempted to switch it out, it's no big deal. Right, what I am wondering, are any of my old ships still on maintenance? Maintenance is going on for at least another 12 minutes. This one's taking 25 minutes, that's a bit of time. Hello pirates, goodbye pirates. You have to move from here. How far away are they? 25 kilometers and just being removed from the equation. Pop, 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 pop. Alright, very good. And again, they like me more and they pay me for the privilege. So, whilst the... Oh, see, all the explorers are done with their jobs, haven't they? I do need to go over to Explorer 10 and get them kitted out with their final jump cooldowner. And then hopefully they're good to get going on their exploration tasks. You sold me on this game. I'm going to buy the game when it goes on sale. Since I am poor, says Celestia. Poor, are you? I won't be having any of that on my watch. Hold your horses. Here you go, Celestia. This is just for you. I hope you're in a position to punch this into Steam before some very sticky-fingered individual takes it. Remove the square bracket and triple X, and there's a copy of Avorion for you. And this is where you say, oh, I'm not at my computer, I can't have it, and then, well, what a shame. I love that multi-rocket launcher shot coming out the side there. Okay, but I needed to permanently give you the jump spacer thing. There's also bound to be someone on YouTube watching the VOD who's going to try that code, you know, just in case. We've all been there. It's part of the thrill. It's risky to put it in chat. Yeah, I know. Right, I have 10 explorers, and I would actually like to explore some more. I can explore here. Hopefully they can fast travel quite a bit faster. Look at that 2-minute jump. Oh, that is lovely. Alright, you guys are going to get to it then. Over you go. Where did I send you? I sent you over there. I think you do those two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should work out just fine, actually. Because I put you there to do these two. And then I put you here to do these two. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. I put you here to do these. Explorer 3 taking much longer than the others for some odd reason. And then I put you here. And then 5 can go 1, 2, 3 over here. So then they're going to be able to explore all of this. And then I can put the other ones over here, and then we can have all of the squares coming out of Avorion space in general. Oh, please tell me I gave these guys hyperspace jump cores made out of Avorion. I can check that, right? Otherwise they're going to have trouble jumping through the rifts. Hyperspace core made out of trinium. Oh, mistakes have been made. I thought for sure that... No, I took the original and scaled it up. I didn't actually give it another hyperspace thingamajigger. Whoops. Crumbs. And that can only be built in a place with a shipyard. Oof. Okay, well. Lessons learned, huh? Hyperspace core. I think somebody used it before me. Alright, hold on. Some scumbag out there taking somebody's taking somebody else's key. Princess Celestia. I mean, in a way, I'm disappointed with you for being so slow. Princess Celestia. I'm having to double check the spelling on this, and of course you don't have an image for me to go by. That looks about right, though. Underscore da 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 da. Alright, there we go. Respond to my test, and if so, I'll send it your way. Scumbags. Utter scumbags. Right, but that's okay, that's part of the thrill, including calling them scumbags. Where I'm going to place this thing, I just need a little bit of a hyperspace core right there. I can do it on these guys at least, but I'm a bit bummed about forgetting it on the others. Well, I'm really bummed about not saving it either on the design. So I'm going to shove that over there, and then I'm going to save the design. And where's my post-game explorer? Obviously delete that. And then this one is the post-game explorer. There you go. And there's your copy of Avorion. One friend recently bought this guy. That'd be good seeing that. Oh, I'd be laughing. Right, number 7 as well. Donk. And number 6. Bonk. And then we move you guys in. So, Explorer 6, get up here. And then Explorer 7. If you go in there, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Bonk. Explorer 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Donk. Explorer 9. Hold on, isn't this not where I wanted you? I wanted you over here. Ah, whatever, you're here now. And Explorer 10. There you go. And yeah, the guys just stop dead on their transport over here because, of course, they don't have the ability to get through the barrier, do they? So tell me where a shipyard is around here, please, and get over there. Explorer 1, Explorer 2, all the rest of them are probably going to stop dead around here in due time. Okay. Minor, Avorion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Where's 10? 10 will still be doing their maintenance, I'm sure. Alright, most of you are going to stop over there, but I could just stop you manually. My incredible shame for not equipping my ships out correctly. Recall Explorer 3, Recall Explorer 4, Recall Explorer 5. Where are they at? Instead, get you all over to here. Oh, I can actually move you all together. That's convenient. Explorer 3, 4, and 5. Just get all of you over to there. Donk, donk, donk. 2 minutes, you'll be done. What about our other maintenance guys? Luck was on our side while doing maintenance. Luck was on our side. We didn't spend all the money. Now that's what I like to hear. Give me back that dosh. 2 minutes until Avorion mining 10 is done. 6 minutes until 11 is done. Give me more trash. Trash that I can't reasonably use. Although it's really nice when they pick me up really high level stuff just from the lucky trait. Here's yet more remaining funds and loads of garbage that we have on the scrappers. All these goods. 19 minutes on the scrappers. The trinium mines are still mining out. The titanium mines would have moved into position by now. Do I want to deck those guys out while I'm waiting? Guess it couldn't hurt. Alright, I think I'll do that then. Get all my miners. That way I never have to worry about this again. So it's miners in Titanium Land. It's nice that there's a shipyard there, but I'm looking for an equipment dock and a shipyard. And looks like everything I need is right over there. You know, if you thought, damn, I was really enjoying equipping out all of our miners, can't we do that again? Well, you're in luck, because we absolutely can. Get yourselves over here. Miner, trinium, and titanium. Yeah, 5 of them are going to have to do, but I'm certain between 5 of them it's not going to be unsafe around here. Jings, it's such a powerful array of ships for a relatively easy area. Get them over there and get them outfitted. If it's somehow still not enough, I'll have to go and dredge up some additional miners to add them to the crew. Explorers have reached destination. Miner 10 has finished their maintenance. You got the goods, you got the goods, you got the goods. Laser modulators and rift research data. Love to see it. Explorer 7 is still traveling. All the Avorion miners... No, still waiting on number 12 for 4 minutes. It's okay. In that case, since they are... Oh, they're not over there yet. They need a couple of minutes to move over. How about the explorers? They're all there, so I'll deck them out. Thanks, Jake. I'll play it later today. Right now I'm watching Harvest, Full Computer University course on Free Code Camp's YouTube channel. I love free code so much. Well, it's your day for free codes, it seems. Can't believe someone doesn't have the cojones to say it was them that took the code. I'm not going to do nasty things to you. If anything, I'll congratulate you for being better than the rest. Nothing wrong with being the best. Alright, all this work just to slam in the tiniest bit of hyperspace core into these poor things. Number 3. Oh, number 3 doesn't look so hot over there. Take this square. And then 4. And then I'm actually wondering if I've done you all. Not actually an easy thing to check, is it? Looking on the back of their necks like I'm looking for Agent 47. But I reckon that's the lot of them. Because look at that, I can tell them to go through now. Right, well, once more unto the breach. Get your travelling done. Why that suddenly became a 10-minute job, I don't understand. Sometimes those travel commands get really weird. I really think that they're somehow able to use wormholes. So if their route actually goes through a wormhole, or maybe even some really good gates, maybe that helps them out. Because it doesn't seem right to me that this is a 10-minute job, even with their hyperspace cooldowners. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a faster job from where they were before. 8 minutes there, and fiver. You get over here. All very good. And on top of that, you're all over here, so I can switch to all of our miners. Well, now I kind of wish I was a code-stealing scumbag. Oh, to wish it. Right. Last set of miners, at least until I get hungry for even more miners. Oh, actually, I don't have the resources to make you into a bunch of souped up miners, do I? No. No, I do not. Interesting. Really rather interesting. Well then, that puts me in an awkward situation. What I can do, however, is I can grab the titanium miners. I can remove their titanium miners, because titanium won't cut it around here, bub. To be honest, I wouldn't mind removing all of their gashy guns right now. I mean, look at it. Look at this garbage. Okay, that's not garbage, but I'm still taking it off of you. I could still equip you out with this big-ass gun for massive Omicron. And I guess there's no real problem in giving you the R minor thing. 2 of these will go a long way. They'll still help out. And if that worked for Titanium Man, it'll work for other Titanium Man. Wimpy Omicron of about 2,000. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, I love standardizing this stuff. Where's my warning for the ship being too strong for the region? There we go. So it's no longer titanium. Titanium mining is dead. Now you are trinium miner. I think it's 4 and 5 I need. Would have warned me if 4 was bad. Titanium man. Miner. Trinium 05. Besides, it sounds like you're studying Celestia, so someday you'll be big-brained and big-walleted, and then you can just pay it forward, because there'll be some other poor scumbag out there who wishes they could play some kind of highly autistic game, and you'll be there thinking, well, I remember when the shoe was on the other proverbial foot, and then surely you will then, well, scoff at their situation and enjoy your codes and your money and your big brain, but that is your decision to make. Right, let's get these miners operational. I can't afford to spruce them up anymore. So, miner, trinium, and all the lot. Get over to the smuggler hideout. Can't believe that's a 2-minute journey. Should be done in 1. And on top of that, all of my miners are somehow still not ready to go. We're waiting on you. 1 minute of maintenance. Well, I can then just take a drink and wait for you to be done. Harvard. Ivy League Harvard. My end goal in life is to create more of a tech scene in my hometown, which sadly 90% of the jobs is either factory or retail. I need every speck of knowledge that I can get. Well, if there's anything like my hometown, you'll have to start by explaining what a computer is. But no shortage of grim times back home. If you're not working on a farm or working in a distillery, what are you even doing? There we go. Avorion is done with his job. Avorion miner 12. Now I can move all of my Avorion miners over to this syndicate hideout where they hide out. And now, well, once they get there in 5 minutes, we're going to figure out a few things about how they operate. The scrappers I'm going to wait on because I'm still waiting for 1 more of them. You're an explorer, so you probably get them back faster than normal, which is kind of cool. Once the explorers are all in their way, I'm going to give out the exploration commands to all of them at the same time. Hopefully 50,000 Omicron and a whole bunch of shields keeps them good wherever they are. Even the Oganite. If I end up finding that they actually can't do the exploration here because they're too weak, I'm going to be quite disappointed. But it'll also be very easy to change because I've got loads of slots and areas for guns, so I just need to plug in another armed turret slot and another big-ass gun, and they should be more than ready to handle the situation. Trinium mine has already landed in position. The UX for choosing your fleet here is really, really bad. Be nice if you could nest them in some way, perhaps. Right, so we go mining here. I tell you, do it forever. The ambush probability is very high. However, every additional escort that is strong enough for the region should bring it down, 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 down. Oh, that's so close. I think I just need one or two more and they'd be good. However, I could just remove them down to a 4.5 hour job, and then I don't have to safe mode it. Because if I did safe mode it, sure they'd be safe, but then I'd lose out on many millions. So instead, you're getting a 4.5 hour job for good amounts of resources. Bonk. Although that low amount of iron makes me think that maybe the iron is going to be a bit of a problem for me. Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? Explorers are still doing their work. I'm still waiting on scrap Avorion 7, who I think was the longest time taking. Yeah, 11 more minutes for you to do your job. 5%, only like having a regular reckless individual. Yeah, I don't like the reckless trait, but I have been told that it's better than I'm giving it credit for. And I'm giving it a lot of negative credit, so it doesn't have to be that much better. Whilst we're waiting on you, if you wouldn't mind procuring me another delicious amount of Rift research data. I'm not sure I'll need these, but it's only 33 million, which has now become an irrelevant amount of money to me. But I am waiting on the Avorion miners right now because I'm very interested in how those line up, and there's also a little bit of poking around with the values that I want to do. Once that's done, it's time to get let me think. The exploration fleet has been standardized, so I can absolutely score that through. I can get to work on some of these. Which one though? I don't know. Probably get myself the Botan Hyperspace Destroyer, because that's just jumping around and grabbing a few items. That's no big deal. Easy to get items on top of that. And then I think I'll enable the Behemoths and see how we fare against them. Could be that they just brutalize me immediately, but I want to give it a fair shot. We haven't seen the Behemoths yet, because there is a toggle for that. Game options, Behemoths, where are they? There we go, Behemoth events. They're just annoying most of the time. I don't actually like the Behemoths. But they are a good test of your damage output, because they are huge and have ungodly amounts of health. So, and they warp away after a certain amount of time, and that timer starts from when they spawn, not from when you meet them. So if they start terrorizing here, you've got to also be able to quickly get over there. Thankfully Malcontent can, but we'll see how we fare against them. It also might be that they end up destroying all of my fighters, which would leave me very sad, but at least as the time goes on, my fighters are being constantly made as well. Is that our miners arrive? Not yet. Where are you at there? 1 minute until they're there. Get over there. 3 minutes left on our explorers as well. Yeah, the Behemoth DLC is active, but I just have it toggled off for now. Boy, I've got some numbers to run on these miners. And I'd really like to see what difference it makes giving him the subsystem. I have a spare legendary mining subsystem, but I'm also curious if it matters whether or not I give it to multiple of them as well. So if I look at the mining subsystem, I'm going to give the lead one of these, and then I'm going to give a few of the non-lead ones these ones and see if it still boosts the yield or not. Right, so first off, miner Avorion 01. If you were to mine here, this is actually a good baseline to look at. So, how am I even going to do this? pen and paper will help. Need to remember to throw away that marker. And maybe eventually throw away this pen. It's not doing so hot. Curse this stolen Paradox Interactive ballpoint pen. How dare you not work half a decade after I leave. Alright, so the Avorion, let me think. Straight away, these numbers look really good. Area, damage efficiency, cargo space, simultaneous mining. I want to try, let's see, okay, so 1 hour, not safe, no subsystem, 2 times miners, and I'm only caring about the Avorion number. It's 206.1 to 257.7, okay? Then what we do is we go over to you, doobity-doop, and then we see what happens if we add in another gun. We have the unarmed subsystem for it, so that's okay. I say gun, but it's actually a mining drill laser thing that I'm adding. And then we check the mining again, and would you look at that, it went up. No subsystem, 3 times mines, makes it 214 to 267.5, not insignificant, it's like a 5% boost. And the obvious question from here is what happens if you add another one? I know these things do drop off after a while, but let's get the numbers. Work with all the information that you have. Now it's gone up even more. If we go 4 times the miners, we get 224.7 to 280.9. Well, dang. Okay, well, why stop there? Can we get 5 miners? That is going to necessitate another subsystem, but you know what? We have subsystems. Not the jumped ones, of course, but what about the unarmed? Just going to shove this. I'll shove a couple of these. Not permanently. That way I can just pull them out. Alright, a 5th one. Now we have 231.6 to 289. It is going up less and less. What about another one? I know the positioning of them does not matter. 234, okay, it's definitely going down now. 234 to 293. Where's the nice middleman here? I reckon 4 of them seems fine. It's a bit of a shame, I don't want to deck them each out with 4 of them. Alright, let's consider the 4 number then. Do I even have enough to give 4 to each of them? Is 4? But, oh, right. I was wondering where one of them was. One of them's over the side here. That still works out fine. If I were to give you these things... They started with 2 each. And I got 17 here. 2 additional for another... yeah, I don't think I have enough, but I can make more. That's no big deal. Wait, didn't I run out of modulators? So the first one added 8, and then the next one added another 10. It's kind of scary. You know what? The numbers aren't worth all that. I'm going to keep you down at 2 for now. And I'm going to make sure that it still is at 206.1. Yeah, 206.1. Now the big question is, what if I add a mining subsystem? Legendary, of course. Chunk. How much of a difference is that going to make? No difference whatsoever. Huh. That's funny. I guess the problem is that it's already 100% area, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay, okay. Now, I want you doing this for 8 hours with a lot of your friends, and look at that percentage go down because it keeps multiplying on top of itself for each of these. Yes, no more need for safe zone. Sweet. Look at that. One job, no chance of being ambushed, 1% to 0%. Oh, baby, that's nice. We're not going to waste our time with iron. Or are we? I mean, I could do with some more iron where I'm going. You know what? Just do them all. Gives me less clicking to do each time. That's phenomenally good. 30 million Avorion for one job. That's going to make back everything that we spent on these guys as well. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Big win. Very big win right there. Let's not dilly-dally in this sector, though. Get me back to Malcontent. Okay, chat. Where does one get the jackhammer? That's an unusual drop. And I do have it somewhere. Oh, but I might have just trashed it, huh? But I think I stuck it in my Alliance inventory. Hey, there we go. There's a jackhammer. Tech 35 drop, so would have got it in around the Xenion region. Not a particularly impressive weapon post-barrier, but pre-barrier that's rather nice. After all, that's mining and destruction, and since it's antimatter, it's doing a lot of extra damage to hull. What's a really nice thing is the Omni railgun. Very good pre-barrier railgun right there. Okay, so the subsystem didn't help much at all. It probably would have helped with safe mode on, but we're not doing safe mode. Now, how about my scrappers? I actually think the scrappers will run into problems because there's not 12 of them. So there might be too few of them to do this without safe mode on. But that doesn't change the fact that we have them equipped out accordingly. It's just that I need to get more scavengers so that it won't be an issue. Yeah, that makes sense. 12 more of those guys set up like that should be a-okay. The Trinium guys are doing their job, so I just need more of them. And that's just a case of copy-pasting. They don't need any jump boosters, they just get the Hydras, get the types of mining fighters, and they're good to go. I like it. Industrial scale strip mining. Almost sad the region isn't barren afterwards. That used to be a thing in the pre-2.0 version, where every sector did get actively mined. The ship would go there, there'd be asteroids, and they do delete them. I imagine that was hell on performance. I never played it back then. So it was a contentious change to abstract it all away to this operations thing. But yeah, it used to be that you would give the order to, mine this region, then go refine and come back and mine some more. And you'd end up with areas devoid of asteroids. It's been cool to read about that, since again, I wasn't playing at the time. Alright, so hopefully all of my explorers are going to have no problem doing all of this exploring, and zero chance across the board is what I like to see, even here in the Orgonite region. The Avorion region was already explored when they went hunting in pairs and even trios. Alright, wow, this is good. I know that gun was monstrously expensive, but it's nice that I can just strap one of them onto my explorers, and that's all it takes, along with their big chunky ships, to face no risk of attack. Because there's a lot of galaxy to explore. Also, could we not have this clogging up my interface, please? Alright, Avorion scrappers. Oh, we're still waiting on that one last bleeding guy, aren't we? Come on, hurry up, I got other things that I need to do here. And he has just finished, good. Yet again, yelling at my people, solving all of my problems for me. Scrap Avorion dudes, go over here. Scrap Avorion 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Again, I have my doubts that that's got. Oh, I sent it to the wrong place. Sent them one province over. Scrap Avorion, cancel that. I'm sure they're not happy about their commander screwing up like that. Get to it. I gotta say, this little smuggler place has been great help for me, because over here is an excellent place for asteroids, and over here is a great place for wrecks. and it doesn't touch upon the Zotan center, because otherwise there's a risk that I'd run into my my mining fleet whilst attacking the end boss, farming it as I do, and I'm kind of tempted to go and beat it up again while I'm waiting. You know what? I think I will go and beat it up again while I'm waiting. Come get some. I don't think I gave Baron the thing that... No, whatever. I don't need to harness the power of the anything. We can just destroy his fleets. It was one sector at a time. Auto mining back then was worth it. Boy oh boy was it rough. It was easier just to sit in a hostile sector with salvage fleet eating your kills. Yeah, I can get that. I think a lot of the pushback on the changes was, wow, I'm making a fraction of what I used to on the old setup. But I will take convenience, scalable convenience, any day of the week. Plus, how miserable must it have been for performance to always have these places constantly simulated? Must have been rough. We're waiting on you anyway, so I'm going to procure myself some more delicious Rift research data for less than delicious prices. There we go. So, finally a fight. I think I spent 4 hours just administrating what I have. Gonna want those laser modulators at some point so I can make more of these mining drills. Actually, the excavator drills I'm gonna need more of, don't I? How are we doing on that? Don't tell me about the jackhammer, tell me about my awesome weapons here. Yeah, look at that. I'm going to need a bunch more of these if I do want to expand my scrapper yard. But I don't think that'll be a priority today. Might be something I take care of off stream. Need that Botan inhibitor. Okay, there's a bunch of things to do, but that's okay. We're working our way through the to-do list for the day. The mining fleet has now been upgraded to handle non-safe zone. Strike through. I'd really love to get around and kill Prosecutor one of these days, though. Have you been doing a lot of Hansa stuff off stream? Nope, the game has just largely been idling off stream. I think the only thing of note that I did, other than idling between last stream and this, is spend my Rift research data. And you better be glad that that was done off stream, because it was just a lot of camping the Rift research places that sell it. Well, I don't know, maybe people want to see that. So this is the end boss. It's not really going to provide much challenge, I would dare to say. I wonder if I even need to harness the power of the wormhole to kill the thing. It would be good if it was immune until I press that button, because that means a lot of farmable targets here. A target-rich environment. Look at the fighters go! They're gonna tear the place apart. Come on, Guardian. At this rate, you're just gonna die. I think it was its shields that were impenetrable. Oh, now I remember. You need to kill a little crappy ones for it to be vulnerable. But it's looking plenty vulnerable right now. Please, end boss! No! It's already dead. Okay, well that was not even remotely fair. Also, where did my loot go? I swear it... Oh, I think Amaterasu? I feel like it went off towards Amaterasu. Give me that back. There we go. Well, wow. If you ever wanted this thing farmed for whatever, there it is. But wow, that painful... Right, let's turn the Behemoths on. The Behemoth is actually going to stand up and take a beating. And I don't think it'll be quite so hideous on the performance either, because it's not going to summon 100 little baby Behemoths. You could fight the numbered boss again to test your power. Oh no, that was a slog and a half. What about my cargo hold? I think I'll turn off grabbing goods again. I'll just go and buy what I need for Botan. Right, speaking of Botan, I need to find the enemy of my enemy quest. Come to think of it, is it still active? That's the Hermit. Oh god, we never spoke to the bleeding Hermit. He's meant to be an integral part of the storyline and we just benched him and never went back. But I am looking for enemy of my enemy. That's new opportunities. That's Lizzie or Tizzy or whatever her face is. Maybe that Botan guy went to, the engineer guy went away. Yeah, I think he did. Okay, we have ways of handling this situation. First of all, we're going to go and speak to the Hermit, who we've ignored this whole time. Maybe I'll go and do some of Izzy's missions. That's necessary for 100% completion after all. Whilst you're heading over there, we're going to grab the Avorion scrappers and see what they can scrap. Wait, what's that? Oh, distress signal. Those constantly pop up, so I will ignore them accordingly. So, probably not able to do the 8-hour thing. Definitely not wasting our time with iron tier garbage. If it's not Oganite or better, I guess I'll take the Xenion because I have a hard time getting enough of that. Well, look at that! These guys are even better. Down to 3%, no safe mode, 1,000 subsystems and weapons, up to. Million credits, but yeah, whatever. And even a reasonable amount of Avorion. Normally the trade-off here is you get far less resources and a lot more subsystems and things, but I like that. Safe mode would make them completely safe, but 3% is 0%, just remember that number. Basically 4% is 0%. And yes, the Assault Pyramid got a remake. Baron has a lot of pride for his creation, and whilst pride may be a sin, I can get behind that. And what he did was he remade it. Made it better than before. Smoothed out the sides. Given a nice wee top for putting the guns on. Overall, it handles a whole lot better. It's got much more shields and it doesn't fall apart. And I've noticed that so far it's not ramming into the other ships like it did before. I think some people are going to be unhappy at that change. But I'm kind of glad for it. Alright, 3 minutes until they're over to deal with the Hermit. I'll get the Hermit, I'll get the Botan. I need Botan to get his shopping list, and once I have his shopping list, I will go and get it, and I will, this time, make enough of them so that I can get the legendary version. At the time of making them, I didn't realize there was a legendary version of it, but now I do. However, if the Behemoth appears, we're going to be changing course and ramming straight into the Behemoth. We're going to test our might against the Behemoth's many millions of hull. And I forget it's Omicron. I don't recall it being very powerful. I took a screenshot of it when I faced it in another game that I had running, but why spoil myself by looking at that? That's one of the nice things about having a dreadfully bad memory, is you get to experience things for the first time again. I think there was an anime I was watching at some point. Well, this is really interesting. And then it took me several episodes in before I go, I think I've seen this before. Which is rather nice, right? I know a lot of people go, oh man, there's this game that's so good, I wish I could experience it for the first time all over again. Just give me a few years. The ultimate thing would be if I could forget everything about 999, the Nintendo DS game, because I'd love to experience that one fresh again. Oh, the music, the characters, the twist, the escape room puzzles. I loved that game despite it being anime nonsense. Subnautica? I think I played Subnautica wrong. I certainly had a lot of people telling me I was playing it wrong. I just wanted to explore. I didn't want to mess around with the base building, especially without the mod that links your things together. But then people weren't happy with me putting down my containers everywhere. I still haven't gotten around to playing Subnautica Below Zero. And I feel a little bit bad about that because I did email the devs and say, hey, stream Subnautica, you wouldn't happen to spare this guy a copy of Below Zero? But then Below Zero never won the long play vote, so clearly nobody wanted to see it around here. Boy, I feel bad. I really wrecked my Oganite and Avorion, but it's so nice to know that I'm getting another tens of millions of that back just from these guys being hands off. What was it again? I swear it was about, was it 30 or 50 million Avorion for 8 hours? Assuming that I remember to come to my PC and smash that button every 8 hours, then that's either 90 or 150 a day. Maybe the person that said that I should put these numbers up to 1 billion and 1 trillion each might be onto something. But that's a lot of resources and a lot of money. And a lot of waiting on these ships. Come on, what's taking you so long? You'll apparently be there in a minute. One of these explorers takes significantly longer than the other, even though you're apparently a navigator. Alright, malcontent. Let's see what the hermit has to say. Why are you disturbing my solitude? Should I leave? I may as well talk to you. The barrier, the ring of the torn hyperspace. It appeared 200 years ago. Fighting a war against the Zotan were losing. They suddenly pushed back to the center of the galaxy, a great shudder. A lot of rifts. Cut off from outer reaches, nobody could cross. What happened? As far as we know, people are still in the center. They told us they thought they were on a suicide mission. Oh, they actually left the center and said hello. They didn't bring Avorion knowledge with them, sadly. Factions on the inside believe the event destroyed everything. Okay. They have material called Avorion. Ooh, name drop. Okay, they fought over the Avorion and destroyed it. That's why I'm a hermit. I stay away. I understand. The fractures, they bring Avorion, Zotan technology, the artifacts. Yes. There's an artifact for sale. I can send you an email. Okay, sure. The factions that live on the inside will be extremely grateful if you show them that... Okay. Thanks for the email. You've collected all the artifacts. Now go and activate the... Okay, so this is all the stuff that tells you how to play the game, but we already did that. I really just wanted to chalk the hermit off of my things to do. Maybe one of these days I'll figure out how to command fighters. Cross the barrier. Oh god. Is it gonna count? I wonder about that one. Let me go. I don't want to activate that gate again. It's such a pain in the bum to do. Track that, and then let's magic our way inside the barrier by going over to here. Hopefully it just checks for location and then ticks it off, not that we use the bleeding gates. Hey, there we go, across the barrier. We've already set up infrastructure inside the barrier, but who said we had to do things in order? Alright, very good. Give me my lucky stuff. Get back to malcontent. We haven't been fighting that many people inside the center. The Church of Akhet and the Ottocorn Buccaneers, and that's about it. Mostly we sell stuff to them. Still a lot of people that hate my guts, but that's to be expected. Now, I would also like to find a smuggler, so I can go and say hello to Botan. Preferably a smuggler that isn't in the danger zone. They hate all of us over here. Let's just go here. I haven't got a spare slot for my anti-Botan subsystem, but I know who does. It's Baron. However, I'm curious if I can do it just by having the item in my inventory. I haven't tried that. I've always just equipped the thing. So let me go to the Alliance Vault, go to this, put it in the inventory. And where's Botan's smuggler? Benassi. Welcome, Benassi. I will do your dirty work. Give me that good. It's a suspicious good. So if you don't have a merchant captain or a smuggler captain, that could be a problem. But I have a glorious smuggler commodore. I actually am thinking that the Daredevil Commodore isn't as hot as I'd thought, because my weapons overheat, so firing them faster doesn't necessarily help me. Ooh, expedition to the center. Convoy is gathering over here. Might be worth keeping an eye on. Also might not. Right, where's that easy delivery? Very easy. Very close. I gotta say, the universe that I generated here has a lot of extremely awkward rifts. Like, this one's very tall, this one does the crisscross, you can barely get through this with gates. Early on, before we were able to navigate the rifts, it did make things very awkward, especially when we got this far, and then the Buccaneers had their way with us. A lot of the early game was spent trying to get through this part, but no, the Buccaneers came and tore us apart. We had to go down through this gate, up here, and then we went, oh, it's the Buccaneers again. So we had to go all the way down, up around here, and oh, look, it was the Buccaneers again. So we kept going up, and it was still the Buccaneers. I think at the time I said I'm going to destroy their entire faction for everything they've done to me, but it's so big. I don't know. I don't know how feasible that is. Actually, I know it's very not feasible. I will eventually have to make my peace with them, but maybe they'll be the last ones I ever seek peace with. Alright, malcontent, let's go. Now first, can I... Where's Botan? There you are. Right, I'm not going to say I have your goods. I am going to go to Baron. Baron's tactical space pyramid, because Baron can equip the anti-Botan device. And then even just having it on Baron, I'm impressed that the game checks for this, given the game has a lot of not quality of life for this. But even if Baron has it equipped, it gives me the option to destroy it. And then Baron is going to unequip it, because this is the only use for this item. And although I could have sworn it can destroy itself, but never does. Right, where's Botan? There he is. Hello, Botan. Here's your goods. I'm going to run away. Mya ha 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 ha. And then he tries to jump away, but he's already dead. And he drops a fantastic subsystem, one that I use on all of my main fleets. Even when I had other options. I grab this. +7 jump range is good early game, but it's excellent early game, and it's modest to good late game. But nothing gets that same level of hyperspace cooldown and jump range together. Even our legendaries. Legendary gives 31% cooldown with 8 jump range. Not worth the trade. And this other one gives 15 jump range, but no cooldown. In fact, if I hadn't modded the game, it would make you have to wait for about 2.5 to 3 minutes. But I didn't come here just to kill Botan. I came here to grab this. I have a friend waiting for me. My friend is over here. And I have to make 2 jumps or else my fleet won't keep up. We've done this mission before, but we're doing it again because I had a 60% chance of not needing to do it a second time. Didn't manage. It can do ramming, though. During the testing, I was able to toss space stations aside by ramming into them, says Baron, who was very proud of his tactical space pyramid. And why wouldn't he be? Oh, they're already there. That's why I love having my hyperspace cooldown extremely... Oh, wait. Did I miss a spot? Yeah, I did miss a spot. Doesn't change the fact that it is very quick at doing the jumping, and I do appreciate that. Hello, enemy of my enemy. Impressive stories. Can we work together? Yeah, sure. He's a coward, blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'll help you. Here's your shopping list. I don't care how you get them. Do what you must. Just get me these parts. Normally, I don't like doing this because it's an awful shopping list, but once you get to this stage in the game, you can just quickly jump around and grab everything you need. See that search and rescue thing? Go away. I'm looking for... enemy of my enemy. Let's pin you. And what do I need? Accelerators, fusion generators, energy inverters, transformators, semiconductors, processors. Do I even have the inventory space for all this? Somewhat. So. As it happens, I have an accelerator factory over here that can happily get me those parts. But is there somewhere else with some accelerator factories floating around? Oh, there's an accelerator factory we had over there. It's just money at this point, so it's hardly important. Also, didn't we find that... I think around here I was able to source everything I need, so let's go and deal with that. I could also send one of my ships on a procuration mission, but that would probably take longer. Whilst that's going on, there's scouting to be done. Explorer 1, Explorer 2. God, I love this risk-free exploring. What a difference from before. Explorer 5, tonk. And I won't even need to give them a move order, or rather a travel order, to go over to the next area. They have enough range to jump over to the next part in one go. And that's going to save me a significant amount of time clicking through those orders. And this ain't so bad, considering that to scout the whole galaxy I need to give this command 2,500 times. Being able to give it 10 times in just a few seconds Means that's just about 250 times a few seconds. Easy, right? But I still have to wait between them all. It's going to be a bit of a drag. Like I said, when it gets to the point of scouting the entire galaxy, my plan is to do some kind of double stream. So I'm also going to be watching something else, like the ESE European Speedrun Assembly Marathons, whilst giving those commands periodically, because it's brain dead. And that's actually going to make it probably a lot better than doing the similar thing in... There you are. Doing the similar thing in Patrician 4, because there was no brain dead activity there. Everything needed some attention. And I don't like paying in general, let alone paying attention. Oh, it's my super best buddy, Dark Young. Thanks a lot. You know, never forget the first time that I noticed Dark Young online. He left a wee comment on a Frostpunk video saying, "You had me at there's going to be tons of dead kids," and I knew there was a friendship in the making. Right, how many of these blessed things do I need? I need 5 of these things in total. I've already got 1, so give me 4 of each, please. I don't care that I'm paying over the odds. In fact, this isn't even over the odds for accelerators. Right, now I need to buy myself some fusion generators. Fusion generators can be bought right over here, or over here. I trust this one more. It's also good to have someone around that truly understands good banter. You know, with all the Germans and Austrians and colonials that we have around, you can start to think there's no sense of humour left in the world. Well, the accelerator factory was over here as well. Fusion generator, come to me. I also think it's one of the most thumbed up comments on my channel ever. People really seem to get behind it. Right, fusion generators, I need 2, so I need 10. No, I need 8. 4 times what I need. Where can I find myself an energy inverter, though? Search for invert, get rid of the comma, and it's right over here. Having a quick check that none of the other items that I need are right there. Thank you. I think this is the nicest thing the nicest you've ever been to me. Well, I'm in a fantastic mood. Why wouldn't I be? The run is going well. I managed to slaughter through a lot of the things I needed to get done for this. Well, why did I come here again? Energy inverters. There we go. How do Englishmen stack up in the comedy-o scale? It depends where you're from. The Northerners have a great sense of humour. Right. Inverters. I need 5 and I need 4 times that. Give me 20 of them. And then I need the transformators, semiconductors, and processors. Okay, yeah, I was right. This is just a great place to get all these goods. Transformator factory. On we go. And I think down here was the processors and whatnot, right? Processors and semiconductors. Well, that's what I remember at least. Yeah, stacks up fine, gets a little worse the further south you go. Kind of a standard for the UK, really. I know one solid bloke that's from Portsmouth, though, and I don't think you get much further south than that. Well, more than one solid bloke. His whole family's solid blokes. Even his sister's a solid bloke. What was I here for again? Was it fusion cores? No, it's transformators. There's the transformator factory. Dead ahead. So yeah, doing this wee job here is really nice and easy in the late game, but early game it's an exercise in pain. Mostly because you don't really know where to source the goods. If you haven't been doing loads of exploring, and why would you in the early game, you're unlikely to find all these goods that you need. And you don't have massive jump range like I do. You'll have a jump range of maybe 5. I shouldn't type the word S or the letter S in, just blocks out the whole screen. Semiconductors are there, but I swear there was somewhere that had semiconductors and processors together. Well, it's down there. I'm not sure it's worth the journey because the processors are also available right over here. Gib. Never been to the Faroe Islands. Haven't even been to Shetlands. Just Orkney. I've been to the Hebrides as well. Amazing fish to be had there. Oh my days, best fish dish I've ever had outside of Japan. And maybe Stockholm. Which suddenly is not making it sound as impressive, is it? Right, processor. All these giant warships coming in. I'm sure the population here is very afraid. Either they're going to be destroyed or pressed into service. But no, believe it or not, I'm here to buy. Actually, speaking of pressing into service, I chewed through a lot of my units. But you know what? We can always create more clones. This entire ship just stinks of self-cessed, but what can I say? It's more convenient than docking up and buying loads of fresh meat. There was a plotline, a Star Trek episode that came down to too many clones inbreeding. Yeah, I think, hang on, is 32 about right? Seems about right, because I think I need 4 times 8. Oh no, that was too many processors. Oh well, I was looking at semiconductors for the number there. Alright, a little bit out of range, but that's okay. Just jump, and I can't be bothered waiting for 2 loading screens, so I will only wait for 1. Best fish I ever had, says Indarius, was halibut caught off the Alaskan coast, cooked in butter and garlic over a campfire. You've been to Alaska? I'd quite like to go to Alaska. Be nice and cold, surely. I have one last adventure for you. On my last tour to sell some sweet Avorion, I came across a resistant outpost. They told me they know about the Zotan guarding the center of the galaxy. They tried a lot to destroy it. Nobody's managed. Not the best warriors or... I'd say go for it. Oh yeah, maybe I'll get around to defeating that guardian in the center of the galaxy. Maybe. The joke being that we have now crushed the thing 3 times and it cannot even last half a minute with us. Not much in the way of fresh fish around here, but there's plenty of good tinned fish to be had. Semiconductor factory, just a wee one will be fine. Shouldn't be talking about food here, kinda hungry. Been just optimizing my fleets for 4 hours. Could do with optimizing my lunch. Actually, it's getting beyond lunchtime. That's alright, I got a to-do list. I'll get the to-do list done, and then I'll be able to enjoy some din-dins. What'll I have? Dunno, figure that out later on. Got a real hankering for kidney beans though, so whatever it is, it's going to involve a lot of kidney beans. Right, this is what I needed 32 of. Donk. And that looks about right. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Alright, let's go and get another one of the legendaries crossed off the list. Enemy of my enemy. And I shouldn't ever have to fight Botan again. So I'll never have to have this guy spawn ever again. Or so the hope goes. And whilst we've got time to kill, I may as well tell my merchants to grab me more Rift research data. Actually, how about you get me the laser modulators? Because I've been struggling for those. And there are only so many places that have them that I can blow up. So I think they're down at the bottom here. Laser modulators, get me another 1,000 of them. That's fine. Merchant 04, please procure another 1,000 laser modulators. I wonder if there was any other good that I was missing out on a fair amount. I can actually go to the turret factory and check. Funny that laser modulators would be one of the roughest things to come by, but we speak to our turret factory and we say, if we were to build our own turrets, what would we have problems with? Nothing, nothing. Laser modulators. Steel tubes. Gauss rails. Electrocharges. Targeting cards. There's quite a few things. But I don't really need to build much of these other things. I've built a billion of them already. Targeting cards, Gauss rails, and laser modulators. Okay, gotcha. I won't remember those, but gotcha. And let's not hang around here. Should never hang around. Should never hang around in the core when you're vulnerable like that. So, time for a bit of clicking through. Hello. Oh god, get me out of here. Oh, get me out of here. I have your goods. Thank you. And then I might have misplaced it. I think I clicked on the wrong thing. Thanks a lot. I have your goods. And then, oh, I misplaced it again. I have misplaced. Thank you. I have your goods. But I went and lost it again. I'm not joking. And I have your goods. And I might have misplaced it. And thank you. And I have your goods. And now I have... Now this is strange. Why are they not stacking? Why are they counted as different? That shouldn't be an issue, but why? Well, doesn't matter at all. Let's go and find ourselves the nearest research outpost. Research. Preferably a friendly one. Rift research doesn't count either. So let's travel our way over to wherever I want to be once I've done all of this anyway. What are we doing? Persecutor. Persecutor hits out here. So I want to go to about here. That seems like a good place. Nothing but a research center. 1 minute journey, which means it'll be less than a minute, which means it could even be immediately done. Sometimes you arrive before you leave, which is pretty cool. And now I can get rid of any of my enemy. That is done forever. You cannot abandon this mission. What if I want to? Do they take different energy amounts? Asks Andarius. I can double check that, but I think it's already always 250. Yeah, exactly the same. But that's not unheard of, because we have another thing. What's it called? It's the subsystem. At least it's easy to spot. That's what it's called, the stabilizing mainframe. The stabilizing mainframe is exactly the same, but still counts as different units here. 117.2, 117.2, plus 1, plus 1, 15, 15. But they count as unique items. And that is one of the very few ones I still need to get for the perfection. Stabilizing mainframe. Botan's about to be done here, and all the behemoths. The mainframe I do think is the rarest of the normal thingamajiggers. No, first things first. Get into Malcontent. Go to the research station, which is right there. And the reason I made 5 of these is so it's a 100% chance that we get what we need. I thought it would take longer to get all the unique subsystems, truthfully. Maybe I'm missing one. It is possible, but I'm quite certain I ran the numbers. Strong subspace disturbances have been detected. They're originating from the center of the galaxy. The wormhole guardian is trying to get back through. That's okay, we can handle it. Actually, we can more than handle it. I can actually take on the other main boss. Alright, let's do our research. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gimme! There we go. All 10 legendary story subsystems. The power diverter was no big deal, just need to melt these down, but this thing I didn't even know existed. And with that, we no longer need the Botan Hyperspace Destroyer Legendary Edition. And we're at 50 out of 55. Huzzah. Fit new. Well, I want to go and find Persecutor. I've been waiting on Persecutor for a long, long time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump around with my tiny little drone thing, and then hopefully the Persecutor will hail me. Hopefully. Well, hopefully it's something I can manage while I'm waiting on that. I assume it's more likely to find the Persecutor in no man's land. It's not something I often run into. Unfortunately, you've got a bit of time while they hail you. Alright, I think I'll just wait around here. Malcontent will jump on in when the need arises. You know what? If I were making the Persecutor, I'd make it so that you can't instantly get it like that. So maybe we'll go a little bit of a distance away from Malcontent. Doesn't matter, Malcontent has great jumping range, but it might be a nice way of preventing you from early game destroying Persecutor. Persecutor is there to prevent you doing what I'm doing right now, which is just taking a really small, crappy ship and working your way towards the center. Because it's a relatively risk-free way of just progressing. But we'll just wait here and see what Persecutor has to say. In the meantime, let's get rid of all this research stuff on the map. The explorers are getting done with their mission. Ba-bing, ba-bing, ba-bing. Excellent. So much faster having 10 of them go through without needing to be babied whatsoever. I do like it. Bit of a downside is that some of those explorers are kind of under-leveled compared to the others, but I'm sure they'll get done with it. Nonetheless. Come on, Persecutor. Is there a way to remove the Zotan invasion event? It is annoying to see the whole sector destroyed. Yes, yes there is. And I am running a mod for it. What is the mod? Let's see, mods list. Invasion Remover. Removes the invasion and reverts the Zotan Wormhole Guardian respawn loop back to a 30-minute timer. That's how it used to be, and then there was an update, 2.3 or 2.4, that added the big invasion from the Zotan. Now, the invasion is cool, and I really like it. What is not cool is that it just unceremoniously drops on top of you wherever you are inside the rift. So if you're managing, say, your economy here, let's say I'm over here doing all of my dum-de-dum, I want to figure out my turret factory, and we'll put these goods in here, and then suddenly it just goes, surprise, and it drops dozens of extremely high-level Zotan on you. And it's unpleasant. Especially because they destroy the sector. Anything neutral in the area, they're just going to utterly blast away. And you are going to have some extremely well decked out infrastructure to not get destroyed. I'll just put you over to that smuggler market. There should be no big deal. This is nice. Not having to do the travel command for each of my explorers. They have enough jump distance to just jump safely. Somebody was saying why not park them so that they were over here and then I could do 4 of the commands at once. And I would agree with that if... And the pirates there. That's why I want to go down a little bit here. I'd agree with that if I wasn't able to just do this in one jump. Better than faffing around with the travel command. So by the time they get all that done, I should be able to go back to number 1, and number 1 continues on the exploration. There might be some little awkward moments where rifts get in the way, but I'm about as ready for dealing with the rifts as I possibly can be. So just get your explorations done. 4, explore. 5, I see 5's nestled up against the rift, but it's no big deal. Number 6. Boy, this is nice and easy. It was a long time coming to set this up, but now these explorers are virtually untouchable. I do think even if they get ambushed, I could just leave them there and they will destroy the pirates. They got 50,000 Omicron and millions of hull and shield. And if that's not enough to abstractedly take out the pirates, I don't know what is. Maybe wouldn't be enough here. In fact, it certainly wouldn't be enough here. We've got hundreds of thousands of Omicron enemies, but crummy little pirates out here? Nah, I have faith in my little guys. Why did I come out here? Oh yeah, I'm still waiting on that bleeding prosecutor. Where's a bleeding prosecutor? Come on. Look at me, I'm jumping around here. Surely you want to put an end to my to my ways. Somebody said the cooldown's only something like 4 minutes for the prosecutor to come and get you, but I see no prosecution. My problem exactly, I found good suppliers and their history now, yeah. Yeah, that happened to me exactly in one of my games, and I just was so unhappy. Not that I couldn't rebuild what they'd destroyed, but it's just... Even if you do that, they respawn every, I think, 30 minutes. So you're going like, ah, oh, what a fight, but I took them down. And then it just goes, oh yeah, they're back again. It never stops, and it... When I had that, I just never went back into the rift, into the center of the galaxy again. There's no point, I just spawned that really tedious fight. Well, tedious is the wrong word, but it's tedious when you see it for the dozenth time. Who the hell is Prosecutor? I'm sure Prosecutor shows up in the Now Night region. Again, I don't have to fight the Prosecutor, but I've never defeated it, so I want to do it. Let me just check here. Avorion Prosecutor. I don't think it has a page on the wiki, does it? No, wow, no page for the Prosecutor? Then when and how does it spawn? Because it doesn't want to spawn on me around here. Isn't it Persecutor? Ah, you could be right there. Persecutor? Not showing anything here. And yeah, you're right, it's Persecutor. Maybe I'll do a Google search for that. Persecutors, Avorion. Not a lot of information about where to find them. Maybe they're under the pirates page. Lingering pirates, rival pirates, pirate attack, pirate types. Seeing anything about... Oh, here we go. We've got Persecutor here. Hey, Jake, what is the battleship that you're currently using? I'm downloading some ships to build. Somebody linked it earlier, and I completely forgot its name. I call it Malcontent, but that's not what it is on the workshop. Crumbs, what was it? Hang on, I'm going to check my history. Anything for you, Celestia? It's called Disobedience. Disobedience class Dreadnought. I think we have the power to go here and then go Steam Workshop. Please don't show all my nude mods. Okay, good. That's what we're looking for. I just saw this ship and immediately loved it, so credit to... Who made this anyway? Drazil. Thank you, Drazil. Your Disobedience class Dreadnoughts brought me much joy. What mods would you recommend? These mods. Put a list of all the mods I'm using here. Just take a screenshot and grab these. And if you don't screenshot that, then you could also screenshot this. The fixed stat systems and the max auto turrets I have locally, but I've got a link to those in my Google Drive. Just go fish them out of there. Otherwise you can find the rest of them on the workshop. Yeah, no problemo. Yeah, the auto turret's so good. Okay, I have no idea why Persecutor isn't showing up. Maybe it stops showing up after you defeat the end boss? I have no idea. Also, there hasn't happened to be the Behemoths spawning, have there? I'm not seeing them. I just had a thought, maybe you need to reload the game after turning on the Behemoth events. Wait, they're not on? I thought I turned you on. I could have sworn I turned you on. Huh, how bizarre. Behemoth events disabled. Running events will still... Wait. But I turned you on. Behemoth events disabled. Eh? Okay, tell you what, I'm going to main menu this one. Maybe you need to be in a ship for the Persecutor to show up. No, definitely hits you when you're in a drone. Alright, something weird going on with this. I do need those Behemoths for 100% completion. They have 4 unique modules. One for the north, one for the east, one for the south, and one for the other. Maybe if I try enabling the Behemoth events from here. Game settings... Oh, there is no Behemoth button here. Behemoth is active. What are you playing at, game? I thought it was in a selection when starting a universe. Ooh, that could be a problem. But not an insurmountable problem. Because I could probably change it in the server settings. Wouldn't make sense because it's the Behemoths were something that were added to ongoing saves. So there's definitely a way to add them to existing servers. I had a non-Behemoth server because it was before that update. And then when they added the update, they started spawning. I do want to find them and solidly kick their arses though. Game options, Behemoth events on, Behemoth off. What the heck? I just checked, yes, it's when starting. It is there when you do it, but there should also be this ability to turn it on in the middle. How bizarre. Right, well, this calls for a different approach. I'm going to go to main menu. I am going to back up my save because I'm a very astute fan of backing things up. So app data, roaming, Avorion, galaxies, perfect space Hansa, right click 7-zip, add to archive, perfect space Hansa 240224 midstream. Zipping up 2.5 gigabytes of data, very nice. And then we're going to check the server settings to see what can be done there. Don't Behemoth spawn after you've killed too many biter nests. I feel like that's a reference to something that I don't get. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you make a new setting here, there is the Behemoth events toggle. But I'm pretty sure that's just the same toggle as you get when you're already in-game. But never mind that. 83% on the compression. Ah, yes, good one, Factorio. I managed to forget that Behemoth is a type of enemy in Factorio. Seldom really thought of Factorio in a while, which is good. I want to build up the hunger for it by the time the DLC comes out. Would suck to not be hungry for it when it does come out, but fortunately it doesn't seem to be coming anytime soon. Give the Factorio devs their time. I enjoy my Friday Factorio facts, but it's something about the Arendelle, or whatever his name is, the guy who does the space DLC. I just don't like his ones. I feel like he's trying to tell me why I should be excited. What am I looking for here? I want to go into my Perfect Space Hansa server.ini, open it, and let's see if we can get it on stream as well. Hey, there we go. By the way, one important change that I love for my galaxies is to go down to this, player inventory slots and alliance inventory slots. By default, they are 1,000 each. And let me tell you, 1,000 is not enough, especially without my mod that stacks the subsystems. I set it to 4,000 and 8,000, and I never have problems with that, and I also don't have problems with performance with that. But what about the Behemoths? Behemoth events equals false. What if Behemoth events equals true? I'm going to save that. We're going to get rid of you now. Donk. And then we're going to jump back into our save. Perfect Space Hansa. Bring it all back. Oh, actually, whilst we're out here, why don't we disable... Where is it? Invasion remover. let's have our behemoths and our invasions reactive. And then when I come back to Perfect Space Hansa, override Galaxy mods, otherwise it will force back on Invasion Remover. And let's hope we didn't bork the save. I backed it up just in case we did, but I've played enough modded games to know to be wary. I got a request when I did the multiplayer to add a mod in at the last moment, and even the mod looked good. I denied it because I don't believe in making last minute changes, especially for an MP. Alright, so what do you say about the events now? Behemoth events on? Behemoth events to say what the heck? What could it all mean? Behemoth events is set to true in my server INI still, so it didn't change that. Why are they getting disabled? Is there a mod conflict going on? I figured if there was one mod that would interrupt with that, it'd be the invasion remover. That's gone. Do any of these seem like they would remove that? Factory, clear shields, fixed stats, silent. Boss cooldown timer? That's not impossible that that could be causing problems. And I don't need this mod anymore. It is nice, but it's not needed. I'm going to try without that. The boss cooldown thing gives you a countdown timer and a flavor message for when the bosses respawn. Really handy for when you need to go and beat up the AI and SWACs a whole lot. Right, let's get rid of that then. And then I'm going to triple check that it hasn't disabled the behemoth event. Oh, it did disable it! On the server INI, it changed it back to false. Interesting. Now, why would you do that? I'm going to set it back to true one more time. Override the mods and go for it again. Solution. You must be, in addition to already having the DLC owned in the Avorion Behemoth event series, and add it to your Steam library. Sounds counterintuitive, but now it works for me. I just tested it. Now I can start the Behemoth events without them resetting themselves. You must, in addition to already having the DLC downloaded, the Avorion Behemoth event series, add it to your Steam library. I'm having a hard time parsing that. Let's see if it works here. Not the mods, the game options. Behemoth. Yeah, still keeps disabling it. Alright, alright. Weird stuff going on. Let's come out of the game altogether and then see if there's something that I'm missing on Steam's end. And if that's the issue, I'm having my boss cooldown visualizer back. So, in addition to Avorion event Behemoth series, yes, I do have that. Add it to your Steam library. Okay. Oh, there is a separate add to your library button. It has been added to your account and will now download. Hasn't downloaded anything. Double check. I appreciate you can't see anything. There we go. Okay, now it's showing up as in your Steam library. That's a good sign. Okay, let's get the game back, shall we? Separate download. God knows how they're handling it. Come back to me, Boxelware. I need my fix of Avorion. Not playing it for a few seconds is already too much not playing Avorion. Alright, give me my boss cooldown timer back though. Force it on. The rest of these seem okay. There is a workshop version of Max Auto Turrets, but the weirdest thing is the link breaks for it. I wonder if we can try opening it here. I don't know why, it just shows up as a broken error. Doesn't matter if you already have it downloaded, but if you don't, then you're in a bit of a pickle, but that's why I made a local version. I'm sorry, Fury of the Stars, if I'm infringing on you anyway, but I'm sure you're just happy more people get to enjoy your mod. We'll believe that. Alright, so single player, override, get back in. Come to me, Behemoths. Also come to me, Persecutor. Not playing Avorion for just a few seconds or run the risk of changing this into a just chatting stream. I don't think I've ever done a purely just chatting stream. If I'm going to be chatting, I'm going to play some trucking. Trucking's a very nice way to just sit back, relax, and also do some chatting. I'm not a blithery old housewife. I don't have an inherent desire to just blether. But sometimes it's nice to relax. Shoot the breeze while trucking around. Trucking streams are always well, yeah, that's what they say, but I truck when I feel the need to truck. Alright, I'm going to do a few jumps just in case that spurns the Persecutor to come back. It's not always immediately obvious that the Behemoth is attacking, so if it turns up in the bottom left chat, which is where it will tell me that the Behemoth is around, do yell at me so I can go and deal with it. Otherwise... distress signal, that's not my problem. The explorers continue to explore, and boy does that feel good. Just feels like I'm eating the universe, really. And we're finding new friends. In fact, didn't someone say that we found a new faction? Yeah, these guys, who are you? The Federation of Wiligurgu. I had really hoped I could find a way to mod the different names of factions, but I believe names are generated in the game randomly from a bunch of sounds and consonants and whatnot. There isn't a bank of names in which Glithrike and, well, more of Glithrike. Where are the Dutch ones? There's more Glithrike. God, you're huge. Galactic Army of Kupte. Yeah, I think those are generated kind of the way they generate names in Dungeon Keeper. Alright, well, whilst I wait for maybe being hailed by the Persecutor, make one more jump over here for that. I'm going to check my to-do list and see what to work on. Oh, it's still off. Ah, there we go. Finally they're enabled. Excellent. I also just had an encounter with a Persecutor yesterday. It jumped me immediately after sending my fleet on an assignment. Yeah, so maybe it's actually considering the fact that Malcontent is nearby. So what if I tell them to just jump somewhere relatively close by, but also on an assignment? Because it might say, oh right, you're just camping me. I'm not going to let myself be available. But now they should be a bit more ethereal. Or maybe I need to jump them further away. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened to me before as well, now that I recall. I did send my other fleet out on a venture. And then I immediately got hailed by the Persecutor. And I was going to stop and come back to attack them, but I figured, I'm in the middle of something. I'll deal with the Persecutor later, right? Pew. Please, Persecutor, I just want my sweet revenge. Not that, I don't think I've been bullied by the Persecutor at all in this run, but I still want to defeat them for revenge on other runs. And I know it was a travel assignment, I remember that much at least. Right, it was laser modulators and also targeting cards. Would you mind grabbing me about 1,000 of those? Oh, well, if you can get me more, then get me 2,000 of those. It'd be good to stock back up on the goods when I'm over there. The instinct is still to move the speed slider. I don't need to, though. I've got that modded to always be on fastest. Persecutor really letting me down today. Can't believe they do this to me. Is there a downside to fastest speed? Yeah, it makes you more likely to get attacked, or ambushed rather. But we do not fear the ambushing. The ambushing fears us. Is there a certain region that the Persecutor shows up? Because I'm certain I've seen it in the Naonite region. I see it in the Trinium region, Naonite, and Titanium. It's just trying to make me look like a fool, I think. It knows, it's tuning into the stream right now. Saying, I'm not taking the bait, you're just going to humiliate me on stream. Be having none of that. Yeah, it does seem odd. I don't get it. My recent run-in was in the middle of Naonite, says Sunchaser. Guess I'm getting too lucky here. And it is perfectly plausible to jump through a load of space like this and not get horrifically persecuted. But normally after this much playing around, Persecutor comes and takes what's rightfully theirs. Maybe I have too many ships on the map that it doesn't want to appear. Like I said, there is nothing on my 100% run that says I have to defeat Persecutor. It's not a boss, it's not a milestone. It's just a fancy kind of pirate that I want to get some deep-rooted revenge against, but it looks like it's not happening. Alright, well, if we ignore... Where's my to-do list? Here we go. If we ignore defeat Persecutor, and we accept the fact that we've done everything else, the question is, where do we go from here? I reckon, while I wait for the boss to show up, the big cheese, I'm going to go and grab the building knowledge. And how are we going to do that? Oh, crumbs. I thought that was Persecutor or Behemoth. It was not. Right, let's go and get ourselves some Naonite building knowledge. Yeah, and work our way through those. This won't be terribly exciting, but honestly, you know what you're in for, right? Do I make Baron the one that can hack my everything? I can't think of anything else I'd want to give Baron at this point. Well, I kind of want to defeat the... Well, you know what? I want to take on the invasion. Yeah, let's take on the invasion, of course. Forget the Naonite knowledge. We can grab that later. For now, I want to beat up the big cheese. Oh, but it's a 5-minute jump away. I can do it anyway. Yeah. We're working our way in. I'll get the boring knowledge first. So, what I need to do is make my way over to the yellow blips. So we're going to jump like so. Hey, you know what? What if doing all this jumps makes Persecutor appear here? Then I would be less than impressed. Could happen, though. In that case, I'll just have to rip around on the Malcontent and have it jump back over here. Keep my ears peeled for if I get the hailing call sound. I'm in iron, it just showed up. I mean the Beth Mum ship. Oh yeah, I'm not looking for the Behemoth ship. That I know is going to spawn. I forget how frequently. Every hour or 2 hours, I think. It's okay though, we'll have the time for that. I got plenty that I need to get done. Although I have worked my way through a lot of what I need to do today. But building knowledge. Naonite, then Trinium, then Xenion, then Ogonite. And my best bet for getting building knowledge is to get it off of... Actually, anybody know if you can get it off of pirate motherships? When you already own it? I don't think you can. I really don't think you can. But if I encounter one, I'll give it a go. I think... Ooh, wow, I landed right in an actual... a gated area. Okay, well, screw the gated area. Get me out of there. Just one little jump away. Actually, I don't need that, do I? Get me over to you. Yeah, I think I was fighting pirates in the multiplayer for building knowledge that I already had. Oh, here's a lovely quality of life thing. See the blips appearing? And you're like, ooh, yellow blip, right, I'm gonna go there, and oh, the yellow blip has disappeared. QOL, make radar blips always visible. Oh, that's so much better. Spare me, game. Anyway, I'm gonna jump around these, and I'm going to be looking for secret stashes and locked boxes. Locked boxes I will attach to my ship, and I will get Baron to open them up. Although, actually, there is one achievement that I need to get, and that is opening up a locked box at a smuggler outpost, so I will also do that. We told you to leave, now you will be our first victim. Wait, what? Who said that? Oh, probably these poor buggers. Hello, do you happen to have a pirate mothership that I can destroy? Even my personal defense lasers are creaming these guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, sector cleared, but I highly doubt they're going to drop me any valuables or any building knowledge. There is, however, an asteroid here. And another asteroid. Ooh. I'm not going to claim them, but I will make note of this. Add note junk to claimable asteroids. Junk. I'm not in any particular hurry for asteroids, however, when I set up the full accelerator factory setup, that's going to require about 80 of them. 80. It's going to be a whole day spent setting that up, and I'll probably only get halfway through it. The asteroids, I think, will be the biggest part of it. Beyond that, at least the factories are just kind of fire and forget, but planning them is also going to be a pain in the bum. Well, there's nothing special in here. I think this was just marked because it was asteroid rich. I've got an extra now and night build off of pirates, but it may have been a confluence to my damaging it, NPCs killing it. Possible, but certainty unknown. In that case, well, it's hardly any overhead for me to see pirates kill pirates, so especially as I'm on my way to a valuable detected item over there, we'll just, you know, have our filthy way with them. We didn't leave any fighters behind, did... Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Lost fighters, because I jumped away too quickly. That is one of the major downsides of doing these travels with fighters. I got a mega railgun, which is kind of cool. I got to go back and get those fighters. But yeah, waiting for fighters to redock, huge pain in the bum. Almost enough to make me not want to use them, but not quite, because they're really cool. You there, open up. Will you put them all in one sector? I don't think the game could handle it all in one sector, and I don't want to do that regardless. Alright, secure container. Come to me. First of all, I want to see if this works. So, there's the container. I'm going to dock to it. Chung chung. Are you the owner of this unit? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Then I'm going to go over to Baron, and Baron is going to install my legendary hack device. Do I only have one of them? I could do with two of them. I can't see it. There it is. This thing can hack any box, and if it's level 5 or lower, we can do it silently. And this thing is level 5, so hack it clean open. And I'll just undock it. It's really of no great importance to me. And would you look at that? Level 3 mining, level 3 material knowledge, now night. There we go, definitely favoriting you so it doesn't get accidentally used up or sold or anything. Nice, 1, 2, 3, and 7. Let's go and get those lost fighters back. So whilst we have these lost fighters, I'll bet the savannas. Yeah. Now they've been re-queued for production. Ugh. But what we want to do is go back, and the fighters should hopefully no longer be lost. How goes the perfect space Hansa? It's going very well, thank you. Yeah, there they are. And then they fly back. This is... Well, they weren't just Sylvanas, it seems. At least I got my Avorion refunded for them returning. It would really suck if you didn't. But it's just... why have this in the game? Why force us to wait on the fighters coming back? And also, why are they so slow in coming back? Actually, these weren't lost ones. These are ones you still need to produce because I gave over a lot of your fighters over to Sobek. But now there are no more lost fighters. And we carry on our merry... Actually, we don't need to carry on here at all. We got our building knowledge. So instead, let's head on deep into Trinium Valley. And again, I'm not waiting around on loading screens, and I want a chance at meeting the Persecutor, so I'm coming out here. 4 out of 7 of the knowledges. Is it 7? Anyway, now night done. I just got back into Avorion myself, says the Plant Gang. I thought about watching your VODs on YouTube first to get an idea of what to do. But I'm an impatient bugger, and I just jumped right in. I'm barely in titanium now. Well, far from a problem. Honestly, aside from the buildings, building your own ships. Building your own ships can get really complicated, so I really recommend just take something that looks cool on the workshop. Other than that, the game is really simple. And it's the good kind of simple. It also offers you freedom from the very start, and that's something I appreciate so much. Sure, this is a basic tutorial, which you're not missing out on anything by skipping, but the fact that it immediately dumps you down and you can do whatever. You can immediately go and fight, it gives you a chain gun. You can immediately go mining, it gives you a mining laser. You have a little bit of money, you can start your trade empire with some really weak seed capital and trade your way to glory. And then use that money for everything. I think I've gone through this spiel several times, but it feels very important to me to a game to not treat me like a drooling moron. I can just get on with it. There's no Resident Evil 4 Remake yellow paint applied to this game. Yeah, the designer... Building can be fun, but the designer is also a bit frustrating. Well, it has the tools, but sometimes those tools are a little, well, very awkward to use. Also, what have we here? It's a secret stash. Secret stashes can be anything. They could even be building knowledge. We've also got a secret stash here. Secret stashes are generally how I get Avorion information because there are so many stashes in Avorion space, and it's a lot less risky than fighting for it. And that's something red? No. Not it. I suppose I was quite lucky to get the Now Night knowledge as early as I did. But lucky is how I operate. Why am I shooting something? Who are you? Oh, the Otacon Buccaneers. Give me your bleeding cargo. Nope, give it to me. Oh, okay, well, they got nothing left to give. How about that secret stash? Screw the Otacon Buccaneers, they blew me out right from the moment we met. That's not building knowledge either, it's just some kind of blue thing. It's a blue weapon, so I'm certainly not interested. Who are you? You're just a syndicate member who probably doesn't like the fact that Oh, we're in a smuggler's hideout, I must have missed that part. That's actually quite useful, I can come back and crack open a container for the milestone if I need it. Occasionally you see this happen, goods don't flow into your cargo bay. I'm not concerned, at most that's like 100,000 ducats and a trinium tier gun. Do I need either? Absolutely not. Secret stashes are my early game strategy. Oh yeah, exploration in general, I really like as an early game strategy. Can be really risky when you're so weak, but if you just focus on engines and jump speed and the ability to outrun your opponents, then yeah, there's a lot of riches to be had in secret stashes and hacking. And Izzy gives you a free hacking module, and it's a pretty good one as well. Uncommon means it can hack level 3, I believe. Oh, look at this, this is level 2. Meaning I will grab this and have Baron open it up. Baron and his tactical pyramid. Come to me. Junk, junk. Just smash all these containers out of my way. They are too small to be of consequence. Hello, Baron. Baron, please open this thing up. That thing. And meanwhile, we'll check what the other ones are. I'm not sure if there's any indication of what level is needed. What's this? Why are they giving me processors? I thought I was set to not pick up goods. Nope, 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 nope. That was actually not too shabby. Imagine being here early game and then you've just gone and grabbed yourself some not stolen, fairly good cargo. However, even though that stuff is valuable, I don't want it. Get rid of it. Also, undock that box. It's empty now. But yeah, that would be some damn good money to get for free. But of course, there's so many ways to make money. Kill pirates, sell their goods, mine asteroids, sell the ores, buy goods, sell goods, buy low, sell high. All you need is a cheap, crappy merchant subsystem. You'll get all the information you need. It's kind of like RimWorld. So many ways to get wealthy in RimWorld. You can get wealthy by doing nothing other than processing everything that comes to try and kill you. Those human leather hats still fetch a surprisingly good amount of dosh. Alright, both of these can be hacked open. I don't even need to dock with them. I can just fly near them and get tactical assault pyramid to take care of it. Probably would have done better watching you first. You seem to do really well with coming up with strategies that get really far in difficult modes. Unfortunately, my attention span of that have been orange. So 7 hours to sit down and watch becomes more like 3 weeks. I don't know how anybody watches my streams and my videos, to be honest. It's dry watching. Alright, hack that open. What do you mean you're too far away? Not too far away from that, are you? What's the hacking range on this thing? It's got a hacking range of 4 kilometers, so not quite sufficient. So let's bring you a little closer. Exceptional turret control system. Wonderful. Tactical assault pyramid should be closer now. There we go. Crack it wide open. Baron has loads of shields, so I don't mind sacrificing a slot just to get him to be a bit more tactical. Still no building knowledge though. A bunch of weapons that are definitely trash, but hey, the last time we sold all of our trash, we made over 500 million credits. This doesn't need to be hacked open, it's just a regular one. Where did all of those things come from? Okay, it looks like my scrapping operation got me a whole load of petty and common weapons. But that's okay, I didn't expect this to be done in one. Let us move closer towards the center. I'm really hoping to find a pirate mothership. Honestly, I'd like to be sure whether or not we can get additional mining material knowledge off of them. Unfortunately, there's only one way that it can be proven here. We can prove that we do get it. We're not going to prove that we don't get it just by trying it once. I'm not going through that wormhole. So there's a thing about wormholes. Do I have them showing on the map? There we... Let's get rid of the gates, make them clearer. There are a lot of wormholes on the map. Tons of them, in fact. You can kind of find them when you send out explorations. Your captain will say, "Oh, Commander, there's something strange here." However, that's not necessarily a wormhole. It could just be Mad Energy Lab satellites. It could be... I'm sure there's other things. The thing is, they don't show up on the map until you visit the sector. So I'm not sure if I want to unveil every single wormhole on the map. Because that means going to every single sector that my guy says there's something strange or dangerous. And there are different ways that he says it. So these are all the strange things sectors. So what does that look like? That looks about, let's say, an average of 20 per square, and there's 100 squares. And it gets a lot denser this far in. And that's just strange. If we look for the dangerous ones, and these could also be wormholes, that looks like another 20. And then there's I've never seen anything like it. Why do I hear the party popper? Hey, there's only one thing that you've never seen. Oh, that's because the place is called Never Ending Discipline. I may or may not send a ship around to unveil every single one. But I might. It wouldn't be difficult to do. It would just be a lot of clicking. I'll figure that out once we've charted the galaxy. It might feel very lonely without all of the wormholes displayed. Okay, a couple of secret stashes. Neither of them locked. I would have actually liked a locked one so that I could pop it open at the smuggler deck here. What sort of mod do you have that lets you see the rings of materials? That is the Galaxy Map QOL mod. Really, really good. Wouldn't dream of playing without it. I was hoping this would load slightly faster. There we go. Very simple map. Thank you, Renart73, for this one. Surprised it's not more well known here. But it doesn't just show the materials, it also shows the tech level. So if you know there's a weapon that appears at, say, tech 30, you know to come to around here. And it shows where the bosses are. The AI spawns here, boss Swox is around here, Mobile Energy Lab, the 4. And on top of that, it even allows you to put down... Okay, you know when you add a note and there are so few things that you can add as an icon? It allows you to add many more icons of different colors, any color. God, it is good. God, I love quality of life mods. Surprised more aren't just integrated into the game, but you have to understand, small indie company. I don't actually know how small our indie voxelware are. Probably quite small, right? Go, my thrusters and gyros. Please correct my course. Anyway, I'm just there to pick up those goods. It wasn't part of my original plan to get one of each building knowledge, but when I ended up picking up the most unlikely of building knowledge, iron, I figured I'll get them all. I've never picked up iron building knowledge before. I didn't even think it existed, but there it is. Does that mean you could play around where there is, where you don't get any iron knowledge? And then you have to go and find it? That would be a brutal start. How would you even get it? You wouldn't be able to build a ship. You'd be only allowed to use your drone. No subsystems either. Bizarre. Okay, so whenever I see a cult, I think of the cult that destroyed me in multiplayer. I did die to a cult in our multiplayer event. So when I find a cult, I declare war upon the cult. And I don't care what they say. Well, they send me a strongly worded message saying that they've got a declaration of war, but I send them a strongly worded barrage of rockets. And then they swiftly start thinking that war isn't such a good idea, but it doesn't matter. You end up making them cease to exist. We're going to find them disappear off of our list of relations real soon. I'd say right about now. Well, I could negotiate a ceasefire. All gone. I'll be having their gold, I'll be having their pickups. Including... Okay, I thought I picked up something red there. Why did they have Orgonite and Xenion in the Trinium region? I'm starting to think I understand why the cult destroyed me in multiplayer. They are far stronger than the region would beget. Nah, that's fine, Andarius. I like talking about how good the mods are. Whoa, hold on, hold on. Oh god! I think I left some fighters behind. I should have checked to see that fighters had returned. Fat-fingered the enter key. No, no lost fighters. Oh, thank goodness for that. Are these pirates? Yeah, obviously. Is there a pirate mothership? Maybe. See if one turns up. Get that party popper going, Baron. Doesn't get any less ridiculous. That looks like it could be building knowledge right there. I didn't notice if a mothership approached, but there were certainly pirates here. I hope that it is, so we can put this question to bed. It is not. It was a dual anti-chain gun, and I don't see anything else that could potentially be building knowledge here, because building knowledge is always glowing red because its rarity is exotic. What's the sleek-looking abomination? Where's the beautiful underbelly? It went on a diet. This is all that's left of the underbelly there. But we're at the stage in the game where there is no need for us to pick up goods anymore. Well, maybe not no need, but not in any real bulk like we've done before. We can procure the items that we need to build our weapons, and we've already built most of our weapons. I would even say we built all of our weapons, but I might need more miners or salvagers at some point, or more of those awesome 50,000 Omicron rocket launchers. The money that I make off of privateering has now been completely dwarfed by the money we make. Ooh, alien ships. Don't mind if I do. I antagonize them by firing off my laser, and then I brutalize them by firing everything else. And whilst my ship just takes them out, I can locate these wee stashes here. Secret stash. Oh, one of them's a summoner. Look at that, summoned a wee warp gate to bring in reinforcements. Not my problem though. Ooh, exotic sphinx. Some good early game money that. We actually made a significant amount of money off of the sphinx subsystem early on into the game. That's not building knowledge. Are you building knowledge? That's not building knowledge. That's a claimable asteroid. Secret stash. Don't worry, I'm sure those goods will catch up with me, and even if they don't, it's no big deal. That could be... no, that's something legendary. Is it a fidget stopper or an unbound reconstruction kit? The latter is very nice. It was an interrupter for Fidget. Okay, no big deal. We've already killed Fidget. I think we killed him twice even. Boy, we certainly got lucky getting the Now Night knowledge as early as we did. Is that an asteroid? That is a big claimable asteroid, and that is a... I actually can't tell if that's a claimable asteroid or... oh, it's a secret stash. Gibbs secret stash. The fighters are all struggling to get back into the ship there. It's cute to see, but it's also incredibly frustrating. Please, Botselware, stop that. You've done very well in removing a lot of things that these kinds of games put in just for immersion's sake, but for brutal quality of life. Every time I think back to manual docking in X4, ooh. That could be it. No, it looks like a subsystem. Yeah, an accelerator booster and a limited adventuring companion. Get in there, bleeding fighters. You can tell that those little circles there, the fighters are desperately trying and failing to get into the ship. And it's a shame because it's the ships are trying to follow me. Whilst they're doing that, I can add a note for claimable asteroid. Might be useful if I need to come back for it. Alright, looks like they've got... there's one little fighter trying to get back in there. Losing one or two is no big deal. We get them replaced nice and easily. This run is unhealthy for me. I started watching this week. I'm 4 hours from being fully... what? That ain't right, Huff Dad. A lot of it's been just grinding out or optimizing fleets. But there are some mad people out there that watched all of the Patrician 4 Perfect Hansa. A little bit of me is tempted just to brutalize this thing and see what comes out. Used to be that these were a pain to deal with because I was so slow at tearing them apart, so it didn't feel worth my time. Of course, paradoxically, now that I am strong enough. I suppose it would be more ironic than paradoxical. Ironically, now that I'm strong enough to tear them apart, it doesn't really matter what they drop. There's nothing in here that's going to make me go, ooh, wow, I'm glad I broke this apart. Well, I suppose it's possible. It could drop me the stabilizing system that I need. It's the only non-unique subsystem that I'm lacking a legendary of, and I do want it. I need it for the run, after all. But stabilizing subsystems are the rarest, as evidenced by the fact that I have barely any of them, and I am otherwise drowning in them. Subsystem, stabilizers. Look at that, I got 2. I've only got 2, and I need 3 to take a chance on it, and 5 to do it for reals. And I might try for a 5 instead of risking it on a 3. Because if I risk it on a 3 and fail, that's a big setback. These poor things. Do they even spawn? Oh, there is a pirate mothership. Alright, Pirate King. Do you or do you not have the knowledge I desire? You got something red. No, it's a subsystem. Alright, I think that's the second time we've taken out a mothership, and a second time it has not had building knowledge. So Sudazuma might have been correct in the assumption that it was because of... Oh, hang on. We got fighters returning, don't we? Yes, we do. Alright, well, while those fighters return, that's an opportunity for me to do another round, or another rousing round of exploration. When I have to explore the whole galaxy, I might not settle for 10 explorers. I might go so far as to get... what would be a reasonable amount of explorers? Let's count, shall we? I do like how quick and easy this is, and risk-free. There's nothing that could reasonably fight against these things. Not anymore, now that we're done with Avorion level exploring. Leaving a rather awkward amount of exploration to be done. You see, if I actually just pepper away at all of this, then what I'll leave myself with is all of this, 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 and this. Wouldn't take that long to set up 10 explorers here, 10 here, 10 here, and 10 here, and then work them all around like that. So 40 explorers going around? How many missions is that? I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missions to progress a square. 40 missions like that. What's 40 times 20 minutes? It's a lot of minutes, isn't it? That's like 10 hours. It's more than 10 hours. I don't want to spend 10 hours exploring. I'm not sure I want to amass a fleet of 80 explorers either. That's a lot of explorers. 80 explorers might not be the worst idea, but then I'd have to deck them all out. Probably save me on the time, though. 80 explorers, oh Jesus. Charting the universe was maybe not a great idea to put on this thing, but I'm determined to do it. By the way, there hasn't been a behemoth, has there? And let's be sure that it didn't somehow turn itself back off. No, it's on. It's okay, they are periodic after all. Anyway, let's carry on. And merchant guy, could you be so nice as to procure us some gauche rails? Checking in to test my shiny new channel badge, says Crashbite. Shame I can't make it more often, but cheers for the beautiful run and many others. I'll never forget removing your spine in RimWorld, Crashbite. 96 months, though. Oof. It's very heartwarming to see people stick around like that. Nobody has to. Anybody can leave whenever they want, for whatever reason they want. But it certainly feels good. It's nice to have people that you recognize and are regulars. Grab me gauche rails, because that's one thing I tend to be short of, please. And we're going to have another shot at maybe summoning a pirate mothership and maybe getting building knowledge. In my experience, Pirate motherships, when you don't have building knowledge, always drop building knowledge. As long as you're in the right area for it. Sometimes you need to be deeper into a region than the map mode lets on. But you could set up a scrapyard in our wake. In case you're wondering, I am not aware of any way that I can tell my escorts not to let out their fighters. Or rather, the only way I could think would be to remove their subsystems for fighters. If I were to delete these squadrons, I would delete all the fighters. In that case, I'd be deleting about 700,000 Avorion worth of fighters. And you better believe I'm not doing that per squad. But yeah, I don't know any way to keep them at bay, keep them in the bay. It would certainly save me having to wait for them to redock, which can be frustrating. Although, to be fair, it's not often that we jump around for loads of easy fights. It's only happening right now because I want this building knowledge. And truth be told, I could have been doing this solo instead of having my fleet around me. According to the Lua files, stashes have a 1 in 20 chance of dropping building knowledge. Ooh, I haven't read the Lua for secret stashes. Didn't even think about it, but yeah. This game has a lot exposed in Lua, which is rather nice. Nice for laymen such as myself. I'm not master of debugging like Von Douglas. Tearing apart the Long Dark to get his quality of life mods in that game. Very admirable. So the reason I prefer to go out here rather than in here is that here I know they're yellow blips. Here, I don't know if they were yellow blips or not. They probably were, but I always like to try my luck with yellow blips rather than something that's explored. Because exploring somewhere doesn't tell me if there's claimable asteroids or secret stashes or... Whoa! Almost rammed into strategic tactical pyramid guy. What do we... Oh, I'm in mad territory here with the satellites. I don't need the mad satellites, so we will pass you by. And actually I'll stray a bit further away then. Oh yeah, the pyramid looks amazing. Let's give it over to you, TAP. Look at this thing. I don't think we actually looked at what's inside the pyramid, did we? No, we just assumed that it's going to be okay. Let's have a look, shall we? There are a lot of engines. Baron likes speed. And he might have the best acceleration in the flotilla. Plenty of crew quarters, plenty more than needed at about 3,000, I think. Thrusters more or less coat the thing. You can see where he stopped doing the big wide ones and started doing the wee small ones. But he was never happy with the lack of turn radius and such until he thrust on this many thrusters. I watched him make this as well. It was very enjoyable. Armor. There's armor on the bottom, actually surprisingly thin armor, but the other armor are the corner armors and the edge armors that make the outer shell. There's some gyro arrays, which also aid with the turning. I've never figured out which are better, the arrays or the thrusters. Probably the thrusters, but the arrays work no matter where you put them on your ship. Some very strangely placed inertia dampeners. I never quite understood this. It's like he tried to put it around the ship and then gave up on it. I don't know if it matters where these are put on the ship. Truly, I have no idea. Made of Avorion instead of iron, because he was laughing thinking he was going to bankrupt me with this ship. But he was making it in creative mode where there's no upper size, so he actually made it about this big, rather than what you see here. And he was laughing at the hundreds of millions of cost. Turret base is right at the top for the guns. Plenty of shield generation, Avorion style, although not all. Still some Trini up there, probably just forgotten to be switched over. Energy containers, generators. It's actually got the integrity field coverage, which is something the old pyramid did not have, which is why it broke apart at the slightest breeze. I'm not actually sure it has full coverage. We can actually check, can't we? If I go over to integrity field generator building, and then we look at the whole pyramid. View everything. That looks all covered to me, actually. Ah, good job, Baron. I'm sorry to have doubted you. Get us off of that. What else is in this glorious pyramid? A lot more... Oh, a bunch of hyperspace cores. And yeah, standard transporter, although it shouldn't need it, and that makes up the entire pyramid. I like it. I didn't want to switch it out. Alright, very good. Now where were we? Ah yes, malcontent. If you place the correct gyros on the axis of rotation, they're quite good. I believe the game says it doesn't matter where they're put, but I think we know better than to trust what the game says. Is there a guru here? We're in the middle of our ceremony. I'll have to wait. I'm talking to you. Oh, that immediately makes them hostile as well. Okay. Come to chaos. Oh, wrong cultist. I think one of them just got cannon blasted out of the area. And the, our little fighters didn't even have a chance to catch up. Tell you what, actually, I am going to order you to no longer follow me. I don't want to wait on these fighters anymore. I want to save that for the big fights. Orders, stop. Orders, stop. Orders, stop. I will definitely be jumping back to you guys if and when the Behemoth appears. And we certainly want to go and take on the Zotan Wormhole Guardian and its follow-up attack with Zotan Invasion. Mine their shiny rock. It's even funnier. Well, I do have the miner for that. I'll do that next time, see if they say something about it. Oh, hello, hello. I already regret pushing Baron away because we have what could well be a sealed box. I love how much more maneuverable the Malcontent is without its big pot belly. Savage pirates, pirate marauders, pirate not my problems. Look, I'm just here to steal your box. And it's only a regular container? Oh, don't even need to hack the thing. No need for Baron then. 1 in 20. It's not there. Oh, it might be there. It isn't there. Thought I saw something red there, but perhaps not. That's something red, but again, not building knowledge. A premium exotic minigun, but not building knowledge. Kind of want to make sure I'm away from the mobile energy lab, so I'm going to go a little bit outside of that. Why is the point symmetrical now? It was perfect before. Because this time Baron made it, not me. What is even this? Oh, it's another smuggler area. There are so many smuggler areas. I'm so happy to be able to jump quickly. If I'd put in those... If I didn't have the mod for no hyperspace cooldown, I'd be sitting here for about 3 minutes just waiting for the next jump to warm up. It would be beyond aggravating. But hey, even if I disagree with some of the... Oh, hang on. This is DDR Jake. That's the one our client wants. Oh, we've got a bounty on me, including a blocker. The blocker can stop me from jumping away. Unfortunately for him, I can just stop him from existing. Yeah, there we go. This thing did me in previous. Right at the start, one of those blockers prevented us from jumping away, and we just got ravaged. Anyway, it's nice to return the favor. And I guess I'm collecting those bounty chips. There we go. They are completely useless. What I do is I just store them into the Alliance Vault. And I'm not going to do something ridiculous like get a bounty from every single organization, but we're looking pretty at having, what's that, 9, 18, 19, 20, 21 of them. I've made so many. Oh, they each had a bounty chip. Cool. And no, I cannot simply buy more building knowledge. It stops being something that you can purchase after you own one copy. What do we have over here? Asteroid or box? Secret stash. Alright, come on, 1 in 20. Makes me think that it's actually an oversight that it spawns more building knowledge, because it cannot be traded, it cannot be sold. You cannot put it in the Alliance Vault. There's nothing you can do with it. Hey, but you can collect it. There we go. Building knowledge for Trinium get. Let's favorite that so it doesn't go away. Iron, titanium, naonite, trinium, Avorion. 2 more to go. So let us... I'm going to grab the rest of our guys and then travel up together. In the meantime, I can check on my yields. We're in luck. Good. We're in luck. What is that noise? I think there was a buccaneer around here that you ended up shooting at for a bit. Ah, I see. There was a carrier transport. Give me the lucky goods. I'm actually going a little slower through it because there is a secret message that can be found on one of these. And it's actually the secret that reveals the Stick of Truth. Which is a weird kind of mini-boss, and we will take it on eventually. They're still doing what they do. Alright, Malcontent, let's jump deep into Xenion region. Just take everybody with you so that they're always close by, because I want to be able to grab them quickly if and when I need to fight against the Behemoth. Hopefully it's a Behemoth of the south or the west, because I'm closer there, but it could be anywhere. I never understand, what's the matter with that drone? Is it left behind as you travel, or is it just in another sector when you switch to Malcontent becomes available? So, the drone could be spat out at any time. You can only ever have one drone, but you can spit it out of your ship, and this is essentially how you create new ships. Because from a drone you can then found a new ship, and then you pay the baseline, you get the block and you build it. But what I do often is when I send my ship out, I pop out the little drone so that I don't have to wait on loading the new areas, especially if I'm doing a lot of multi-jumping. In this case, however, I gave Malcontent a travel command, and that spits out a drone anyway, because you cannot be in a ship that's doing an operation, and travel is an operation. Right. And then when I switch over to Malcontent, the drone that I was in just ceases to exist, but now that I'm here, I could, hey, pop out into a new drone. And then do drone-related things. But I'm not doing that. Get me back into Malcontent. And let's go exploring Hobbs. It's like a capsule in Eve. I haven't played Eve, but I'm sure... Maybe someday I will. I've had a lot of people warn me not to, but... Here's a question then. If I played Eve, would I be able to catch up in any way? Or would it be like joining a late game Tribal Wars sector and it's just, no matter how hard you play, you're not going to beat the people that have been playing on this server for years? Or maybe that's not the right question. Maybe there are lots of different Eve servers. It's not just one big one where you've got the big cheeses. I imagine that's actually probably the case, isn't it? Yeah. Starfish is saying definitely don't. Oh no, that just makes me want to do it more though. Eve would probably take over my life. And the last thing I need are more play forever games. Either you would love Eve and destroy your life, or hate it. Yeah, the latter would probably be healthier, wouldn't it? I feel like the good things I hear about Eve are the 0.01% of gameplay, but it could be wrong, never tried. Yeah, maybe this game is all the Eve I need, because at least this game you're done eventually. I'm not sure one could perfect Eve. Maybe they could. Just that the whole economy of the game does interest me so. Especially when it involves a lot of player-to-player economy as well. You should have left us alone. We've already called reinforcements. Yeah, I'm not scared enough to turn off my guns when going into sectors now. Plus, you never know. You might somehow have that building knowledge I'm after. It should be easier to get the Orgonite knowledge because there's going to be a lot of hidden boxes over there. The enemies aren't quite evaporating in 1 second anymore. Some of them are surviving for a number of seconds. Although, to be fair, that guy's only being hit by my Berlin Light Show point defense lasers. Hardly my most damaging output that I have. Hardcore Marauders, Hardcore Disruptors, a whole load of dead. Feel a little sad not having much in the way of weapons on the underbelly. There is that laser there, and I'll admit it does turn on a dime. Look at it go. The red lasers shoot faster. Your attempt to pepper my underbelly are laudable but laughable, for you see, these shields simply do not go away. There was a big bang and a crash and a... oh, yeah, there's a crash. Eve is a single universe where some alliances have a head start of about 20 years. In some areas you will never be able to catch up. What if I took over them? What if I find the biggest, oldest, nastiest thing, and then, yeah, I become a member of them, I join their board of directors, and then, I don't know, I somehow distract or keep busy or disable all other members and then vote myself into executive power, then drain the coffers. Couldn't I kickstart myself that way instead of bottom feeding my way up? Then again, I bet the people that are in such a position absolutely no life the game, and it would be very difficult. I'd probably have to kill them. Real life kill them. Not saying that I would, certainly not condoning it, I'm just saying it's probably the only option. Legit strategy of playing Eve, yeah, that's all I like to hear. Alright, oh, I forgot to check it off. You get away. Now Night done, Trinium done, Xenion and Ogonite, and we are done with that goal. Do not need Now Night, do not need Trinium. Put that in the wrong place, again mixing up my titaniums and triniums, but it's okay, it's all on the list after all. That's another mad research thing, we don't care about that anymore. I no longer place such a high value on that subsystem. It is an excellent subsystem. Where is it? There it is, generated energy plus 200%, but now I have the generated energy and turret subsystems, and those are even better. Not finding a whole lot of hidden boxes around here. In fact, I'm finding huge amounts of pirates. Oh, pirate shipyard area. Now these always have building knowledge if you don't already have it. So I guess the question is it going to give me building knowledge now? Well, I'll trade them knowledge for knowledge. Teach them what it's like to be brutally destroyed in a 15-on-1 attack. There's about 3.3 million effective hit points on their shipyard. So I'm going to focus target on that whilst my little light show plays around with the enemies. I'm sure it would incite tribal wars level of bullying in you. Yeah, I could do with it. Okay, I expected that shipyard to last longer. Yeah, a very dangerous thing to do. I'd become a much worse person. Are there a lot of Eve streams that go on then? I'll admit I haven't looked. Well, you know what, I can even check, can't I? If I go to category and search Eve. Eve Online has 400,000 followers and 4,000 current viewers. Not bad. I mean, that puts it more than 10 times more than Avorion right now. Avorion has 304 viewers, and I'm 303 of them right here. Me oh my. When we did the perfect Hansa in Patrician 4 live, I assure you there were not 300 live watchers then. But there were. It certainly felt like there were 300 people yelling at me to play EU4 instead, and saying, God, when does this end? Far less of that in Avorion, but I think that's just because people know that it's not going to end until it's done. I think this is the 5th or 6th game we've attempted to do a perfect Hansa run on. I've attempted to remember them all and failed. There was Patrician 4, Capitalism Lab, those were both success stories. Rise of Industry was a failure. The game's performance could not handle perfection. That game was a very poorly optimized game. Railroad Empire. We came close, but again, that game had a serious bug that just destroyed the game whenever you built too much, so I was unable to get a perfect run of that. Maybe the fault was on my end. I did pick their biggest map, Germany. And of course, every additional city that you put in an exponential amount of work and systems you had to set up. Anyway, that one couldn't do it. What were the other ones then? Obviously there's Avorion now for number 5, and I see no indication that this one's going to fail. I feel like I've done another game to try and do a perfect Hansa of it. What does a successful perfect Hansa entail? It varies from game to game. The important thing is at the very start I say what is perfection, so we know what we're going for. Well, that was a lot and it didn't give me the knowledge. I made this checklist for the perfect Hansa in Avorion though. All milestones, legendary versions of all subsystems, spare building knowledge for all materials. We're currently working on this, we only need 2 more and this entire thing will be checked off. Unspendable amounts of resources, which we can actually see in the top left here. That's not a good indicator. Add to that this number of money. So we're at 20 billion credits, and we're coming close to 100 million on some of these resources, but I spent tons of this. Maybe it's not as unspendable as I thought. A giant monolithic statue of Shefren built in the center of the galaxy. Funny that one. We now have a monolithic statue of Shefren. Glory to Cafre.xml is what we're going to build in the center of the galaxy. I don't think it's big enough, and I don't think it's varied enough. I want to build his throne out of Ogonite so that it's stronger and it gives more definition to Shefren himself. But we're going to build this, glowing eyes and all. We're going to pack him up with 15 subsystems, arm him with guns and shields, and he will just sit in the center of the galaxy, judging everyone, and then inviting over to show off his videos of his time in Egypt and making you drink his pyramid juice. And don't worry, those are some niche references right there. But this shall be constructed in the center of the universe as one of our goals. Produce all the goods. Way behind on this. We have not been doing a lot of economy because we haven't really had to. We'll get to it. Build the full accelerator factory production line, which is double the work this is at least. Chart the entire universe. We're getting there on that. And alloy or destroy all factions. It's a lot of work. But we've gotten most of the scutter out of the way already, I'm pleased to say. Doing the worst of the charting, or at least the most... the charting that needs me to really double up on my explorers has been done out here. And we've set up a lot of the automated production that we need. Shefren belongs in the center of the universe. This is good. Gotta put the weapons in the eyes and the fingertips for the aesthetic. Oh, yeah. You imagine wee lasers coming out of his fingers, just his way of looking at you and ending you. One of the problems with Shefren is that he will be completely immobile. So I need to figure out what to do with that. I'll probably make him into some kind of space station. I don't know what kind of station. Maybe we could do some kind of pyramid juice station. I also wouldn't mind... I wouldn't mind putting him on top of a pyramid, but that might clash a bit too much with the tactical assault pyramid, so I think it's fine the way he is. I can put a captain on. Maybe name the Captain Cafre. Because I believe you need a captain and have it set in defensive mode for a station to actually fight. Funny thing is, he could look over the Wormhole Guardian. The Wormhole Guardian respawns and Cafre just immediately annihilates it. Ooh, Shefren's Casino. There's an idea. Yeah, I could definitely make that Shefren thing into a casino. Clunk. That would have broken something off if I didn't have glorious armor and field integrity. God, I just love looking at a ship and deleting it. The Berlin Light Show does their work, and then the others just go and brrrr. Oh, yeah, I could also load Shefren up with fighters. And then he absolutely would destroy the Wormhole Guardian. Sadly, the Wormhole Guardian would be in a quantum state of existence. It wouldn't actually be there until we observe it. So we'd have to go and load up the sector for the Wormhole Guardian to appear, and then Sheffrin would work his magic. But yes, he will be built in the center of the galaxy at some point. Not yet. This guy is doing an amazing job of hiding behind that tiny little asteroid. Until he doesn't. That's actually going to be a bunch of stations docked together. I think that's asking for more trouble than it's worth. Plus, I'd have to peel the statue to get apart into a bunch of smaller ones. I don't think that would work out so well. You are oddly durable there. Could you please be deleted? Ah, I see, he had antimatter resistance, and a lot of my weapons are antimatter. Even if someone straight up nullifies my antimatter though, that's what we have the lasers for. Alright, a brief distraction though, that wasn't what we're looking for. We're looking for building knowledge. And I think we're coming to the conclusion that pirates do not drop building knowledge unless you haven't already got it. I wonder if there's a distinctly different statue of Seti the First that I could build, because I do love the Prince of Egypt. Oh, Behemoth sighted! Abort, abort, abort! On top of that, he's in the south, and he's about to go and destroy the Universal States Shipyard and Repair Dock. Right. Let's grab it. And book it. And that is why I kept my other ships at the ready. Right. Grab everybody. Oh, Jesus, where was he? Where in the heck was he? I think it was here. I'm going to double check that. Time is of the essence. He will despawn after about 15 minutes. Okay, great. Malcontent. Get over there with everybody. 3 minutes. Oh, man. Well, get on it. Got to get over there and brutalize that Behemoth. He's probably still going to level the sector, but we'll do our best to put an end to him. In the meantime, that does buy me 3 minutes to order my Explorer fleet around. Very convenient. Number 4, please. Number 5. Up you go. Number 6. Over you go. Number 7. Number 8. Number 9. So that's a rift getting in the way, but hopefully that area isn't rifted. Number 10. I think it would tell me that they couldn't go there if it was a rift. Yeah, look at that. Womp. Out of reach. And then continue on with the exploration. 18 minutes, 16 minutes. Something seems off here. There we go. There are a lot of notifications that I wish the game wouldn't give you. I don't need to be told that all my ships are being paid. I know they're being paid, that's why I set up automatic payment. And as you grow in the number of ships that you have, it certainly grows in the number of alerts you end up getting. But the game knows better than me, I think. It needs some old-style Paradox notification settings. And I mean old-style. I don't know why Paradox fell out of love with notification settings. If I had an explanation to give you, I would give you it. But I don't. Gerg Hull chums in just to say hello! If I want to watch a campaign from the start, where do I watch it? Which day? Oh, I've got it on... it's all on YouTube. There's a part 1 there. And it's also in the highlights. And of course I get the Persecutor now. I'm too busy for the Persecutor. Sorry, but the Behemoth takes... the Behemoth is more important than the Persecutor. Damn. Yes, it's on YouTube, DDR Jake channel. You can check for episode 1 and go from there. I like to keep a very methodical playlist of all of my runs, really. It's very rare for a run not to make it to my YouTube channel. Ah, there's Boomer with a link, thank you. Alright, Behemoth of the East. South, rather. First things first, all of the other ships are ordered to attack all enemies. Sobek, order, attack all enemies. Tactical Assault Pyramid, order, attack all enemies. And we are going in. The Behemoth of the South itself has loads of fighters, so this is probably the one that drops the carrier-related special pickup. I think one of my rockets did actually hit a fighter there. Fighter having a very bad day. So this Behemoth has 250,000 Omicron. It's quite a lot, but we did stack shields in preparation for this. The scary part is the shielding and the hull on it. It's a real damage race. I guess it's like fighting the hexagon in Slay the Spire. It's not telling me how much hull it has, which is weird. Normally it tells you, but the fact that we've already torn off 10% of its shields bodes very well, and I put that almost entirely down to the fact that we have our squadron of plasmatic fighters. So it really is just a case of keep shooting. And this is why I gave the other guys the explicit attack command. Now we can watch Baron do his work. That's not Baron. Here you are. Throw a party for the Behemoth now. It is actually Baron, though. Baron is the Daredevil commander of his beloved ship. The fact that both of them are firing is a great showing of the shape in which we have the tip of the pyramid, so that all the weapons can fire. This is orbiting pyramid throwing party balloons at you. On the other hand, I want to see the Amaterasu lay waste with cannon fire. Fail to lay waste with cannon fire. Don't know what it is with the Amaterasu. Sometimes it wants to impress me, sometimes it doesn't. I think it's trying to target the fighters for God knows what reason. So okay, the fighters will eventually die to our extremely good point defense if they are even still alive. There we go. Give it hell. That is damn good damage. I think we've actually managed to wipe out all of their fighters already. So yeah, these point defenses, normally I don't give much thought to point defense, but this is working well. And would you look at this? The Sobek doesn't need to get in close, because the Sobek just has this lightning rod of, oh my lord. There we go. Nothing but dual anti-rail guns of antimatter, extremely accurate 30-kilometer range rail guns. I don't think there's going to be much left of this Behemoth, and we managed to save the shipyard. It bodes well. Why have point defense when there's point offense? Well, that's the thing, the point defense actually turns to offense when there's nothing to defend against. Ah, there's still a few fighters, enemy fighters flying around. I think actually the Behemoth is able to keep producing them. Right, once its shields are gone, the antimatter weapons are going to tear its hull to pieces. So let's enjoy the explosive show. Oh yeah, we got here fast enough. There's no way in hell it's managing to run away before we take it out. I'm going to shift position to take on its face. I had a harder time fighting the corrupted AI than this, which is surprising. Well, but all my ships weren't equipped out with the endgame gear. And plus the AI divides into many different little AIs. Also, the front of his face just exploded into 500,000 credits, so... Well, I guess if you're at the stage where 500,000 credits is still WoW territory, you're probably not in a position to take on the Behemoth. Yeah, it's definitely spawning more fighters. Let's not worry about it, though. Although I'm curious to tell if you've lost any fighters in this engagement. It's hard to tell. I don't know what the indication of lost fight... Oh, I think this fighter must have died, because I'm certain you had them produced. But our fighters are really hardcore. They are well-trained pilots by now, and pilots do get better with experience, and the basic ships that they have already are quite maneuverable, very fast, and extremely durable. Can I actually click on one of them to just check? Come on. They're so hard to select. No, that's the Amaterasu. It fights, but it's not a fighter. Didn't get this good in Independence Day. I got one, but I missed it. Yeah, there we go. 4,000 hull. Not bad for a wee fighter. Still going to be taken down by a particularly nasty shot. I don't know why mine don't have shields, though. I did find one that did have shields. Alright, goodbye, Behemoth. There's no way you're making it out of this. You're also full of functional blocks, which makes you all the more enjoyable to just explode. And it's fights like this that made me have weapons that don't have much cooldown. My bolters are able to keep firing for... oh, only 11 seconds. Oh, that's worse than I thought, but they cool down in only 2 seconds. The Ruiners, my rocket launchers, they can fight for fire for 86 seconds. But there goes the Behemoth, and the loot is fat. I could even tear this guy down for so much of his wreckage, but that's not what I'm about. I'm about getting that fat loot. Tell me what he dropped. No, don't tell me about subsystem. So, actually dropped a lot of legendary stuff. Precise Thunder, Purifying Miner, Demolisher, Arc Cannon, Mega Railgun. If a normal railgun simply isn't enough. Well, this certainly isn't. It's made of titanium. I don't think the Behemoth dropped that. Looks like I got the energy booster, but here is the unique one. The dozen-headed Behemoth stands to reason, because this was a fighter one. So you might think it looks a bit crummy. He only gives one fighter squadron. But he will give an additional fighter squadron and a percentage productivity speed up for every fighter control, shield, and mining system installed. So it's not the worst thing in the world to put on a ship that relies heavily on fighting through fighters, shielding itself up, and even having them mine. But not something I ever plan on using, just something that I plan on having on my legendary list, 51 out of 55. Oh, I want to keep that. This notes feature is so good, I just wish the UI didn't break. I don't think killing a Behemoth was a milestone. No, it certainly isn't. No siree. A few easy things left to do here, which are, but we'll get around to those in due time. Anyway, we saved the system, or we saved the one area there. Good job, us. In that case, let's get back to finding our building knowledge, although I could take this opportunity to go and destroy the Wormhole Guardian. Yeah, go on, come on. I want to fight the version 2.0 Wormhole Guardian too. How far is the mining fleet advanced at this point? The mining fleet mines out, I forget if it's 30 or 50 million Avorion each session, and they are completely safe in doing so. They were upgraded by giving them, well, I think I can show what I made. If I sort this by DPS per slot and show my favorites. Ugh, look at all that garbage. Please mark everything as trash, and then unmark everything as trash, and then sort again. Bonk. And then sort by... I don't need gunner sorting, actually. This weapon right here is a 50,000 Omicron weapon. It costs 100 million or more to make, and it costs some pretty lofty materials as well, but strapping one of these onto a mining ship makes it an incredibly good escort, and it's able to just do its own thing when it goes out mining. I don't need to worry about ambushes with this. So well worth putting on rather than the ragtag of other weapons that I have, because I wasn't able to get enough Omicron off of them. But thanks to this, and thanks to the fact that we've also made our excavators, extremely powerful Avorion R miners, and also extremely powerful Avorion R salvagers, our salvaging and mining fleet make us huge amounts of Avorion. I think over the past hour and a half, they've made us about 10 million Orgonite and Avorion, because I dipped my amounts of those very low when I built up the mining fleet to begin with. So yes, I like to think we have that a little bit sorted. Also, I'm going to procure some steel tubes, because that's something that I'm pretty short on. Hopefully I can get a lot of them. You want to get me 20,000 of them? You do not. What if you got me 15,000? 14,000? 13,000? 13,000. Alright, give me those steel tubes. And as for you, there was something else I wanted to procure in hefty amounts, and it wasn't for once laser modulators. I swear I wrote it down. What did it say in my little book here? Targeting cards, gauge rails, electric charges, steel tubes, laser modules, servos. I want a few more gauge rails, actually. Can't find them here, but I have no problem paying extra. Can you get me another 4,000 gauge rails? No, you could get me perhaps 2,000 gauge rails? 1,500 gauge rails? There we go. And now that we're back here, let's get to work. Did I actually send out all my explorers, by the way? I feel like there was one that was lagging behind. No, I think they got the job done. Hey, look who's back. It's the Wormhole Guardian. You are there, right? And all of us are here, right? Yeah, good. And I think everybody has the order to attack. I'm not sure if they do. Okay, well, let's change that. Attack all enemies. Attack all enemies. Attack all enemies. And attack all enemies. So yeah, the idea is Kafre will be here, monolithically looking down on the pathetic attempts of the Wormhole Guardian. Oh god, we aren't even at the attack yet, and the fighters are already tearing it to shreds. I'm on my way. God, I just love seeing the ships get utterly deleted by what we have. I don't like the horrendous lag of the game trying to spawn in ships and failing, though. Actually, why is it failing to bring in more ships? Maybe they're just dying too quickly. Ah, there we go. It's summoning the black hole energy to summon additional ones, but you know what? I'm not even fussed about it. Is there a command linking to his mod pack? I don't have anything so fancy. I would just recommend that you look at, not that list, but this list and screenshot it. Bang. Although somebody, I swear, posted up a screenshot of this somewhere. I'm not big on using channel commands. I don't like them. They tend to be more spammy than I like. I would love them if they were more like silent commands, as in if you post the command, it doesn't show up in chat, and then the response is privately sent to you. But I've got ancient ideas of netiquette. Is it somehow staying alive? No, it absolutely is not. And what about the little grunts that it summoned? No, definitely not either. Oh, now it gives me the you win credit sequence. So it doesn't count as beating the game unless you do it through the story mission. Okay, thank you, Konstantin Konfeldner, because I do really like this game. Who else can we thank for this game? Philip Earhart. I'm sure all you see are flaws in your engine, but I like it a lot. Finally, we're done with Avorion. Yay! No, not quite. Did we stop with Patrician 4 when the credits rolled? No, because I don't think any credits roll in Patrician. There's also no ending to Patrician. You could marry and have kids, I guess, but even that's not the end. It's just unlimited dosh acquisition. As it should be. Okay, with that done, we're going to get the heck out of here. I'm going to continue my hunt for the building knowledge, and at some point we will likely be alerted that the there's some strange energy activity going on within the center. And then we're going to cross off another milestone. And that will be fighting the... Oh, it doesn't show up here, does it? The wormhole beta creator guy. I don't know his actual name, but there'll be another guy to defeat and cross off the list. What about the to-do list for today, though? One of these days I'm going to work on my industry. I've had this poor water and ore mine sitting around making, admittedly, money, but also terrible money. God, look at those accelerator factories. How do the other mines even compare? I couldn't have gotten these accelerator factories without first making the mad dosh on the other factories, but look at that. 15 billion. I think that's more than all the other ones, so that's 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, 6, 7, about 8 billion across all of my mines. And these two just do triple that. God, I love accelerators. It's not just that accelerators are so good, you make 3 accelerators per cycle. They also cost more than all the other ones combined. Yeah, but it only costs 2 billion to set up a fully functional accelerator factory. And look at that, it's going to pay for itself in 10 hours. And then beyond that, it's just insane profit. I didn't lose fighters here, did I? Okay, good. I'd be very unhappy if there were lost fighters and all of that. Whilst the credits continue to roll, we continue to scout the galaxy. That might look explored, but it is not. We can only see stuff like that because we allied that faction and bought their maps. Why do I go down to 7 and not... Oh god, 6 is taking his sweet time. He must be a bit slow in the head. Actually, why is 6 so slow? He did just barely finish his job right now, but I'll go and investigate number 6. He had no rifts in the way. Arrogant, cunning... I guess it's just that he doesn't have anything that makes him faster. Whereas most of my explorers certainly do. Okay, here with Malcontent. Malcontent, you get away from the others. Yeah, if there are rifts, it shortens the amount of time that it takes to explore. That much is undeniable. Alright, bunch of places to check. I'm going to take my luck jumping out, see if Persecutor wants to come and persecute. We were in luck, we were in luck. There was another stash. Valuable goods, stash with goods. Look at that, even finding exotics. It's amazing what you can get out of lucky captains. And there we go, these guys just constantly scrapping. And that's what you see all this income coming in from. Tech 51 plus tier scrapped goods. I love to see it. They even kind of pay for themselves by scrapping money. Not entirely how sure that is. What's the upkeep on that ship? Alliance, fleet. You're not an Alliance ship, are you? Nah, but I don't think I can see it from here. Well, it's of little concern. Let's see if we can't find ourselves that building knowledge. What do you think is the best for early game money making? Selling asteroids. There are many ways to make money, but selling asteroids is the single best early game money maker. Usually there'll be a sellable asteroid inside your starting system. Look for an asteroid that is noticeably larger than others. If I find one here, I'll point it out to you. But it'll look noticeably larger than other asteroids and look like a bunch of them clumped together. If you get within 200 meters of it, you can interact with it, and then you claim it, and then you sell it. And it will sell for hundreds of thousands, and that is amazing seed money for making your first decent ship. And then what you can do is just find more asteroids. You can find them anywhere. They're more likely to be found in the yellow blips on the map. But if you want to play it safe, just jump around even inhabited sectors. And when you look at all this and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can tell where they are, press N. And then what I often do, especially in the early game, is I quickly look around for any asteroids that are noticeably large. This one, I don't see one, so then I just move on. And if you get to the point where you have a valuable objects detector, it will tell you, oh, there is a valuable object, and a claimable mine is indeed a valuable object. There's also a mothership here, one of the immune ones. I think I will kill you then. If I take care of the pirate mothership's entourage, the mothership will get mad and start attacking me. And then it'll become vulnerable. Currently it's coated in hand wavium, meaning I can't hurt it. Our loot's in danger. Ooh, there's a... Oh, okay, there was a pirate loot transport. It's dead now. Bunch of subsystems, but certainly no knowledge here. That's not knowledge either. Come on, take it down. I need that mothership deed. That's the spirit. A lot of my guns are still going for the pirate mothership. The guns don't understand that it's immune. I really don't like the fact that there are immune ships like that. It just seems really weird. At least for some of the bosses, they have some lore reasons, like they're channeling energy from these asteroids that you need to move or get rid of in order to start doing damage. But the pirate mothership is just like, yeah, you can't hurt me because... It reminds me of my little Lego man I used to play with that I called Mr. Invincible. Nothing could hurt him. Why? Because he's Mr. Invincible. He had one of those cool helmets on and he brandished that orange glowing chainsaw that I was always rather fond of. A long time ago. I don't play with Lego anymore. It takes up too much space and I'm not sure I'd get the same jollies that I would. However, every Christmas I ask for some kind of mechanical thing to put together. Nothing fancy, just a wee, usually a wee trike or truck or something like that. Just something to keep my hands busy at Christmas time, and then once I've made it, take it apart, put it back in the box, and then donate it to charity. Because if I'm going to be nice to those wee orphan kids, I get to play with it first. Who are you supposed to be, you maggot? Well, drop me the building knowledge and I won't come and kill you constantly. I don't see any building knowledge though. How much of the map is uncovered? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16%. Once these squares are done, it will be 20%. Making decent progress, I'd even say, on what is an incredibly slow activity. I put my mind towards how to ally all of the factions, and I actually think I have a good plan for it. I might as well just say what it is now. You can just trade with a faction by buying their goods and then selling the goods back to them, back and forth, until you reach, I believe, about 60 to 65,000 relations. And then you can just go to the pirate sectors nearby and wipe them out for a further boost to happiness. That shouldn't be too hard or long to do. Although some factions are in more dangerous areas than others and be harder to do, but a lot of these factions I've already gotten friendly with. Alternatively, if you wanted to be really lazy, if you just idle your ships in faction territory and set them to attack all enemies, they'll attack pirates as they come in, and that will give you loads of relations. Just leave it overnight. You can go from neutral to maxed relations, or even just leave it for an hour or so, and you'll probably get from 65,000 to max. This is a giant asteroid. Let's say I didn't know it was there. What I would do is I would press N, and then I would go, any asteroids around here? And then I go, this one looks bigger than the rest. Absolutely, positively, a large claimable asteroid right here. And then you can come along to it. And then you can go claim. And then if it's early game, you go sell asteroid and you get tons of money. I'm getting more than you get out in the iron region. The closer you are in, the more you get paid for it. But I don't want to sell sell asteroids anymore. Instead, I add a little note. and then I know to come there if I need that claimed asteroid, which I will when I set up my accelerators. What would be the next best thing after asteroids? What indeed? It's hard to think of something after that that would necessarily be the next best one. I'd probably say trading, because let's say you find yourself 2 asteroids and you have 500,000 credits. Then you could go and buy you could make yourself a cheap cargo hauler. Wouldn't cost you a lot of money, just thrusters, transport, basic necessities on it. Or just go onto the workshop and go, I want to find something with cargo on it. Oh, look at that. There's my cargo hauler. Costs 120 grand, made of iron and a little titanium. Or you can get a smaller, cheaper, crappier version, or bigger, better. Get yourself that. Go to an equipment dock and buy a trading subsystem. And then just jump somewhere that has high demand for goods, and then go somewhere that has low cost for those goods. And yeah, if you stick to the gates, you're going to go to populated systems, and then you might go, there's a coal mine here. I can buy coal here quite cheaply, probably. Check the values, and then go and find somewhere that has a steel mill, and give them your coal for good money, and then buy the steel and find a servos factory and sell them that. And you can set that up and manually make yourself your first millions or tens of millions, and then from there you have enough to do whatever you want, really. If you don't want to do that, you could use the seed money from the asteroids to get yourself a couple of captains. They don't even need to be mining captains, but mining would be better. And then set up automated mining. Buy some crummy little guns for them. Put the captain over and say, safe mode, mine me iron and titanium, do it for however long. Then go take a nap, come back, and take all those ores and sell them. And you've got loads of money, and building material for more ships. And if that still doesn't scratch your itch, take the money you made from selling asteroids, build a big ship, fill it full of guns, and kill people. Because killing is good economy as well. Take these guys, I'm killing them, and they're dropping nice loot. They're even dropping goods, which I'm not set to pick up, but I could take their goods off of pirates and sell them. Or I could take their scraps and process them down, just so many ways. Other than selling asteroids, if you want the best way, do the way that makes you the happiest. For me, I really enjoy killing and exploring, so I combine those two by going out, finding pirates, and obliterating them. There's also another large asteroid. Should be able to tell that it's significantly larger than the asteroids around it. That's the only valuable object here, and I'm not really interested in fighting you over nothing, so let's just make our way out. Oh. That might be a big chunky ship here, but asteroids can still ding me around a bit. No, I don't build the ships myself. Malcontent here was absolutely taken from the workshop. No way I could piece something like this together. However, the ships that we have in our entourage are made by community members. They're not currently with me right now. They are waiting whilst I try and find this building knowledge. There's a ship and a traveler's stash. I don't think the traveler's stash ever contains building knowledge, but I guess we'll find out. Apparently there's another valuable object over there that I missed. What's your proudest Caesar 3 Eternal City? Which map have you not eternalized yet? That would be the most difficult yet satisfying. Ooh, gosh, that is tough. I've eternalized quite a few cities. Too many to think off the top of my head, so this kind of question requires an actual response. My favorite Eternal City. I did a Caesarea that does look pretty gorgeous. This would be a pretty front runner because it doesn't use much in the way of loops. Look at this. How in the world does this even work? I can barely remember it, but look, it doesn't loop around. It just goes out and around. Lovely central hippodrome for everybody. It's not that spammed with farms either. And the farms are tastefully put around the oases. And a really tasteful patrician block right here. One single luxury palace next to the Senate, next to the my glorious own palace. Meacham palaces and some little plebes that work to clean up around the place. Gosh, I did a good job here. But then again, I was also rather fond of... Probably not Carthage, I just need to remind myself what Carthage was. Yeah, this is alright, but it's not what I'm thinking of. Greekonomics. I just look at this and think about how it could have been done better. Someone else made a Greekonomics that was that put my one to shame. It was probably Trollgoo. Putting down the Jews was good. They allied with Caesar to take me down, but the city itself wasn't so hot. Oh, my Londinium. Oh, my Londinium, yeah. Fully enclosed in, Meacham Insulae, getting enough farmlands on this kind of terrain. A good mix of Grand Insulae, Meacham Insulae, and of course my tasteful Meacham palaces. And a dedicated artisanal area that leaves me wondering, you know, how do these guys get labor access? But they do. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go Londinium. I love my Londinium. Put a lot of hours into this. Well, not dozens, but maybe like 6 or 7. Plus leaving it overnight to stabilize. Speaking of which, the unemployment is only 2%. Normally I run my cities with massive unemployment. But we've got a stabilized demographic here. The people know to die before they get too old, and the young generally don't die too much. And that is from having good health. Alright, excellent question. Thanks for that. Always nice to fire up Caesar 3. One of these days, the hunger for Caesar will return. But it's not today. And it probably won't be tomorrow. Feed the Caesar 3 hunger. I need more Caesar 3 to listen to while falling asleep, says Dividing Puppy. I must have over 50 Caesar 3 proper custom cities out there now, not to mention an entire run of the campaign. I'm hard-pressed to think what would bring me back. Obviously, I will come back. I always get the hunger for Caesar, have ever since I played its demo disc in a PC gaming magazine back in the day. I think if I can get a harder version of the campaign, a full-on harder version of the campaign, and I'm talking about Augustus. Oh, I kind of felt bad for someone coming in asking me, what would it take for you to run Augustus? Obviously the implication was, you know, what can I do to convince you? But I don't think I can be convinced. I've had my fill. Did I miss something over there? I think that was a traveler stash. No real love for Emperor or Pharaoh. Face it, how can you beat Rome? The Roman Empire is just such a strong baseline to work with. It's so gorgeous, so nuanced. And I like the fact they just unashamedly use British voices for it. They don't put on weird accents just because they're in the Pharaoh or Egypt. They just went, nah, British people all the way. Scottish engineer. Sultry northerner cart pusher. Yeah, I played SimCity Rome, not so hot. Transitions to 3D, never so hot. How do you beat Rome? Politics. Well, it doesn't go heavy into the oh, God, what's this? Well, this cult immediately didn't like me, but that's fine. I immediately don't like them. It's okay, they will cease to exist. As simply as this. Shields go, and then the hull goes even faster because of antimatter. But not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my building knowledge. Easy now. I want to pick up your goods here. I didn't kill you for nothing. There we go. Sometimes it takes a moment for it to catch on and start sucking up all the goods. I initially thought that's because of the mod that I used, but now I'm not so sure. I only had the disc for Pharaoh growing up. I only learned about Caesar 3 existing through this channel. Then you're probably going to enjoy Pharaoh more than me. Caesar 3 was my first. And back in the day, I could not run a lot of games on the PC. And those that I could run often couldn't run with sound. Just saying the word sound makes me want to play DDR. I've been really bad. I've skimped DDR. I think I've had one DDR session this month. But, you know, Avorion. Avorion sates many of my needs. Hello? 3 possibilities for building knowledge up here. Container. Container. I think it was Sudazima mentioned that it's a 20% chance of finding building knowledge in a container. Could you just tell me which directory that Lua file is, please, so I can go and check it for myself, because I'm very curious how the game decides what's in such things. That's possible. It's something red? Nah. Turret control system. How about you? You're a secure container, so I shall secure you to my body. This unit commands you to undock it immediately, and I'll be the judge of that. 2 secure containers. I think I will take them over to a smuggler outpost and get them cracked open the budget way. Come on, there we go. And yes, you are being abducted. Take you back to here. Hold on, I see something exceptional coming my way. Exceptional rarity, not wow. Oh, okay, so repair beam. Repair beams are just cell fodder. Entity stash.lua, thank you. Oh no, we haven't wiped out the Auto Buccaneers. The Auto Buccaneers are enormous, that would be quite the undertaking. Let's turn off our guns, just in case we accidentally destroy a cargo ship around here. Smugglers do not enjoy it when you take out their customers like that. So it's weird that there's a milestone for doing this, because cracking open a container at a smuggler hideout is something that I think is one of the worst things to do. It's never, ever cost effective. Just use a hacking device, and if it's too big that you can't afford to hack it, then and what are you doing? 160 grand. Alright, crack him open. There we go, eject your contents, and it's a load of regular guns and a load of items. I don't know, I'm curious enough to check what kind of items they are. Let me pick them up. They were transformators, and actually rather a lot of transformators. They're worth 200 each, and there were 1122 of them. Running those numbers, I'd say, okay, so although it might cost, I made a profit on that, I would have made much more profit if I just hacked it open with even a common level hacking device, and you get an uncommon level one for free. Anyway, I don't want those transformators. 2 million is not even a minute worth of my industry. Oh, I need to check off one of the behemoths on my to-do list here. I believe we took out South. South is very dead. Ah, but I can't reach the top. Freaking steam. How do I even? Okay, I don't know. What I can do is I can just go, South is done, so check off South. It's an easier way to do it. Okay, nothing valuable here. Just move on. Make my life a little bit easier by keeping my guns deactivated so the pirates don't instantly aggro. Now I'm quite confident that they won't drop building knowledge. I don't think I could accept Augustus as a punishment game. I'm already familiar with Augustus. And I would actually feel a little uncomfortable putting Augustus in as a punishment. I feel like that'd be a bit disrespectful to to all the work done on the game, which is not a feeling I would feel about putting most games on the punishment list, but Augustus is... I appreciate Augustus. I might not like it or want to play it, but I do appreciate it. Breathing a lot of life back into an ancient game like that. But I love my old esoteric ancient game. And the changes are not for me. Okay, a lot of options here. That is not an asteroid, but a secure container. Secret stash, rather. Bring it to me. Too fast, too fast. And I was 20 meters too far away to open that up. Zettlers 2 is great too. Settler games require you to have been brought up on Settler games. And or to be German. I've played the Settler games and I've just thought, wow, who could ever like this? Because not me. Actually, one of my housemates enjoyed these Settler games and he was decidedly not German. Oh, that looks promising. We got it. Sweet. One more checked off the list. Xenion is done, and I can't scroll up to get my strike through. Alright, we'll tell you what, I can just delete all these. Ogonite is the final one that I need to get. So I'm going to go and pick up my crew, and then bring them over to the Ogonite region. I eject out so that I don't need to sit through loading. The game's loading screen is very fast, and I don't want to sound like this game is agonizingly long loading. I'm impressed by how fast it can load. But I still don't want to sit through it. Right, Ogonite. I have options, and I pick this option. Let's jump ourselves over here. It's a 1 minute jump. Might even get there before we leave. We did get there before we leave. Nice. I've got the base game of Avorion. Is the DLC worth it or just a cash grab? They're both worth it, depending on what you want. I like the Black Market DLC because I love the smugglers, I love the stolen goods, I love the hacking. It really rewards exploration if you like to play as an explorer captain. And the Into the Rift DLC, it does have the best in slot stuff. I don't like the rifts, but you might enjoy it because the rift games encourage you to build smaller, custom-made ships that are best for the job. And the reward that you get out of that is truly best in slot subsystems. I'm running at least half a dozen of them on the main ship right now. Even so, they go on sale quite a bit, so grab them on sale. The base game is perfectly fine enough without them. What have we here? Ooh, Zotan breeders. I've never quite understood if you can do anything with the Zotan breeders. I don't think they pop and become new Zotan. It'd be cool if they did, though. But if you recall, when I was first in the Avorion region, I accidentally picked up a Zotan breeder thinking it was a chunk of Avorion, and I mined it out. It was quite harrowing, really, to think about. I've always just gone with a single big beefy ship. Well, I tend to go with one big beefy ship until... That's good until the point where it no longer scales so well. You get to a point where you can maybe squeeze out one or two more turret slots on it because of the limitation of subsystem slots. But when you get to that point, you should just add more ships to your entourage. Maybe even have them specialized. We've got 2 fighter ships, for example. This place is really foggy. I do not like to set up in foggy subsystems. Would you even call it foggy? Can space even look like this? Dunno, not a spacey nerd. Not a spacey crazy girl. Hello? Okay, it was just an exotic subsystem. One more of the mining knowledges or material knowledges, and we will have them all. I think there's an asteroid up there. I shan't claim it, but I will make note that there's a claimable asteroid here. Nebula, yes. And what is it that would cloud vision in nebula? I don't understand. We found a weird shard. Ooh. I have never found one of these before. Where did it show up? Where, if anywhere? Shard? Is it not an item? We'll wait for more information. Okay. But it didn't appear here? I would have guessed it would appear as shard. Anyway, you need to pick up 2 of those in order to access an optional boss. And it is an optional boss that we have to take care of. There's also an asteroid here. So again, I will just add note. Claimable asteroid. Carry on my merry way. I can tell just by looking over there. Big, chunky asteroid. Maybe there's a quest for it now. Nah, it would have popped up with a quest. Gonna get rid of this all for one mission. Doesn't matter, we already wiped out the Wormhole Guardian. Tempting. Got a few items here. Like I say, inside the rift it's so much more frequent to find these boxes, and that's a great way to get building knowledge. It's also risky though, because there are far more of these dangerous sectors to jump into, so for the love of God, have a way to have a backup plan. If you jump into a sector and you're immediately being attacked by pirates, what's your backup plan? And hopefully it's not just replace your ship. Oh God, it's happening! Guys, get over here. Sobek, tactical assault pyramid. So, the Zotan invasion that I was talking about just dumps on you like this. And there don't appear to be a lot of them right now, but more are going to come. All of our friends, orders, attack all enemies, orders, attack all enemies. I wish there was a way to give bulk orders. Attack all enemies, orders, attack all enemies. Let's take them down. This is another milestone, so it's not too bad that it's happening. But I think I will keep it disabled afterwards, because imagine that I had just visited a nice populated sector. It would be a nice, very about-to-die sector from all the Zotan coming in. And then there are, I believe, 3 mini-bosses that appear. Starting with the Emissary. We're definitely overpowered for this, so don't worry, it's not like we're under horrific threat. But it's not very great for neutral parties. I thought you disabled this, yes, but I disabled it just earlier because I needed the milestone for defeating the prototype Guardian. Anyway, Emissary out. Not much of a fight right there. But that was one of... Oh, here we go. The Quantum Zotan Destroyer. It's kind of like Fidget. It will jump around when you hit it. And you can see they keep loading in a lot. I'm killing them fast, but they're still spawning in fairly fast. I feel the lag of the game. At least it's a way to get a fat load of loot. But yeah, I don't mind it for the fight, I mind it for the fact that you're in the middle of la-da-da doing something and then just brrrr, massive endgame level fight just dropped on top of you. There we go. So the little jumpy around guy isn't so hot if you can just nail him down, and we certainly did. Got him in a position and mauled it to death with our... Looked like the railguns did all the work there. Thank you, railguns. Like a Skyrim dragon. I'm not a fan enough of Skyrim to know. Oh, crumbs actually went right past that. And there's the summoner. There went the summoner. Okay, apparently there's a fourth wave. I must have miscounted. I thought there were 3. So the summoner is meant to open up holes and summon up more of the enemies, but it seems like it did not get much of a chance. Here we go, the invasion overseer. You're the one we need to take out for the achievement. And there it is, and there it goes. You could actually watch its Omicron fall apart as our fighters destroyed it. And that's one more off the to-do list. There it is, Zotan Invasion Overseer. So that thing respawns, I believe, every 30 minutes and just dumps right on you. It's very unpleasant, so that's why we won't be seeing that again. I'll come out and disable it once I get my Orgonite building knowledge. Where's the other hidden jub? I don't think that's building knowledge. Looks like a weapon. Where's the other stash? Is that the other stash? Thought I just opened you. Oh ho! Legendary thing though. I hope it's an unbound thingamajigger. Another part of this weird shard, they show coordinates at 5, 0. 5, 0, huh? Here we go. Nasty enemy over there. Now which one's that? That is IHDTX. Very deadly enemy. Baited out with a disposable ship is the message that I've left to myself. So I guess I'll be making a disposable ship for you, but only after I'm done here. If these pieces want to catch and get absorbed by my ship. Yeah, there we go. Unbound. Hey, there we go. Unbound reconstruction kit. I used to be quite derisive of those. Now I am quite the opposite. Especially on insane mode, we have permadeath on the ships. You cannot haul them back, and you do not get repair kits. You cannot buy them, but you can get these unbound kits. And those you can use to restore your ship. But you have to bind them to it, of course. Alright, goody goody. Now where is the building knowledge? Is it time to fight that trade fleet? The trade fleet terrifies me. More Omicron than the Behemoth, and unlike the Behemoth, there are actually about a dozen of the convoy fleet. I think I would want to stack even more shields on my ships to prepare for that. I'd even sacrifice turret slots just to multiply my shields more. Because that's a lot of Omicron. Alright, secret stash. Share with me your secrets. Sound like the words of a coward. Yeah, well, this coward, well, this cowardly nature, is what assures me some good old-fashioned victory. That's not building knowledge. Come on out, building knowledge. In the meantime, I've got a lot of explorers that need to go further exploring. Not right now, though. Not between jumps. The loading screen will get in the way. Nothing really here. Okay, advance on. Like that awesome Sengoku Rant song. Wrecks in the sector. Should be safe. I mean, sometimes wrecks have pirates, but crummy little pirates that I find are going to be no match for my explorer fleet. That should be fine. Nothing but gates there. Ooh, rifted. Interesting. I'm going to throw you here then. This is the kind of situation where rifting can get in the way of my exploration. Why is 6 not available? It goes 5 and then 7? Did I move 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Where the heck is 6? There's 6. Okay, I'm just getting confuddled then. Nothing new. I'll do that shortly. 7, 8, 9. Again, rifting in the way, but I can go to the other side of that rift. 10 gets over here, and then we take it from the top, from number 1. Get exploring. I really thought the music in Avorion would get grating after all this playing, but actually I rather like it. It's very soothing. Doesn't command a lot of your attention either. Oh, I threw you off. I threw you off by 1 somehow. How did I manage that? How did I throw you all the way over there? 6. Easy does it now. Line that square up. I will not handle imperfections in our scouting. That's more like it. Another batch of 10 exploration missions, each doing 400 squares, another 4,000 of the 1 million squares that we need to uncover. 6 hiding for 7, because 7, 8, 9, yeah, I prefer the slur version of that joke. It's completely depleted on water here. Perhaps I need to go to that water mine and finally fix this output. More soothing than Lemmings music? Maybe not Lemmings 2, but Lemmings 1. Yeah, Lemmings Longplay was good fun. I really thought that I would get very tired with it very fast. What I didn't expect was I would brutalize the game. Can't believe we 100%ed Lemmings 2 with as much ease as we did. Some levels are quite the doozy, though. Alright, plenty of opportunities for Orgonite building knowledge. That doesn't have it. And you. Go on, secret stashes, 5% chance each. I think we've gotten more than our fair share of good luck with these things so far. Oh, that one was alarmed. Booby-trapped. Okay, alright. Now I actually wonder... Is it still going to open up for me? I can't dock it. That's how you know it's booby-trapped. If a container is something you cannot dock, then it has a booby-trap. That's not the same for a secure container, though. One that you can hack. Those ones, except for the first mission one, you can just dock it, take it to a sector that has friendlies in it, and then just pop it open. The friendlies will help you fight the pirates. Because for some reason it's only pirates that defend lockboxes. Not sure I understand the logic. Maybe there's not logic to understand. I'm hanging around here because I want to grab whatever is in it when it pops open. Still a bit of titanium square next to your spawn that you never actually explored, but it looks like you did because it was early game and you jumped around a lot. You might mean... Titanium square around spawn. I did come back and re-explore this because I did notice that as well when I had the game idling. I looked over here and I noticed a gate that hadn't connected, so I actually just sent someone over there and took care of it. Currently, I'm pretty sure it's all connected. I don't see any gates that don't connect, and we all have the uncovered by blah 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 captain around here. So I think it's good. Obviously this square isn't done, but we haven't worked on that square. Poor pirates. They must think I'm hacking. Okay, well they're still coming. They must really love this lockbox. I certainly hope it's full of knowledge. Juicy building knowledge. Good grief. Yeah, that's the best thing they could do, is just do a direct course towards me and then swing behind me. Unfortunately for them, my defense lasers are also fairly good offense lasers. My god, they're still coming. They really love what's in this box. Well, I also hope to love what's in this box. Let's keep track of it, just in case it seems like it fades away from sight. Very well noted of you, though, Huffduff. I did not notice it until I just stumbled across it. I think I was looking at my spawn, because it gives you this little house icon. I was like, oh, they put a house icon on there, and then I reminisced about the MP's spawn. And then I noticed a gate that wasn't connected, and I thought, how did that happen? And sure enough, it looked like I'd explored it, because it was where I jumped around a lot earlier on. But no, we got that. Got that sorted, and was there anything in the box? Does the box even open? Huh. I have no idea. It's hard to tell if the loot that I picked up came from the box or came from the dead pirates as well. Maybe it did come from the box, because there was a, I think, 5-headed Hydra there. The exceptional version of the fighter boosters. That's not building knowledge. It's just another hyperspace interrupter to summon Fidget. Oh, that was a good laugh. So someone during the multiplayer was asking about destroying Botan. But instead of using the Botan interrupter, they used the Fidget Summoner. Oh, I was laughing on the inside. I'm probably laughing on the outside as well. It's also not building knowledge. Damn, there was a lot of opportunities for knowledge and none of them came through here. But at least we were able to help this individual. They paid us 569 million ducats for the assistance. Hello, Jake, says Y2K_. I've been following along on YouTube, currently on part 3. Did the Void Research Labs get rebuilt? They did not. I checked them many days after raising them, and they've still not rebuilt. I haven't tested the theory that maybe they're not rebuilding because I haven't uncovered the faction's capital. Well, it's not unthinkable, but it seems very far-fetched. I haven't actually seen any evidence that provinces get rebuilt, except for reading the game files that says that they do. I've never seen anybody post saying, oh, here's an observation that I have where it was missing this thing, because I destroyed it or whatever, and then it got rebuilt. Never seen that. Another weird fragment. There we go. Every shard of building knowledge is now mine. Grab, sort. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Read 'em and weep. The ultimate royal flush. So that can finally be checked off of our to-dos. Where did I put the... There we go. Building knowledge. Done. Now let's just score off all these things because this UX is destroyed by Steam. Damn it, Gabe. Alright. What do we do now? More behemoths, but I'm not sure if they're going to be spawning for me just yet. What I will do is I'll pick up my allies. Actually, I wonder, could I travel from here and they would join me? Yeah, they would. Cool, cool. We do have that fight. Interesting fight it may be. But I think the biggest fight that I need to take care of right now is the fight for dinner, because it's coming up for 7:30 and I'm really very hungry. Fortunately though, we've set up a lot. Our industry continues to just shovel out money like there is no tomorrow. On top of that, we have optimized our mining operation, so when we come back we're going to have ungodly amounts of Ogonite and Avorion, and I think even Xenion. Trinium's always been quite good. The lower ones might lag a wee bit, but yeah, it'll be taken care of. I might even find some off chance to optimize that mining fleet, but nah, where's the fun in that? No point doing that off stream. The only stuff off stream that I want to do is just letting my stuff tick by, and perhaps really grindy things like getting ourselves those subsystems. Speaking of which, we are a long way across a lot of these things. We have almost all of the legendary subsystems. We just need... Oh, hang on, we're at 52. We just need Behemoth of the North, East, and West. Hold on, that's 3, so we are at 51. As well as the stabilizing mainframe, and that is done. The milestones... I guess I can clock all of this off. Whoopsie doodle. Why don't I just say complete? Boom. Milestones we'll give a count to, again. 1, 2, 3, well actually we'll count the ones we haven't done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Only 19 aren't done. What's 71 minus 19? Wait, why would it... wait, 78 minus... Sure, why is this going down then? That doesn't make sense. Clearly in one capacity I cannot count. But we'll recount you at some point. The resources are flowing in. We have the statue of Chefron. We'll find an opportunity to build it later on. This is the big one that we really need to get working on, producing all of the goods. We will get there. Same with the accelerator factory production line. The charting is ongoing, and once the charting is done, the factions will be allied and eliminated. Progress is good, but progress is also ongoing, and it will continue during the next time we have this up, which might be tomorrow. What does my stream schedule tell me? It tells me that there's a Contra weekly one-shot, number 276 tomorrow. And then it's just blank, so it's probably going to be Avorion after that. Probably. But until I am back with that, there's a cheers and a cheerio.